Hello everybody, good day to you one and all. It's Sunday afternoon, it's 10 to 2 and that means we are starting with the qualifying for the 6-hour race today. So it's going to be very interesting, a massive turnout of entries, and I think today is the day that of the older hands are going to have a go at trying to dethrone the young guns at the front end of the field. Joining me in the sector production studio, the voice of West Province Motorsport, Frankie Eunice. Good day to you.
Yeah, Gary, good day, and everybody at home. Welcome to the 6 hours of Bathurst at Mount Panorama there in Australia. So we're coming to you from the land down under. And a big thanks to Microfusion Business IT and Service Provider. They are the main sponsor for the 6 hour of Bathurst. 24 degrees, should I say 21 degrees out there. 24% chance of rain, doubt that though. Clear skies, 14 km/h wind. Track temperature is also 21 degrees. The circuit is 6.14 kilometers long, and we are 709 meters above sea level. So it's going to be entertaining stuff and great stuff. 17 car driver combinations out there in the elite and master classes.
Man out on circuit that we open up with Jaco Steyn, the man behind the paperwork and the scenes that alongside Mike Verrier, Dr. Mike, 824/7, put all these type of races together for us. And wow, what a star-studded lineup we're going to have for this one. Everybody's going out and doing their first sighting lap, their warm-up lap as such. And then when they complete their second lap, you'll see the qualifying time start coming up on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the way the computer is set up. They've got a total of 10 minutes. Not too sure what the lap times are going to be with these cars working their way around the Bathurst circuit. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays itself out. And I think it's going to be BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari and Porsche that's going to be the cars of choice that will be out there on circuit today. And we can see that it's pretty evenly spread. Only 2 Mercs out there that I can see so far of the guys that are doing the qualifying, either of the teammates, 2 guys per team, or a girl and a guy. There's no ladies doing the racing with us at the moment. That makes up 18. So big thanks to Microfusion, the business IT and service provider company. We're going to bring you information on them during the course of the day, as was emailed through to us. So big thanks to Microfusion for coming on board for covering the prize money for today's racing as such. Some of the other big hitters out there, the likes of this man, Julian Familiaris from the Durant Motorsport side of the world. And then nice to see him back, Jean van Rensburg. Haven't seen him out on circuit for a period of time. It's great to have him back. Mr. Luke Lucchesi. Well, Luke Lucchesi is going to be the guy that's definitely going to try and topple the elites. And he's picked a first-class teammate in Francois Hubert to come and help him. Another big hitter out there, Graham Stephen. Well, you can't see the whole car because of the darkness. The first part of the 6 hours is going to be in the dark, so that's going to be some nice footage. We'll try and pick that up for you from the blimp. Stephen Duplessis, Willem Botha, Jacques Botha, all of them are going to be out there as well. We already had 1 or 2 off tracks. I see Swayze Hubert had a bit of an off track himself. You can see as he took onto the track limits right towards the outside. And the Armour All Bridge was the first thing that he had to try and miss when he got it back out on circuit. So there we go. Byron Mitchell, the first man that takes himself to the front end of the grid. Let's have a look at the lap times that they are putting up at this stage of the fight at 203.1. Julian Familiaris at 203. Can you believe it? Frankie, here it starts already. Identical to a thousandth of a second. Teammates Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris.
Oh, Durant Motorsport is in the house. Remember that they won the first 2 of the 6-hour Enduros, the iRacing 6-hour Enduros for Durant Motorsport. And there they sit in P1 and P2 with Jacques Botha in that third position. And look at Luke Lucchesi Luke Lucchesi is only 200ths of a second behind Jacques Boita in the qualifying sessions. And then rounding off the top five is Willem Botha. So at this point in time, you've got two Mercedes-Benz cars that are on the front row of the grid, followed by a Ferrari and then two BMWs.
Interesting stuff. There's only two Mercedes-Benz out there, and it happens to be the Durant Motorsport team that's in with that one. The first of the Ferraris being Jacques Boita, having done one of those qualifying laps, and then the second of the Ferraris out there, that in fact is Raymond Duggan. So fourth overall in terms of the class standings as such. Remember, this is the overall standings that we've got there at the moment now. And if we have a look, let's just see if we can pick that one up for you. If we go to the, there's some of the team names are in, some of the team names are not in there. We'll try, and there we go. That's the different teams. Durant Motorsport leading out. The team heaped together again in there as well. Team Pantera Racing, that's Luke Lucchesi. Let's get him up on screen. There is Mr. Luke Lucchesi. You see, got Mr. alongside that, and he's got, as we said, Francois with him today, and frankly, undoubtedly, he's going to try and show the youngsters the way around.
Yeah, I know his whole intention is not only just to go out there and win class, but he wants to go and try out and win this thing overall, or at least drive a wedge between the Durant Motorsport team. Can he do it? Can he do it? I don't know. I do know that Francois Hubert is his teammate, and they are out there with the BMW. So we'll have to look, see exactly as this 6 hour unfolds. Something different that's been done for this 6 hour. In the history of motorsport, be it real time or sim racing, a race either gets done in the day, or it starts in the day, goes into the night, and then ends in the day again. This one's going to be a little bit different. This one is going to start in the darkness, so it's going to be very interesting to see what these guys do up and down the mountain, especially for that first hour or so when we are going to be in total darkness. There you see the elites, that's the drivers from 16 years old up until the age of 39, and then the masters from 40 onwards. Masters will be in blue and elite will be in yellow. So that's going to be great stuff to see how can those masters mix it up there with the elite drivers. So far, first, second and third for elites is Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiaris and Jacques Boita. And at this point in time for masters, it's Luke Lucchesi, Jaco Foster and Willem Botha. So 8.5 minutes of the 10 minutes done. There's 1.5 minutes left before we start the Microfusion 6 hours of Bathurst.
So the two Durant Motorsport teams are right up top there where it counts, and 0.3 of a second between the two teams at this stage of the fight. And you'll probably find they have, Byron Mitchell, Jeff Malaris, they have both pulled into the pits. They've completed their 2 laps already. So that's them. That's off the board. See, there's Willem Botha. Looks like he's also slowing down and stopping. Just about everybody has completed their times. See, Mike Berrier is still out on circuit, but he's also kicking off there as well. So, yeah, well, it's kind of dark out there. So, for those of you that have just joined us, the 6 hours of Bathurst, the elite class 16 up to 39 years of age, the master class being 40 years of age up to and including 75. Nobody that's at that marker yet. But this one going to be starting, as we said, in the dark, and that's going to make for some pretty interesting stuff out there. Let's see if there's any lights out there. Nope, it's with a blimp. We can't even pick it up on the blimp. It's pitch dark out there, and as soon as the quali comes to an end, we'll be able to pick up a picture, and we'll be able to give you the grid as well as to how they're going to be starting out in this race. So the 10 minutes is up, and we just wait for the grid board to become available to us, and then we're going to bring you down and let you know exactly what is going to be happening out there. Let's see how that grid looks. Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese on the front row of the grid. Wow, that's something else.
Then the second row is Durant Motorsport, Julian Familiaris, and teamed heaped together again, Jacques Botha. Third row, Gazoo Racing's Willem Botha, and team heaped together, Jaco Foster.
Going on a little bit further down from there, it's going to be Stephen Duplessis and Raymond Duggan. Then Graham Stephen with Jean van Rensburg. Nice to have Jean back again. Doug Gerber and Andre Steenkamp. Mike Berrier and Jaco Steyn. So Jaco coming off a long way down the grid. Quinton Bezuidenhout and Sway Joubert. And then Janneman Preus. Now, as far as I know, Janneman Preus will be doing a very, very long stint, because Janneman Preus finds his partner being busy with other commentating on a different series during the course of the afternoon up until 5 o'clock. And that then means that he's going to be riding from 2 through till 5, and then Stephen Koenig is going to take over from there.
Right, we are behind the Porsche GT3 safety car that will lead this whole field of elite and master drivers off the line.
You can see the
You can
headlights.
just see the headlights.
They
Yes,
work.
the rest of Mount Panorama is very, very, very dark. As a matter of fact, they're lining them up literally just before the kink that takes you under the bridge, and then from there you will turn left onto the main straight. They're not going to let them do their entire track. As a matter of fact, they're basically, in other words, lined up there on the Conrad Straight. That's where they are lined up. That's the way it was the last time we had an Enduro for one of our midweek races. So I'm looking to see if that's going to be more or less the same. I do believe that is heading down the last part of the Conrad Straight, and then they'll be turning left, and then they'll be turning right, and then they'll be going into what's known as, yep, that's it. That's heading now towards Murray's Corner. That's the final corner, and we wait for the lights to go green, and 6 hours of Bathurst will be underway. Lights are red. And well, according to what we see, we are underway here at the Mount Panorama as they work their way now. That's a pit exit there on the left-hand side. Now they start climbing the hill, heading towards the mountain side of Mount Panorama. And it is the two Mercedes-Benz cars of Mitchell and Familiaris for Durant Motorsport that sit out there in P1 and P2. Then in that third position is Luke Lucchese. The whole bunch of them are busy working their way now through the mountain area. It's around about here that it starts to get very, very tricky. Remember, they are now literally heading towards the top of the mountain as the chopper view shows them there, racing around the top part of Mount Panorama between that heavily forested trees there on Mount Panorama. And you'll know when they get towards the end of the top part of Mount Panorama, then they'll start working their way down that Conrad Straight. But right now they're busy working their way through the highest part of Mount Panorama.
Jean van Rensburg finds himself very close up against the wall as he traversed that very tight right-hander. So let's go back towards the front end of the field. It's Byron Mitchell, the Durant Motorsport entry, that leads them out with a Mercedes-Benz. His teammate Julian Familiaris in that second position. Luke Lucchese, I think, frankly, he's going to try and split these two straight off and force them to run two different strategies. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
Well, that's his whole intention as they work their way down the Conrad Straight. We ride aboard here with Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchese, sitting first in class and third overall, heading now towards that left-right kink, and then going into Murray's Corner. That's the last corner. There's the home straight. There's the pits on their left-hand side as they work their way now into turn number one, and Luke Lucchese is still there all over the back end of the Mercedes-Benz, the AMG Mercedes-Benz of second place man Familiaris, and right ahead of him is overall leader Byron Mitchell.
Fastest lap times been put up there by Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese. Is Julian Familiaris trying to back Luke Lucchese up a little bit to get a bit of a gap for Byron Mitchell? They've worked as teammates before, but I think at this stage of the fight, it's going to be pretty much get the hammer down and push as hard as you can. We know that Luke Lucchese likes to coast and run as light as possible on juice as he can, and then try and make up an extra lap on each pit stop, or even up to 2 on a cycle of pit stops as such. So very, very possible that this time around he's not actually going to do that. He's going to sit with them and just keep the pressure on them pound for pound. Remember, he's got Francois Joubert, one of the best masters, that is with him as he closes right up, and he must say he's brilliant in the darkness.
Well, he will not want to see that word that you see on the back of that Mercedes-Benz there, namely Durant Motorsport Geelong. That's the Falcon Corner. That is the final turn before you start running it down the Conrad Straight. Under the Jim Beam Bridge they go now. This is as flat out as it gets down the Conrad Straight as they head towards the end of the lap. And he will want to drive a wedge, as I said earlier on, between those two AMG GT Mercedes-Benz cars of Durant Motorsport. Is looking on the outside. He had a quick squiz on the outside to show Familiaris that I am right there. There's Jean van Rensburg, and he is 0.5 of a second behind Stephen Duplessis, and he's 6.5 seconds behind Peter van der Spey. But we go back to Luke Lucchese of Team Pantera Racing. Byron Mitchell was the quickest man out there. It's now, well, in his class he is. Luke Lucchese has done a 2:03.7, so he's the fastest man in his class is Luke Lucchese, but he is all over the back end, as you can see on screen there, on that Mercedes-Benz of Familiaris.
But have a look just one stop further back. There we go, the car in the middle of your screen right now. That is Jacques Buerter, and Jacques Buerter is not letting him get away either. He's very much on song with the guys up front and making sure that they don't get away. So he's turning this whole battle completely inside out. That car you see in front of him, that is Luke Lucchese. Just in front of Luke is Julian Familiaris, and the car that's just disappeared around the corner, that is Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell with Jason Kutsia, the Ironman, in the last race that we saw Jason, he had a bit of a rough one. He was not 100% on song. Oh, Jacques Buerter just nibbling up against that curbstone. So Jason Kutsia has got a point to make now with Byron Mitchell that's leading it out. Julian Familiaris is in with, we haven't seen him on the screen yet, but it's probably going to be Umpi Swart. Then Luke Lucchese is going to have Francois Joubert in there with him, and there's no doubt that that's going to be a very, very competent duo that's going to be out there. So Jacques Buerter is holding on a very, very neatly at this stage. The fight is not letting them get away whatsoever, and he's got the super quick Zach Foster that's going to be in there with him as well. Going a little bit further down, Willem Buerter, second in class at the moment, and that is in the Masters class. He's got the comeback kid, Robbie Teams. He's going to be his pitmate with the Gazoo Racing outfit. Then fifth on circuit, and Raymond Duggan is fourth in class and sixth on circuit. And in fact, Raymond Duggan just made the move. Raymond Duggan has passed Willem Buerter. Let's see how that one looked. That actual passing maneuver. Oh, that's because the car's gone into the pit. So, wow, we've got somebody into the pit lane already. Willem Buerter that has entered the pit lane. That's a very, very early in. And I don't see any incidents for Willem Buerter either, as Willem Buerter is now dropping down and he's there into the pit lane. A very slow run up the pit lane. Oh, you can just see everybody just piling past him as he comes and stops it there in the pit lane. So that was not a happy situation for him, not whatsoever. As we go back to the front end of the field, Byron Mitchell, and is Julian Familiaris creating a backup? No, he's not. He's staying within 0.7 of a second of Byron Mitchell. Luke Lucchese is just doing a mirror on the two of them. He's I don't believe he's actually trying to do the passing maneuver. Now, Luke Lucchese, if he gets a chance to go past, he definitely will. But Jacques Buerter, wow, what a brilliant drive so far by Jacques Buerter. Third in class, but being able to hold on to that pace at the front, that is very, very, very fast pace that he's running there. Let's have a look at their last lap times. Bringing the intervals again at 2:03.261 for Byron Mitchell in his class, and then Luke Lucchese at 2:03.3. So literally a tenth between the two of them. Jacques Buerter 2:03.7, so only 4/10 slower than Luke Lucchese. And there you can see the three together, and there comes Jacques Buerter. Jacques has now got himself a decent sized gap from the man behind him, which is Raymond Duggan. That's fifth out on track and fourth in class. That's Raymond Duggan. It almost looks like it's getting a little bit lighter already. No, it's because of the headlights that it looks like that. So Julian from the iRSA is now closing on the back end of Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, there's 5/10 of a second between the two of them. Luke Lucchese is still out there in that third place. There, he is all over the back of those two Mercs. And in turn, he's been hassled there by Jacques Buerter. Jacques Buerter's not letting the combination of Mitchell and Familiaris, and even for that matter, Luke Lucchese, get away from him. That's Jacques Buerter and the team heaped together again. Ferrari, and he is out there in Ferrari number 9, and that's first, second, and third on the screen. That's there just ahead of fourth place man Jacques Buerter as they work their way through the top part of Mount Panorama. It's very, very difficult out there. I would have thought by now that the guys would have been making lots of accidents out there, but they've basically kept it together. There's been a few incidents out on track, but not too much, and that's first, second, third, and fourth. There's Clinton Besaidnout, busy making his way through Clint, and it looks Clinton Besaidnout as we show there. That's a replay of Besaidnout getting it all wrong, and that is one of the few incidents that I spoke about that had happened out there on the track so far, and that was the one involving Clinton Besaidnout.
And that is him then going into the pit lane directly thereafter, so the amount of damage that there was definitely an issue for that car to be able to run at full pace. Jacques Buerter doing a lovely job turning a three-way battle into a four-way battle for us at the front end of the field.
Yeah, Jacques Buerter is right on the back end there of Luke Lucchese. Luke Lucchese leading class and sitting third overall, exactly where he wants to be for now. That's that BMW there of Luke Lucchese. Right now he's achieved, or so far has achieved his first goal, and that is to lead the Masters category. And he wants to be right there. He's got the right teammate with him, has Luke Lucchese. He's got François Hubert. So the two of them will obviously wanting to win the Masters, and of course give these two drivers all sorts of help. But by now the word's been going around in the week that Lucchese wants the right teammate to have a go at the Durant Motorsport, and you can bet your bottom dollar that the Durant Motorsport guys and their captain Garth de Villiers knows exactly what Lucchese's ideas are, and they'll love it because it'll mean that there is some competition coming for them.
Looking back from Luke Lucchese, the man that just achieved the fastest overall lap time, that's Jacques Buerter. He's 1.1 off the back end of Luke Lucchese. First, second, third, and then behind that there's your fourth position. So that's the front four. Let's look a little bit further back. Fifth out on track and fourth overall in class is Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan, we know, can be pretty quick, and he's got the somewhat accomplished Corne Briet alongside him as well. 7 seconds further back from Jacques Buerter, but leading out the best of the rest.
Yeah, that is Raymond Duggan. He's in that elite class. He's Duggan in that Ferrari. And then 11.4 seconds behind him is Jan Sparmers. Jan Sparmers racing out in the 000 car. And Jan Sparmers for Team Heap Together Links was at Killarney International Raceway last weekend in the Paybar Volkswagen GTI Challenge. And when I saw the name Jan Sparmers, I thought to myself, surely it must be the same Jan Sparmers that does iRacing. And Jaco Steyn gave us confirmation early on this afternoon that it is indeed the very same Jan Sparmers that you see there in the 000 Audi, making his way around, and he was the man that raced at Killarney last weekend in the Paybar VW Challenge. So lovely to see him out there on track. Then Stephen Duplessis is in the elite class. He's Duplessis, and he's 2.4 seconds behind Jan Sparmers.
In there behind that, that's a pretty close ice state. Then our next man is Stephen Duplessis. From behind him is Jean van Rensburg. He finds himself 6th in class and 8th overall out on circuit. And then 3rd, a nice drive so far that's happening here, is Peter van der Spey. Peter van der Spey finds himself 3rd in class, always very, very smooth. And he's got the super quick Graham Stephen that's going to be joining up with him. So Jan Spammers, when he hands over to Jaco Foster, you'll probably find that it's going to be Graham Stephen that's going to go one-on-one for him, and that will be for 2nd and 3rd position overall. You can see Luke Lucchese is already 12 seconds away from the best of the Masters guys, but Luke Lucchese, he's got a problem, and that problem is called Durant Motorsport, and he's got a second problem. It's called Jacques Butter, because Jacques Butter has now come to play. I think Julian is pushing now onto the back of Byron and using the slipstream, because he's being pushed by Luke. So I think Byron's actually got them racked and stacked right now. He's going to have to go some. I think Julian might actually go for the pass on because of the pressure from Luke Lucchese. Yep, and there we go.
Yeah, it's happened. Familiaris has taken that lead away there from Byron Mitchell. And this is all, look at Lucchese. Lucchese is right there. There is nothing between Lucchese. There's a 10th of a second between Lucchese and Mitchell, as a matter of fact. And then hot on his heels, 6/10 of a second between Lucchese and the man behind him, Jacques Butter. These four guys, well, nobody's told them that this is a 6 hour sponsored by Microfusion Business IT and a service provider. They are doing this 6 hour like it is a sprint race at this point in time. So it is literally game on between Familiaris, Mitchell, Lucchese, and Butter.
Butter, I think, is the most impressive of the lot at this stage of the fight. We know how good Julian, Byron, and Luke is, but Jacques Butter driving away from everybody else, and Raymond Duggan, also one of the frequent flyers, finds himself 9 seconds further back. Irrespective of classes, just going on brute pace as such. Oh dear, Peter van der Spey has gone into the pits.
Yeah, van der Spey making his way into the pits there for Master G-Force Junkies.
I think he actually lost it into the pit lane.
Well, yeah, well, definitely you can see by the way he's trying to rectify that there is a problem out there. He's on the grass. He's not in the pit lane. It's hard to pick up there in the dark exactly where these guys are, but he's definitely not in the pit lane. But yeah, he has had some kind of a problem. Let's have a look at the replay of Peter van der Spey.
He must have spun it on the exit of the corner, and that ended up in the pit lane exit area. Yeah, turn number 1.
Yeah.
And he was then trying to turn it around, and obviously he's got the lights coming towards you, trying to do a 3-point turn. Wow, doesn't that eat up time? And Peter van der Spey was going very, very well. And that now drops to where they were 3rd in class. Oh, and then up against the wall on the far side, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And eventually he gets it going, and now finds himself 6th overall in class and quite a long way back. Is the car looking to handle okay? Well, the steering wheel is pretty centered. Yeah, looks like it's all good. No permanent damage that we can notice on the car as Jacques Butter continues to pummel the back bumper of Luke Lucchese.
Yeah, Jacques Butter is crowding the back end there of Luke Lucchese. That's Lucchese, and then that is Jacques Butter in that number 9 car, right in there behind him. Jacques Butter in the lead Ferrari. 8 seconds behind him is Raymond Duggan, and that is the other Ferrari. They are the top 2 Ferraris at this point in time, sitting in P4 and 5 overall on track. And we still ride here with Butter, 1.8 seconds between himself and Luke Lucchesi as they work their way through the mountain area of Mount Panorama. It'll be a lot easier the moment the sun starts to come up here at Bathurst. So the guys working their way around. It's pitch black dark behind those cars. Jacques Buerta still there in that fourth position overall, and that BMW, that the yellow and red BM, how do you know it? It could be, it's actually white, red and blue. It's you can pick it up there with the lights of Buerta's Ferrari, as he is literally all over the back of him. But now Luke Lucchesi will probably have to go into, yeah, I can see that he's going into defensive mode at this point in time, and by going into defensive mode, Durant Motorsport boys will say thank you very much, Jacques Buerta, because you are now doing us a heck of a favor due to the fact that you are crowding the back end of the Lucchesi BM.
I think that Jacques Buerta is not really worried about Luke Lucchesi as such. He wants to make sure that Julian Familiares, Byron Mitchell, Durant Motorsport don't get away at the front as such, and then he can't go and fetch them. So I think it's pretty much a self-preservation type mode that he's in with this one as we go on board with Luke Lucchesi. There's the two Durant Motorsport cars, and look up alongside him. Nope, he just dropped off there now. He had the Jacques Buerta car up and alongside him, and he managed to get away.
You can see in his wing mirror, that left-hand side wing mirror,
yes,
or side mirror, whatever you want to call it. We in Motorsport tend to call it wing mirrors. There you can see Buerta's lights right there in that side mirror of Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing, and he will be watching his rearview mirrors to keep him behind. But this has changed the whole face of this race for now, because now Mitchell is 1.4 seconds ahead there of Lucchesi, and from attack mode, Lucchesi is now gone into defensive mode to keep Buerta behind him.
Well, let's look at the last lap times. They put up a 203.8 to 203.2. So Byron closing on the back of Julian in defense mode at 204.2, and going from attack mode to dropping slightly back to 204.6 for Jacques Buerta. Although all of them still quicker than Raymond Duggan, who is 5th overall out on track, and everybody else is slower than that. So pretty much the order that they are is from fastest to slowest right now. And Andre Steenkamp has had a bit of an issue. Let's see what happened to Andre Steenkamp. There was quite a bit of pressure from behind, going onto the track limits, and how does he bring it back onto the circuit? With great difficulty. The lights just keep on coming and keep on coming and keep on coming, and eventually gets it back on track. So that dropped him down probably the better part of 3 seconds in total with that.
So back to reality again with Luke Lucchesi, that is there in that fourth position. Lucchesi's lost out. Jacques Buerta's gone through. Jacques Buerta's made the move there on Luke Lucchesi, and Lucchesi still leads class, but he sits a 4th overall. I think I saw Lucchesi runs. There we go, and that's there on the last corner before you start going down the Conrad Straight, and that is there where Lucchesi got it wrong.
So obviously trying to now make up that position. So all of a sudden you have a situation where the fastest of the Masters drops out of the top 3, being Luke Lucchesi. So Raymond Duggan is now the man that splits Luke Lucchesi and Jan Sparmers. If we go to the classes as such, you'll see there Luke Lucchesi still leading out 11 seconds, and then Willem Buerta is a little bit further back behind Jan Sparmers, and Mike Berrier not that far behind them either.
Yeah, well, I like that split there, because you see Elite and you see Masters, and the battle box gives you the overall where they are on track. So that is pretty awesome. This one that Gary's putting up there for us. There's Luke Lucchesi, the man that is now sitting in 4th place overall, but still leading the Masters.
See, Frankie, look at his last lap time, 206.626. That's because of touching the barrier and then straightening it out and getting going again, which was where Jacques Buerta made the difference and got through into 3rd out on circuit and 3rd overall in class. Then if you look at the lap times on the last lap, Jan Spammers, Willem Botha, Mike Verrier, all the way through Peter van der Spey as well, they are all lapping consecutively slower and slower and slower than the one behind them. So it looks like it's pretty much a team game being played at this stage of the fight. Stephen du Plessis has just had an incident.
Well, we'll have a look at Stephen du Plessis out there in the elite class. Stephen in the BMW does a swapper right on that final corner where you see that Falcon tire board. That is the last corner on top of the mountain before you start heading down the Conrad Straight.
Now, during the driver's briefing, there was a discussion about if you are in the mountain pass and something goes wrong, don't do 3 or 4 or 5 point turns to try and get yourself in the right direction. Always try and be aware of how far the next person is behind you. And then if there's enough space, you can then try and do a 3 or a 4 point turn. I must say, Stephen du Plessis immediately clicked back to pits, which took him off the circuit, placed him back in the pit lane. You lose the towing time, but you don't affect anybody else's race. So well done to Stephen du Plessis from that. As Janneman Priest, that's going to be doing the massively long stint with Stephen Koenig doing commentating duties for the virtual GT3 SA series, and he stuck it into the wall pretty very heavily, and he also did the right thing and jumped straight back to pits, going back to the front end of the field.
Yeah, the man that leads there is Familiaris, and he is a second ahead there of Byron Mitchell. That's the overall gaps that you're seeing there between the drivers. Jacques Botha is 3.7 seconds behind Familiaris. As we look at Luc Lucchesi out there on track, and he is just over 5 seconds, Lucchesi, behind Familiaris. That's the gaps all the way from first right down to last. As a matter of fact, there you can see Andre Steenkamp is 47 seconds behind Familiaris at this point in time. But there you have a look at Luc Lucchesi, and I'm sure the interval between Lucchesi and Botha will be getting smaller.
0.56.
At this point in time, I'm seeing the gaps between the guys that are further down and the leader. The interval times will show us the gaps between Botha and Lucchesi.
Well, if you look at the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see Luc Lucchesi. There's no lap time alongside him. That's because he's leader of the class, and there is 4/10 of a second between himself and the man in front of him, Jacques Botha. So, Julian Familiaris says gap, and then next to Luc Lucchesi, it doesn't give the gap there, but that is visually 0.45 of a second. As let's go right on board and see what that looks like from inside as they go into the mountain.
Yeah, there is not much, and as I said, he's now making a comeback there. Is Lucchesi on Botha, so the BMW has got missile lock there on that Ferrari. As we ride aboard the Team Pantera Racing's Luc Lucchesi, 0.6 of a second between himself and Botha. That's the front right-hand side wheel assembly of Luc, and that shows you exactly how close Luc Lucchesi is putting that BMW up against the wall on the top end of a Mount Panorama through that twiddly bits. And there's that Ferrari right there in front of him. He's pretty intense. That part that they just went through there, the brake lights come on. That's to the Falcon corner. That is the last turn. Now it is through the gearbox and on the loud pedal. It's hammer time now for these guys down the Conrad Straight. Under the Jim Beam Bridge they go. As he is weaving around.
Right,
He's Jacques Botha. Well, you can weave around once. You can't weave around all the time. And trust me, Lucchesi will be screaming and shouting on his headsets at this point in time, saying, this guy is weaving around in front of me. But that's trying to put Lucchesi off. And why is he doing this? Because he's now feeling the pressure of Luc Lucchesi all over the back end of that Ferrari. So he's now trying to play mind games there with the Luc, because he realizes he's been severely pressurized, and his third place overall is now under attack there from Lucchesi.
We're going to take a short break as we almost a half an hour into this race. A big thanks to Microfusion, Business IT, and service providers being the sponsor of the prize money for this event. Right, folks, we're back with you, and from the Second Gear Studios, Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions running from the same studio. Microfusion, business, IT, and service providers, our sponsor for today. So, Frankie, before we have another close look to see exactly who is where, we've had Stephen Duplessis had a bit of an incident. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, Stephen Duplessis out there in the elite class in the BMW, working his way into that last corner. And that last corner on top of the mountain has caught out quite a few drivers today, including Stephen Duplessis.
And then he had another incident after that.
Yeah, Stephen Duplessis once again on top of the mountain. Let's have a look and see where that 5 BMW had a bit of a problem.
Hopefully not the same. Oh,
No,
yeah, one
no.
corner before.
Yeah, that's there by the tire power corner. And that has caused him another problem out there on top of the mountain. So issues out there for Stephen Duplessis, but there was also a problem out there for this man, Luke Lucchesi, as the tail stepped out on the Pantera Racing BMW of Luke Lucchesi, and he lost the position in that to Raymond Duggan, and he dropped down there behind Raymond Duggan. That is another replay of him. That's him taking, I think that's him taking that position back from Raymond Duggan. I'll have a look and see, because before we went to the replays, he was all over the back end of Raymond Duggan. So I think, yes, it is. That is the overtaking maneuver. He's past the Ferrari of Duggan, so he has moved back up into that 4th position. Yes, he has, and he sits in there now just behind Jacques Porta. As you can see on your screen, he has overtaken Raymond Duggan. Still leading class is Luke Lucchesi, but he has moved back up into that 4th place overall. But there are the Durant Motorsport boys sitting in P1 and P2, Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell, and there's 0.5 of a second between Familiaris and Mitchell for Durant Motorsport 9 and Durant Motorsport 10. Mitchell is in Durant Motorsport 9 and Familiaris is in Durant Motorsport 10. Jacques Porta is there in that 3rd position. He's 3.5 seconds behind those two Mercs as he's trying to hunt them down. And then Raymond Duggan is sitting out there in that 4th position overall in class. Luke Lucchesi leads his class, and he's 4.8 seconds behind Jan Sparmers. That is second in the Masters category. Jan Sparmers in the Lamborghini, I think it is. Earlier on I said that it was the Audi. They look very much the same in the dark, but you can see on the car's logo that it is definitely not an Audi that Jan Sparmers is in. And then Gary rounding off 3rd in the Masters, 16 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi is Willem Botha in the BMW. And those are the 3 drivers sitting 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Masters. Lucchesi from Sparmers from Willem Botha.
Doing a pretty decent job also out there is Mike Berry. Remember, Mike Berry came off the back of the pack. He likes, for whatever reason, to come off the back of the pack and see how far he can work his way up. He's 16 seconds behind Willem Botha. Willem Botha, a total of 16 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi as such. So equidistant from 1st to 3rd, as opposed to the gap between 3rd and 4th. Andre Steenkamp, having had that off earlier on, finds himself 5th in class and 12th out on circuit. And Andre Steenkamp will be having the man from tipcars.co.za, Herman Lazarus, will be the man that will be taking that car over. Now the next thing is, we've been running for 37 minutes so far. I'm going to guess, and this is a wild guess, around about 52 to 53 minutes is when these cars are going to be looking to get some fuel and maybe tires as well.
Well, yeah, you could be right, Gary. We'll have to look and see. I think, yeah, anything from about 50 minutes on. I think these cars are a lot, well, I know these cars are a lot less thirsty than the LMP2 cars. I do see a car cruising down pit lane though, 38 minutes into the race, and that is Stephen Duplessis for Duco Racing, and he is making his way now into the pit lane, 38 and a half minutes done, and Duplessis is in the pit area. Now let's have a look and see, will he hand over to Mario Kowos for a routine pit stop, or is he in there because he's got some kind of a problem?
That was probably. I think you're sitting on 50 seconds already.
So that is a refuel, and that is the first of his routine pit stops. So will he come out, or will he hand over to Mario Kowos? We'll have a look and see, as we see him still there in the pits. But
That must be repairing.
yeah, I think so, because he's been in there for 70 seconds already, as he brings the BMW out. This is a replay of
Let's just see how odd the accident was. That's a pretty big indication.
well, he's had problems out there. Remember, we saw 2 replays of him.
See, there you got whacked on the front door.
Yeah.
That's probably then to sort out some of the damage that he has on the motorcar.
So let's go have a look and see what's happening at the sharp end of the field. The elites are still being led there by Familiaris, and he is 5/10 of a second in there behind, or should I say ahead of Byron Mitchell. As all of a sudden our leaderboard swaps around and puts the Masters ahead of the elites. But that's no problem. We still got Julian and Byron that is sitting in P1 and P2, and then 3.3 seconds behind them is Jacques Botha, that is there in that 3rd position.
He can actually see them. They're not that far ahead of him at this stage of the fight, and I think that's his marker, is to try and keep them in sight. As you go through the mountain, you're going to battle to pick them up. Now, see, that's very, very short straights, but once he finishes 2 corners from now, there you can see them in front, and that's the last corner going down into the Conrad Straight under the Jim Beam Bridge. And yeah, that is the people that he wants to catch. Let's have a look at their lap times on the last lap that they did now. Wow, starting to push the boundary inside a 2:03 for Luke Lucchesi, but going to the battle that we're looking at, a 2:03.0, a 2:03.1, and a 2:02.846. Jacques Botha is closing on the last lap. Jacques Botha is closing.
Yeah, he's closing on Byron Mitchell, but believe it or not, Luke Lucchesi is the quickest man out there with a 2:02.744. So Lucchesi is quicker than both the Durant Motorsport drivers. They did a 2:03.3 and a 2:03 dead. Familiaris and Mitchell on their last lap, and as I said, Luke on the last lap was the fastest man out there. So Luke Lucchesi is settling down, and he is going to make a comeback now. How far ahead is he on Jacques Botha? Well, we'll have a look and see. Remember that they are all elites except for Luke. The elites are sitting 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Luke sits 4th overall, and he is the leader of the Masters, and he would like to close that gap there. I think he's about 16 seconds. Yes, correct.
Jacques Botha. So that's going to make for pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's 16 seconds between Lucchesi and the man that he will then probably lap, and that will be Stephen Duplessis.
The next twist is the next man out on track. Jan Spalmers, just inside of 11 seconds further back is Jan Spalmers and his teammate, Jaco Forster.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick combination. That 000 car has got blue around it, which means that they are racing in the Masters category, and they are sitting 5th overall, and they are 2nd in the Masters. Is that the 000 team heap together Lynx motor car, the Lamborghini of these two guys. Is it the Lamborghini? I think so, Gary. It's hard to pick up that car color scheme.
I think
don't
that is a
know.
Lamborghini.
It's
It's
very
a Porsche.
No. It's not a Porsche. Heck, it could be. I don't know. It's very hard. That car itself seems to be a grey color, and in the gloom, you really cannot pick up. I think you're right. I think it might give. Have a look at that badge. Yes. I first thought it was an Audi, then it looked like a Lamborghini, but it is definitely a Porsche that these guys are in. Yes, it is. They are in a Porsche, that's for sure. So now that we eventually, it took us nearly 45 minutes to figure it out in the dark, but they are definitely out there in a Porsche.
Have a look at that Raymond Duggan incident. He came very hot over the top of the hill, couldn't make the next corner, and touched up against the barrier. So not a train smash, but because of the traffic coming, he jumped back to the pits eventually, as he saw there's lights coming and he's trying to do a 3-point turn, and eventually he did go and jump back to pits, and then we saw him coming out of the pits, but that was quite a long stop that he had. If I've got it correct, 2 minutes 34 in total. So that keeps then in mind the towing time that you've got. Going back to the classes as such, Jan Spammers, remember we said just under 10 seconds, it's now 12 seconds, and that is because Luke Lucchese is doing 202.984 on the last lap, and that means that he's closing on Julian Familiaris once again to within a tenth of a second. Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell, the two teammates, and well, there's nothing much in it, but Jacques Porter is going to be the thorn not only in Luke Lucchese's side, but also in the Durant Motorsport camp as well.
Yeah, Jacques Porter, that's the man we're looking at there in car number 9. He is sitting third overall in the elites, and his last lap was 203.102 there for Jacques Porter in the Ferrari, as he is trying to launch a comeback there at the Durant Motorsport guys that are still sitting first and second, but Porter is the quickest man out there, and the fastest lap at 202.547 for Jacques Porter. Luke Lucchese's done a 202.9, and now Porter on a 202.5. He is the fastest man out there, and he is closing that gap there on the two Mercedes-Benz cars that you can see ahead of him are Familiaris and Mitchell.
Andre Steenkamp at the back end of the Masters, lapping quicker than what Mike Berrier is at the moment, but he's still got about 6 seconds that he's got to catch up to be able to break into that fourth position. It's very interesting to see how Jacques Porter is running at this stage of the fight. He's changing this into a whole new dimension. The two Durant Motorsport cars, the only two Mercedes out there, very, very evenly matched. They've obviously done their practices and setups and what they do quietly on the sideline, that nobody realized that maybe the Mercs can be blindingly quick on a long-term setup. But Jacques Porter, the first of the 488 Ferraris out there, 202.547, that's very, very quick. And even Luke Lucchese was 6 tenths slower than that on the last lap. Frankly, once he gets a little bit closer, you're going to find he's going to start picking up the slipstream of these two cars down the Conrad Straight, and that's going to be where he's going to close onto.
No, there's like 1.6 seconds between Mitchell and Porter. You can have a look at that battle box. You can see 1.6. Mitchell is there ahead of Porter. He's 2.2 behind Familiaris, but he's 1.5 now behind Mitchell is Porter, as they're picking up back markers. They're picking up, I think that's Van der Spy. Yes, it is. That's a Peter Van der Spy that they're putting a lap on there. Familiaris, Mitchell and Porter just dumping a lap there on Peter Van der Spy.
Into 1.6 seconds. Is that close enough to start picking up the toe? Keep an eye on the right hand bottom of the screen. Byron Mitchell 1.59 from Jacques Porter 1.6. Nope, he's not close enough. He's actually a little bit slower coming out of the corner, and you'll see that's 0.05 of a second that he has lost up that first straightaway before they go up into the mountain.
So the question is, will it be 3 out of 3 for Durant Motorsport? Well, we're gonna stick around and find out for you. You've only done, nearly 50 minutes in this one. So it's a long way to go, that's for sure. Big thanks to Microfusion, business, IT, and service provider. This is a replay at the Yakustein, and just losing it there is Yakustein in car 88. And he will find his way back out onto the track once again. That's the same replay there of Yaku with that car. He's just stepping slightly out of line.
Then we've got John van Rensburg that's gone into the pit. So is that the first of the pit calls, or is that to fix up damage?
Yeah, he's the teammate of Marius Pretorius. So we're back on board here with Jacques Botha again. Jacques Botha sitting in that third position overall. Is Botha and is 1.7 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. But the two Durant Motorsport boys are busy doing a stunning job at this point in time. Remember that the Mitchell-Kutsia combination won both of the previous two that we've had, and the Familiaris Swart combination finished both the two previous events in that second position. Right now it is the Familiaris / Swart combination that is ahead there of the Mitchell / Kutsia combination, both for Durant Motorsport.
Frankie, I can't say that Jacques Botha's really stood out so far in the endurance racing. So, yeah, this is a brilliant showing by him, and he's now got himself a little bit closer. It's now 0.6 of a second between Byron Mitchell and the Junior Familiaris. So definitely Byron Mitchell starting to turn the wick up just a little bit as Jacques Botha is desperately trying to close. He's back to 1.7, 1.8 seconds. And I think that's because the two Mercs are towing one another along the main straight. And I think that's what's going to make the difference. At this stage of the fight, Jacques Botha somehow needs to eke out a couple of extra meters to pick up the tow, as what's going to happen now with Byron Mitchell on the tail end of June from the RX.
Look, this is going to be a very quick team. Jacques Botha, his teammate is Zach Foster, and these two guys are not going to hang around, that's for sure. They're going to go after Durant Motorsport. Remember, it's 6 hours here at Bathurst, Mount Panorama, and it's going to be very tricky to concentrate for 6 hours going up and down the mountain, that's for sure, especially this stint in the dark. There is Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi is sitting first in the Masters category, and he's 16 seconds ahead of Jan Sparmers. He's Luke Lucchesi, but Luke wants to go, and he wants to get back his mojo that he lost there in the early part of this 51 minutes that we are on, when he lost out to Botha, then made a mistake, and then Duggan got past him. He took that place back from the Raymond Duggan Ferrari, and sits still there in that fourth position, but a comfortable lead over Jan Sparmers by just over 16 seconds.
Mike Berrier coming up there behind Doug Faber. Faber lying fifth in class, and fourth in class, should I say. Doug Faber with the Yakustein. Remember, Yakustein had the off, so he's now catching the tail end, and a 205.0 as opposed to a 204.5, so half a second quicker was Mike Berrier than Doug Faber on the last lap. Now he's right in there where he needs to be, and that toe should be what he needs to get past.
Yeah, you can see them nose to tail there. There goes Doe, and right behind him is Dr. Mike Verrier, the 8-ball 24/7 and Sujin Properties outfit, also connected to Rico Barla Racing, is Dr. Mike Verrier, the man from Neisner, from the Southern Cape, as he goes into Murray's Corner. That is the final corner on the track, and then down the home straight into turn one. If I'm not mistaken, Gary, I think turn one is referred to as the hell. And then they go, reason why? Because that's exactly where you're heading to. When you go up Mount Panorama, it is hell on wheels going up through that mountain section. Doug Gerber busy weaving slightly there from side to side. There he moves again. just trying to put off the dock, but he knows that the Mike Verrier is right all over the back end of his BMW.
Well, Mike now must be slowly but surely getting closer without getting too close to Doughaber, because if he gets too close, it's very difficult to judge your entry and brake markers into the corners. But we've seen before, 0.4 is a little bit much in terms of the Conrad straight if you want to get in underneath somebody's back bumper and actually go for the passing maneuver. He's right there where he wants to be. He's just 0.2 of a second. So I think Mike Verrier is setting himself up to do a pass on Doughaber. It's two different classes, but the difference is that he's 31 seconds behind Willem Botha and needs to get through there kind of quick.
Yeah, he is going to have to go look at Luke Lucchesi. He's the quickest man out there with a 202.3. Familiaris did a 202.8. Byron has done a PB there of 202.7. Jacques Botha is the quickest man, or the second quickest guy out there. Now, Jacques Botha in the elite is the quickest man. He's a 202.475. So he's got the fastest lap there for elite. Luke has got the quickest lap for masters and the fastest lap overall with a 202.3. So Lucchesi is on a move as we ride here with the doc himself, Mike Verrier. And Doughaber moves into the pits. Doughaber, 55 minutes almost done. Gerber puts that BMW in pit lane.
Well, that's probably the first of the normal, if we can call it that, pit stops. It's try and get a feel for how long a pit stop is going to be, taking into consideration that you go into the pit lane just as you enter the last corner, and you come out of the pit lane just as you go out of the turn number 1 and take that rise towards the long straight up towards the base end of the mountain as such. So you'll probably find that time in pits is going to be kind of excessive once the guys are in there 42, 43, 44 seconds. I see Hancock's is now climbing into that motor car.
Yeah, Jeff Hancock has taken over here from Doughaber in that 69 BMW for Team Tryhard Racing iRSA GT3, and they will be coming out on circuit pretty soon. So yeah, with Jeff Hancock's climbing into that car, 55 minutes done. And Gary, you predicted early on round about 50 to 55 minutes, and you were, well, spot on as Janneman Prius. That's a replay there of Janneman Prius just stepping out of line and clipping that barriers there. Janneman will be doing a major stint. His teammate is Stephen Koenig, and he's got other duties to perform today. And then he will be joining Janneman Prius as we look at Jeff Hancock's now making his way out of the pits. He took over that BMW from Doughaber.
That was a very, very long pit stop. Sure. There must have been damage that they were fixing on the motor car as well. Well, if you think about it, it's 6 hours. You've only done not even an hour of the race so far. So any damage that you've got at the moment now is going to manifest itself and just take time out lap for lap for an extended period of time. You can just as well go in and get it done.
Well, this is interesting. This is Swys Hubert that's going to be lapped by the man that you're riding on board with, the Familiaris, down the Conrad Straight. He's not going to give any resistance to him at all. He's just going to say to him, just make the move there and go through, because we're not racing in the same class in any case. And that means that Mitchell will dive through on him as well. A suicidal move there by Byron Mitchell. But they've both gone and put a lap there on Swys Hubert, not racing in the same class. So Swys will not give them any hassles. But right behind Swys is Jacques Botha, and he himself makes his way into pit lane with 57 minutes done. Botha brings that, is that the Ferrari? Yes, it is, into pit lane.
So what does Luke Lucchesi do at this stage of the fight? Luke Lucchesi follows through. So Luke Lucchesi, was he doing lift and coast? No, probably not, because he's gone in fact, before Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell have gone into the pits. So Jacques Botha's in there, and you see he's already standing. Luc Lucchesi is still working his way up to his pit spot. It'll be interesting to see exactly how long they're going to be standing there. The next man in class is Willem Botha. Willem Botha decides it's time to dive into the pits. What does Mike Berrier do? Mike Berrier keeps on trucking. He's on his way up the straight already. And then a little bit further behind him is going to be Andre Steenkamp. Andre Steenkamp finds himself a long way back from Mike Berrier. And, well, I think he's going to have to push pretty hard to make a plane to get through from there.
Right, that's the cheapercars.co.za entry there of Andre Steenkamp. Luc Lucchesi is in the pits. Willem Botha is in the pits. The guys are beginning to move out the pit. Jacques Botha is busy making his way towards the pit exit. That was that Ferrari just saw moving past Luc Lucchesi towards the pit exit. So the guys are beginning to pit. Well, we reckoned around about 55 minutes. That's what Gary predicted. So just under an hour. And the first round of pit stops has now started as Andre Steenkamp makes his way now into pit lane.
So Andre, fifth overall out there, out on circuit. And Andre Steenkamp will he hand over now after literally a couple of seconds short of an hour. If he does hand over, it's going to be to Herman Lazarus. So let's keep an eye. Oh, hold on a second. Look who's coming into pits. Judith from the iRSA and Byron Mitchell are entering the pit lane. Jan Spammers, who has not yet had a stop, would be the next man to come around. Where is Jan Spammers?
Gary, sorry to interrupt you. This is going to be interesting stuff. They brought both Durant Motorsport drivers in. That means they're going to stack them. That probably means they're going to stack them.
No, they've got
or
separate
have they got
pits.
two separate pit boxes?
Yep.
Yes, they have. Okay.
Two separate
Because
pits.
to stack them would be suicidal.
Yeah, no, definitely. You can't afford to do that. Not in this form of motorsport, and not in Formula One either. Stacking is something which the guys, for all in Formula One, are very much against, because the cars are so blindingly quick. 2 seconds at the pace that those cars can go is a long, long way. It's a country mile out there on the circuit. So Byron Mitchell and Junior from the RS, who is going to try and undercut? Are they going to stick in the same positions as what they were? Byron Mitchell, Junior from the RS, nobody changing drivers yet. They're both standing there. Byron Mitchell in the pits, and next one to come in is in fact Jan Spammers.
Yeah,
Jan Spammers is in, and it looks like it's going to be Junior from the RS that's going to be leading out. And Junior from the RS ahead of Byron Mitchell. Somehow they got the setting such that it goes just a little bit quicker. Keep in mind now with the man in the pits being Jan Spammers, and going past him, there goes past the pit lane exit. So back into the lead goes Mr. Lucchesi.
Yeah, when the Durant boys came out, they actually saw that the Familiaris had moved just before Byron Mitchell did, and I thought, well, will he yield? No, he never. So that means that they are still sitting first and second, except it is now swapped around. So Stephen McCarthy is now in that pit lane. As a matter of fact, he's taken over from Mike Verrier as Steve McCarthy. So Mike has handed that Ferrari over to McCarthy as we watch Jan Spammers make his way around in that 000 car. Jan Spammers out there, and he is in there behind Luc Lucchesi. Well, he's been lapped there by Luc Lucchesi, as a matter of fact. That is Jan for Team Heap Together Links. That's that the 000 car that is making its way around.
Peter van der Spy pops in to the pits as well. So Stephen McCarthy on his way out. There's Stephen McCarthy on his way. That's turn one, where you see the lights in the background. That is Stephen Duplessis that's on his way past the pit exit. Stephen McCarthy, the man that we on. Stephen McCarthy finds himself in the 5th position out on circuit in terms of the Masters, and in 9th position overall. Peter van der Spy is still in the pits. The pit lane is actually showing Peter as out, but he's not. He's still standing. 41, 42, 43 seconds. The time just ticking away. It must feel like a lifetime. And he finds himself now 6th in class. Peter van der Spy, is he going to hand over? about to see if that's going to change at all, and if so, it would be to Graham Stephen.
Yeah, we'll have a look and see. Earlier on, I said Luke Lucchesi to lap Jan Sparmers. That is incorrect. As a matter of fact, Jan is in that third position. He's only 20 seconds behind Lucchesi. So that was not for a lapping maneuver, as Luke Lucchesi is in the pits. Luke Lucchesi is in the pits, but that's the second time he's coming into pits, Gary.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one.
That's a stop and go. That was
Yes.
clearly a stop and go. Did he receive a penalty? I wonder. Because that was just a stop, and he stood there for a few seconds and then backed out on track again. So I do speak under correction, but I think that might be some kind of a stop and go penalty.
Yeah, there you can see 2 pit stops for Luke Lucchesi and for Willem Botha as well. So Willem Botha, but remember, he had the damage on the car, and that's why he went in and then came out again. So Willem Botha finding himself twice already into the pits. That's not where he wants to be. Robbie Teens still to have an opportunity to get in the car, and it definitely looks like it's starting to get a little bit lighter.
So Luke Lucchesi is still sitting 1, 2, 3, 4th overall. Still first out there in class is Luke Lucchesi. Durant Motorsport is sitting first and second. Botha is sitting third. And then Luke sits in that 4th position overall and first in class. And there is the Porsche of Jan Sparmers in the Masters. And he is 5.5 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi. And he sits there in that 3rd position in the Masters. It does seem like the sky is getting a little bit grey on certain places on the track, which means that we could be heading towards the morning time here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. There is Sway Schubert, and he is sitting 4th overall in the Masters in the BMW. He's 20 seconds behind Lucchesi. And there is Stephen McCarthy, took over that Ferrari from Mike Various, sitting 5th in class and 48.5 seconds behind class leader Luke Lucchesi is Steve McCarthy. Then Herman Lazarus will be sitting there in that 6th position as we still watch McCarthy. There is Herman Lazarus in the Ferrari, 6th overall and 1 minute and 42 seconds behind class leader Luke Lucchesi. And then Peter van der Spey is 7th overall in the Masters in the BMW, and he is 1 lap behind Lucchesi as we ride aboard here with the cheapercars.co.za man Herman Lazarus, and definitely the skyline is beginning to get a little bit lighter out here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, the vision also getting slightly better. Obviously not on the blind visors like that. Oh, touched the wall. He touched the wall. So Herman Lazarus, one of the first 2 times that he comes through the mountain pass, making slight touch there on the wall, but holding on to it. 1 minute 44, only one stop that they've had so far, and that was for the driver change for Herman Lazarus to get into the car. It's Andre Steenkamp that was in the car earlier on. And due to the off-track, it has now put them back down into that 6th position as such. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back to you shortly. All right, folks, coming back to you. We 1 hours 10 into the 6 hours of Bathurst. Microfusion, business IT and service providers putting up the prize money for today's racing. But the man behind the whole thing, Dr. Mike Verrier, he was out in the car earlier on, mixed emotions and fortunes out there at Stephen McCarthy that's taken over. They've done only one stop so far as opposed to the two stops for Luca Kesey and Willem Botha, the only guys in the Masters class to go for two stops. Interesting session out there, Mike. The reason behind starting in the dark, something different?
Hi, Gary. Yeah, thanks very much. No, it's not something different at all. If you look at the actual Bathurst 12 hour, it always starts in the dark, and that's what makes it such a unique event, is that they always start in the dark and they finish in the day. If memory serves, they start at 3 or 4 a.m. and then they go through sort of about a third of the race in the dark, the rest of it in the light. So we were sort of copying that to a certain extent, and it adds elements of interest. You know, that first section in the dark is 100% concentration 100% of the time. Otherwise you tap the wall and you cause trouble. I was actually staggered by how few incidents that there have been on this track. It is probably the most difficult track to drive anywhere on any sim, and the guys just haven't been hitting walls and causing chaos. So it's a huge thumbs up to the quality of the driving throughout.
No, no doubt about it. The quality of the driving is actually getting very, very good in the Masters and the elite class. I mean, we know motorsport guys are always blindingly quick. But you had the mixed fortunes in your first session before you put Steve into the car?
No. I had all good. The only issue I had was a slight tap with Swayze going into a corner, which gave me a little bit of damage and two penalty points. But I mean, really, that's nothing worth mentioning. So other than that, it was a perfectly clean run, and the lap times were towards the end of the stint, lower fuel, I think 204s. So it's all good. There was no mixed emotions and drama. It was just fun racing with Swayze. And now Steve's in the car. He's going to be slower initially because he's on used tires and he's got full fuel, and he needs to sort all that out. So, but we decided not to change tires now. The 50-second time that you add to your race time if you change tires. So we're probably going to go 2 stints on each set of tires.
All pretty interesting stuff out there. Luca Kesey from Willem Botha, Jan Spammers, your teammate Steve McCarthy, and then Swayze Hammer Lazarus. Peter van der Spey having found himself at the tail end of the field. I'm sure he's going to be pretty disappointed with that. That's not what he was hoping for and expecting. And the other thing that we were looking forward to was the battle between Luca Kesey taking on the Run Motorsport guys. So if we go to the race overall as such, Luca Kesey has in fact dropped behind Jacques Botha. Jacques Botha, to my mind, you wouldn't expect to be on the pace of Luca Kesey, Byron Mitchell, and Junior from the iRSA. Were you sort of like expecting that Jacques Botha could actually go pound for pound with Byron, Julian, and Luke?
Definitely. So I think Luke must have had technical. You must have had some kind of
he had it off.
Issue or an accident.
Yeah, he had it off. We actually did show the replay on that.
Okay, so I mean that's why he's fallen. I think it's 45 seconds behind them. But don't try to get a lot happen to the front two stall. Those cars running close together like that. Anything can happen on the mountain. If one of them makes a slight mistake, it can involve both of them. And yeah, Jacques is a very, very quick racer. He hasn't done all of the races because he's had difficulties making all of them. But no, he's very, very quick, and I have no doubt he'll be on the pace with Luke's team.
Another almost surprise out there is Willem Botha. He's going pound for pound with Luca Kesey and ahead of the highly acclaimed Jan Spammers by the better part of 15.5 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's not a surprise. Willem is one of those drivers who, when he rocks up on a particular day, if the track suits him and the car suits him, he can be as quick as anybody. But then the opposite can also occur. And this car and this track suits him. He's absolutely amazingly quick on this track.
All right, there we go. As we see Stephen McCarthy now coming under a whole heap of pressure right now. It's going to be a touch and go situation once they get out into the long straightaway, where you can keep that 8-ball 24/7 car ahead there of the man that's close from behind, which is Raymond Duggan, which is all over the back of Stephen McCarthy. Mike, thanks for joining us. We'll be doing the
Enjoy the rest of the
interviews.
stream. We'll catch up later.
Tell you, we're going to have a good couple of guys that's going to be joining us. I'm sure you're going to be watching on your TV side by side, your teammate working his way down the straight with Raymond Duggan. Thank you.
Yeah, looks like Duggan's going to make a move there. Yeah, Raymond Duggan moves through, but keep in mind that Raymond Duggan is not in the same class as Steve McCarthy. Raymond Duggan is in the elite category, and Steve McCarthy is in the Masters. I must say there that Mike, in the interview, actually said something that I must confess I was not aware of. I always said motorsport gets done in the day, or they start in the day and then go into the night and then go back into the day again. And Mike was saying that the 12 hours of Bathurst starts in the evening. So Gary, that is something that I mean, in all my years in motorsport, that is something that I was not aware of.
Yeah, I must say I wasn't aware of that either. So I've also learned something. Well, it just shows you never too old to learn new tricks. There's no doubt about it. So for all the folks watching us from home, this is the 6-hour race that we have once a month on a Sunday. It's 6 hours of Bathurst, the elite class 16 to 39 years of age, the masters class 40 to 75 years of age, and it's at the Mount Panorama circuit as such that we are out there. The class leaders, Luke Lucchese, having done 2 pit stops from Willem Botha and Jan Sparmers, with Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiares, and Jacques Botha. Jacques Botha is going to be the very interesting part of this one, as to see how he's going to be able to go up against the likes of Julian Familiares and Byron Mitchell.
Well, it's now morning here at Mount Panorama, and that is now, you can see exactly what these cars look like. Remember, in the dark they were difficult to spot. You could just see the headlights and the number was glowing at the side of the car, but there you can see the Gazoo Racing BMW of Willem Botha that is sitting out there second in class, 4.2 seconds behind the class leader is Luke, which is Luke Lucchese. Willem Botha sitting there in that second spot overall in the Masters division. But there is the man, Team Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchese out there in BMW number 10 that is leading the class. He has done 2 pit stops. I presume that the second one must have been for some kind of a penalty, because he was barely in and he was back out again. There is well, I had a quick look at Marius Pretorius, and this is Jeff Hancock's that's busy making his way around. Jeff Hancock's in that car of his. And then where is Clinton Besaidnout in the Avis car rental outfit?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's
Clinton Besaidnout has
disappeared.
gone.
Well, it shows on the leaderboard that Clint is out. So he would have shared that car with Jonty Weiss. So clearly problems out there for Besaidnout, and that could be a terminal problem there for Clint.
Let me just scroll back here to see if I can find where there was lost a trace of Clint. I don't see any specific incidents. I think he's actually been off track for quite a long time, so I'm going quite a long way back here to see if I can pick up anything on Clint. He's brilliant on main circuit, Frankie, and well, in the last race meeting that they had at Red Star Raceway, he literally cleaned up the first race of the Polo Cup.
Yeah, I know. He was incredibly good, Clinton Besaidnout, and a guy that knows his way around from karting days. But this is exactly what I want to see now. Look at those two leaders, there's a tenth of a second between Mitchell and Familiaris, and they're going to pick up the first of the back markers in Raymond Duggan. They're all over the back end there of Raymond Duggan. As they make their way through, well, there's still 5.6 seconds between Mitchell and Duggan, so they're not all over the back end of Raymond Duggan. As a matter of fact, it is Steve McCarthy that they put a lap on. So here we have a looking see. It was way back when it was dark for Clinton Besaidnout, and obviously having issues out there with his car, and that seemed to be the end of that. Clint hopped into the pit area, so this must have happened a long time ago, because this replay shows the incidents of him in car number 12, Gary, out there in the pitch black of night. And Clinton really battling out here at Mount Panorama.
Okay, now that incident that we see there of Clinton Besaidnout, that was the first accident that we had, and then the last one you saw before that, that was the second incident that he had. So obviously the car wasn't working and handling properly whatsoever, and that then I'm gonna hazard a guess is why he went into the pits, and you'll probably find that the repair time was just too extensive for him to be able to come back out on track with the car and stand any sort of chance whatsoever. And I think that is why he then retired that entry. You don't want to sit 20-25 minutes and then come back into the race kind of thing. Probably you'll find that Clinton's busy watching the live stream. In fact, let me see if I can maybe get him, Frankie, online.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea there, Gaza, as we keep an eye on the two Durant Motorsport, the Mercedes-Benz AMGs of Byron Mitchell, and right behind him, Julian Familiaris. And it's going to take a lot, and I mean it with great respect, a lot for anybody to catch the Durant Motorsport team. I'm sure as this race goes on, Gary will get Garth de Villiers on the line as well, and then we'll have a chat to him maybe on one or two occasions. However, I must say that Jacques Boert is only 1.7 seconds off the Mitchell Familiaris combination in that Ferrari of his, so he is not far behind. As a matter of fact, there he is. It is just under 2 seconds that he is behind them, and that's first, second and third in class and overall that you see out there on track going into turn number 1. Now they'll start climbing up the mountain, and he will have missile lock there with that Ferrari of his on those two AMG Mercedes-Benz sports cars that are busy going up the hill there at Mount Panorama. And that Ferrari is right there. Any mistake that either Byron or Julian makes now, that man that you see third in that shot, namely Jacques Boert, will capitalize and move up a position or two. That car just squirming slightly underneath Jacques Boert there. But Gary, you've got Clinton Besaidnout on the line.
Yes, Frankie, I do. And let's get him on the line here. Clinton, good afternoon to you. Well, I'm fine, but we see that you are no longer on screen. And we saw you had a massive front impact, flicked the car around 3 times. Then soon after, still in the mountain, you had a second incident and then flicked off to the pits. I take it massive damage on the motor car?
Yeah, the first one, I lost coming over the mountain. Just got on the curve, and then the car almost bottomed out. And when I got back to the car, I just wheel spun that. I couldn't catch it, and then while driving back to the pits, I forgot to click the fast repair, and the fast repair didn't work, so I'm going out the pits again, going on top of the mountain with all the damage from the previous incident again into the wall. And 2 minutes later, bang, load shedding happened.
Oh my goodness, so if the wall at Bathurst doesn't get you ESCOM wall.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part.
Alright, who was going to be your teammate today?
So my teammate was also John T, but the problem was he had load shedding at the same time.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I can record the show for you if want me to. Watch it afterwards. Clinton, well done on your main circuit racing recently. The last one out there, Red Star. You must have enjoyed that outing.
Yeah, the Red Star was a really good one for us. We were able to get valuable points in the championship. 3 points behind Yuri now. And next one is East London in 2 weeks' time.
Is London one of your favorites?
Yeah, East London has also been a good track to us in the past, and hopefully it can be good to us again.
Awesome stuff. And then not too long after that, you'll be coming down to Cape Town for a round of Extreme Festival as well.
Yes, then before that, hoping to at least get in a challenge car to do a few laps before I come down to the national. But yeah, after that, after East London, we go to Killarney, and from Killarney, final round at Bathurst.
And Swartkops, you think that one's going to favour you ahead of Umpi, although Umpi has got class and day victories at Swartkops already?
No, Gary, we're not gonna. In the beginning of the year, when we got to Cape Town, we had a problem with the car. We had to buy a new engine, and I think all that time and money spent, we're gonna definitely give it a go for the championship, and we're not going down without a fight.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much, Clinton. Enjoy the rest of your quiet afternoon, and hopefully Eskom will switch you back on before the next round of pit stops, and at least you can keep up to date with the race. Well, there you go, Frankie, the voice of Clinton Bezuidenhout, a top polo racer, and wow, didn't he clean up in heat number 1 down at Red Star?
As a matter of fact, he cleaned up in both races at the Red Star Raceway about, 2-3 weeks ago. And he is one of the championship contenders. But talking about championship contenders, let's have a look at these two guys. And Duggan just moves right out the way there for the Durant Motorsport boys of Mitchell and Familiaris, as he allows them through. Stephen Duplessis and Atinagel will be their next two targets, but there is 0.6 of a second between these two. They're not going to fight each other, that's for sure. Gary, I think you must try a bit later on to see if you can't get hold of, I call him Captain Garth de Villiers. He is the man that drives this whole Durant Motorsport team, and that is the man in third position of Team Heap Together again, namely Jacques Buerta in that 9 Ferrari that was very, very close, and once again close to that wall there on top of the mountain. The car's not steady underneath him. He had to wrestle that motor car of his. He had to wrestle that Ferrari just to keep it in a straight line. But he and Zach Forster, they are not slow at all. Is Jacques Buerta. That is Raymond Duggan that you see there ahead of him, as the Mitchell and Familiaris Mercs are clearing away there from Duggan. So the next man that's going to be attacked there by Raymond Duggan will be Jacques Buerta. That's going to have a go at him. But yeah, Jacques Buerta and Zach Foster, two very capable drivers to give Durant Motorsport a go.
Well, with Byron and Julian having passed Raymond Duggan, I'm pretty sure that Jacques would have liked to have picked him up. The man that's sitting between himself and the two front runners being Raymond Duggan would have liked to have picked him up in the Conrad straight as he soars away there as he goes through the last corner. Pits on your left-hand side, now going into the hell. We go down all the way down to second gear, use as much of the curbstone as possible, and now you've got that long run to the base of the mountain pass with all of those very tight corners. If he does not manage to make the pass now before they get to the mountain, it means that he's going to be stuck behind Raymond Duggan, and Raymond Duggan actually lifts and coasts to make it possible for him to go past. So well done, Raymond Duggan, very, very sportsmanlike in doing that, as he makes sure that he doesn't get involved with that battle, allows Jacques Buerta, the man that is in fact just one position in front of him, that has now lapped him. So he now goes a lap down to the man that's just passed him, Jacques Buerta. Now Jacques' problem is there's 3.7 between himself and Julian Familiaris. Keep that figure in your head, because we're going to watch, does that open or does that close? We'll be coming back to you shortly. Well, folks, we're back with you again, and wow, interesting, very, very interesting. 6 hours of Bathurst, league class 16 to 39, the master class 40 to 75 years of age, currently from Second Year Production Studios, the voice of the Line International, and the voice of West Bromwich Motorsport, Gary Fleming and Frankie Guinness, Mike Side, bringing you all the action on today's racing. Let's have a look at the race overall. The man that's leading up front on his second stint out there is Frankie Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, there's a car making its way into pit lane, but yes, it is indeed Byron Mitchell. A big thanks to Microfusion, business IT and service provider, for the sponsorship of Bathurst. That's Stephen Duplessis that's making his way into the pit area. But yeah, to get back to the question there, definitely Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiar are sitting 1 and 2 Durant Motorsport, the only two Mercs out there. Oh, don't they look so awesome out there, sitting first and second in the Durant Motorsport colors. Mitchell in Durant Motorsport 9, Familiaris in Durant Motorsport 10, and once again at 202.261, Luke Lucchesi has just posted the fastest lap out there on lap 48, and man, I'll tell you what, he is going like a bomb at this point in time. And he still sits in 4th overall behind Jacques Buerta in that Ferrari. But we're riding aboard here on the AMG Mercedes-Benz of Familiaris. I can't call these cars a Silver Arrows because they're not sprayed in silver. They're going to pick up Peter van der Spey. And that is Peter van der Spey that they're going to lap. That's just sitting there ahead of the Durant Motorsport cars, and then Atinachel will be their next victim. So down the Conrad Straight they go. Surely this is now where both Mitchell and Familiaris make the move there on Peter van der Spey. Remember that van der Spey is a lap or so down, and he will just keep right out the way and not hassle these two Durant Motorsport drivers as they make their way towards the final corner known as Murray's Bend, and then through Murray's Bend they will go. But here comes the man that they need to watch out for. This guy sitting there in 3rd position, and that is Jacques Buerta. He will now put a lap there on Peter van der Spey as he goes into turn number 1, going up the hill towards the top part of the mountain. That's where van der Spey will just move right out of the way and say, it's okay, Jacques, you can make your way through, because we're not racing in the same class in any case. You are out there in the elites and I'm out there in the masters. But Jacques Buerta has been sitting in a very comfortable 3rd position overall, and just ahead of him, he's been keeping an eye there on those two Durant Motorsport Mercedes-Benz cars.
Well, he's done a brilliant job to hold on to them. As such, there was a time that he was 4 seconds behind them. He's got it down to 2.4. But also keep in mind that, let's just have a look at the track now, that there's cars spread out right around the circuit. And even the fastest out there, the two Mercs, Byron Mitchell and in the hands of June Familiaris, they will be picking up this traffic. Although these guys have been around quite a bit, it's nothing new to them to get somebody coming from using a lot of curb stone and losing the tail end slightly. That must have cost him a bit of time. And they are working their way through the traffic, and Byron and Julian sticking together. And then Jacques Wood is the next man to come through, but not that far behind, only 2.2 seconds behind. So the likes of Peter van der Spey would then see, okay, here comes the two Mercs. And oops, right on their tail, here comes Jacques Buerta, and pretty aware that these guys are coming through. And maybe that's also just helped Jacques Buerta just a little bit. Outside of that battle for the top 3, but still in the same class, Raymond Duggan, he finds himself a lap down. In fact, he's been lapped by Jacques Buerta, Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell. So 1 lap back being Raymond Duggan, but still 4th in class ahead of Jeff Hancock. Now, Jeff Hancock wasn't the first driver in the car. He was, in fact, the 2nd driver climbing into the car was Jeff Hancock. And, well, he picked it up from where it was and just kept on going from there. After Doug Gerber was the first man out on circuit with that motor car. Then a little bit further back is Marius Pretorius. and he took over from Jean van Rensburg. Check it as he goes through the mountain, and then a little bit further back. And surprisingly, far back is Atti Nagel down in 7th position.
Yeah, Atti Nagel is sitting out there in that 7th position for Team iRSA Racing Red. Is Atti Nagel, and once again, look at Luke Lucchesi, a 2:02 dead for Luke Lucchesi. He is really flying this BMW around Mount Panorama. But yeah, Atti Nagel is sitting there in that 7th position. Is Atti with the iRSA Racing Red Ferrari. There is Janneman Prius, and right ahead of Janneman Prius is Herman Lazarus, and his teammate Stephen Koenig will be joining him a little bit later on today. It's only 3:45, so he's got about an hour and 15 minutes minimum before he can hand that BMW over to Stephen Koenig. There's Mario Kobos, and Mario Kobos shares that car with Stephen Duplessis. So Kobos is now in that Duco Racing BMW, busy making its way down the main straight of Mount Panorama, and then going into turn number 1 to start climbing up the hill towards the top end of the mountain. But there is the man that's sitting 4th overall and 1st in class, Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchesi. And man, he would love to have split those 2 Durant Motorsport cars today, but we're only approaching 2 hours, hour 45 nearly into this one. And there is Willem Botha, the man that's sitting 2nd overall in the Masters category, 13 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi, as Raymond Duggan in the Ferrari for iRSA Racing Green makes his way into pit lane.
So Willem Botha 13.4 back from Luke Lucchesi, which in itself is a massive feat as well, because wow, that is something else to be able to stay on that kind of pace. June Miliaris passes Byron Mitchell. That's an interesting one. So June Miliaris and Byron Mitchell going one-on-one and changing positions as well. Frankie, do you think that's tactical? That's just the case of I followed you for long enough. I think I'm going to go to the front end of it.
You know what, Gary? I think it's I follow you, you follow me, because you and I were having a chat off air. If you're sitting behind a guy too long, you get asphyxiated with the guy that's in front of you, and you literally get into that zone where he goes wide, you go wide. He touches something, so do you, and you literally just get drawn into what he's doing, and you get like sort of hypnotized. And you don't want to sit behind a guy too long. So I think what Durant Motorsport is doing, they're saying, okay, before you now get into this hypnotized zone, let's just swap the guys around a bit, that you can have clear air and let the other one play follow my leader. And I believe that's what they're doing. I mean, obviously, we don't know what team orders are being barked at them by presumably Garth de Villiers. But yeah, I would tend to say they just you lead, I lead, you lead, I lead, just to make it a bit more interesting as well, and to prevent that hypnotic situation.
No doubt about it. The right-hand front view there as he's trying to make the passing move of Willem Botha on Stephen McCarthy, and getting closer and closer, and it looks like, yeah, they're going to swap positions. Are they going to? Stephen McCarthy moves to the left-hand side and gives him the right of way and says, okay, you keep on trucking, let's go from there.
Yeah, so Willem Botha in the Gazoo Racing and Motul BM out there. Lovely looking color scheme on that BMW there of Willem Botha, as he's made the move there on Steve McCarthy. Now Willem Botha is 15 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi, and they are fighting for P1 and 2 in the Masters category. So that will be interesting to watch as we now approach hour 47. Will the gap between Botha and Lucchesi come down, as Lucchesi has just gone and put a lap there on Sway Schubert and put space between himself and Willem?
Pretty interesting to see how that one's going to be playing out. We'll see if we can get Garth de Villiers on the phone, and give me a couple of secs, Frankie. Let me see if I can get him online.
Yeah, while Gary tries to get him online, we are still following Willem Botha. There is 14 seconds between him, but Gary, I think Gaz has now got Garth de Villiers on the line there with him.
Yep, Garth, good day to you.
Hi Gary, hi all the viewers.
Been pretty interesting stuff so far. Your guys are at the front end of the field, and I see they've swapped places now. So talking about, first of all, what's just happened, any reason why Byron and Julian just swapped positions?
The lead car burnt more fuel, so we're just keeping the fuel consumption even between the two cars, so we can control our fuel numbers.
And Jacques Botha, wow, 2.2 seconds behind you. The biggest competition for you today in the Ferrari.
Yeah, Jacques doing an awesome job keeping us honest back there. We keep him out of the slip, so if we need to pick up the pace, we'll keep him out the slip, but until then we're just going to run our fuel numbers.
Tell me, looking at the straight that they're on now, going up into the beginning of the mountain, and then also the Conrad straight, how close do you need to be to start receiving any assistance from that slip?
1.1 is the start of the slip, and it gets very strong around about 7. We'll run our cars at about 0.6, 0.7 apart to get the maximum slip effect and save the most amount of fuel. As the sun's coming up here, follow me car, you can see the track will start building, a little bit of grip will go out of the track. That'll make fuel saving a little bit easier for us.
Probably, I'm guessing, a double stinter on a set of tires from the knowledge to date.
You can triple stint. Tires are good for a triple. It all depends how you want to run the hill. The risk of running triple stint tire over the top of the hill, then you can benefit.
Additional time in the pit lane if you do a tire stop as well.
26 seconds for 4 times.
Wow, that's quite a bit. We've seen previously that Luke Lucchesi has tried to have a go at the John Motorsport cars by following and then lift and coast. You can see that today was a completely different story. He was just running it flat out as hard as what he could. Do you see him maybe being able to close on you guys later on?
Yes, definitely. Its pace is good. Close later on. We're running conservative strategy, so we'll leave the door open for guys to come at us. Now we've got pace that we can use it if we have to, but we're going to leave the door open today. So it's about being conservative on the hill, risk and reward on the hill. Use the lead in a hard week. So you've got to decide if you want to run aggressive over Bathurst or if you want to run conservative over Bathurst. We're leading the championship. We don't want to be too aggressive. So if there's guys out there that want to be aggressive today, they can want to control.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Frankie, you were just indicating that Julian from the iRSA has just put in the fastest lap time so far.
Yes, Luke Lucchesi has done the quickest laps so far, but Julian has responded, and he is now the fastest man out there on Mount Panorama.
I take it, Garth, that is because the tires are holding pretty decently, even though the track temperature is going up, but the fuel load is now going down as well.
100%. The car's getting lighter now, and the tires are still good. So yeah, the pace is just coming to the car now, up to the driver as how much really want to use. So he's got to just manage that every lap.
Awesome stuff, folks. There we go. That is the brains behind Durant Motorsport, and I tell you what, he's done it all right, no doubt about it. Frankie, Luke Lucchesi, if we have a look there at the race class overall, we find that Luke Lucchesi is not that far off whatsoever. And you can see Garth is also saying you cannot count Luke out at any point.
No, you can't. But at this point in time, those two Mercedes-Benz cars have to watch out for that Ferrari in there behind them. He was saying if anybody wants to get aggressive and have a go at them, they are more than welcome to. But at this point, Jacques Buerta is not doing the aggressive thing. He's maintaining a gap of 2 seconds between himself and Julian, and it is 2.2 between himself, Byron, and 2.2 between himself and Julian. So he's just maintaining that gap and looking to see exactly what the Durant Motorsport guys are doing. But there is Lucchesi making his way out of turn one, known as the Hell, and then working his way up that hill. He sits first in class, does Luc Lucchesi. He's going to put a lap there on Peter van der Spey shortly. He's about 10 seconds behind van der Spey. And he could still, yes, I agree with what Garth is saying there. He could be and probably will still be a major factor for the Durant Motorsport guys and for Jacques Buerta for that matter.
If you add time Atti Nagel and Peter van der Spey together, that gives you the better part of 33, almost 34 seconds, the gap between Jacques Buerta then and Luc Lucchesi. That's quite a bit, but then again, if you take the amount of time for a set of tires, it's pretty similar to that. So literally change one set of tires, make your tires go a little bit longer than the next guy that's in front of you, and that gap is all but negated. 1 hour 53 gone so far.
Yeah, we're approaching the 2 hour mark. Now remember, the guys started to make pit stops here around about 55 to 57 minutes into the race was the first round of pit stops. We now are approaching 1 hour and 55 again. So I would think anywhere from round about an hour 55 onwards, we could see the guys come in for another round of pit stops. Hazing a guess at that, of course, but going according to what they did earlier on, that is a possibility.
You see lap 29 and lap 30 for most of the guys. We're now on lap 56.
Yes.
So, a lap or two from now, depending now, once again, has it been heavier on fuel? Has it been heavier on tires now that you're getting out into the open?
And Luc Lucchesi responds with a 2:01.8. He's just responded to the fastest lap there that was put up a couple of laps ago there by Familiaris. So, watch out for that man, namely Luc Lucchesi. He's not given up the fight yet, and he is certainly literally just blowing them away. 2:01.895. Well, he's running away with the Masters because the last lap of Willem Buerta was a 2:04.497. So he is really showing them the way around. Jan Spahn has done a 2:04.42. So Lucchesi is head and shoulders the quickest man out there in the Masters and the overall fastest man as well.
Well, looks like Jacques Buerta is also doing a pretty decent job of holding on. He's down to 2.1 seconds. So, 1.1 roughly where you want to be in terms of getting into the slipstream and it making a real difference. A brilliant drive so far by Jacques Buerta as we watch Willem Buerta second overall in class. Let's, I just want to see how he responds to that fastest lap time of Luc Lucchesi. 21 seconds between Luc Lucchesi and Willem Buerta in the Masters class. Luc Lucchesi having posted the fastest lap overall and the fastest obviously then in the Masters with Julian Familiaris. That's now ahead of Byron Mitchell. We just heard from Garth that they have done the swap around because of the fact that the second car doesn't use as much fuel, and that obviously makes a difference overall if the one sits continuously behind the other all the time.
Yeah, and that's obviously their main reason why, but like I said, you can get hypnotized as Jacques Buerta is in the pits. Now, surely he must hand over this car now to Zak Foster, approaching 2 hours, and 1 hour 57 minutes done, and that would probably be the second round of pit stop. So will Buerta come out and do another stint, or will he hand this car over to Zak Foster? We will find out as Willem Buerta makes his way into pit lane. So Gary, yes, this is the indication that pit stop round number 2 is underway.
Yeah, definitely on the go. We'll have a look at the times that they are actually standing in the pits to determine who has been doing tyre changes, yay or nay. So, two familiaris from Byron Mitchell, first and second class. Jacques Water comes out of the pits, so he'll find himself a long way back from them at the moment now, but not for very long because of the fact that the two front runners have to come back into the pits as well. Corne Breert in 4th overall in class, 1 lap down. A nice drive by Corne Breert.
Yeah, he took over that car from Raymond Duggan. So Duggan has done his stint and he's handed that car over to Corne Breert. So Robbie Teens now climbs into the Gazoo racing car that was driven now by Willem Botha. And with 2 hours into the session, Willem Botha has handed over that car to Robbie Teens.
Past the start finish line there and not going into the pits, so the leaders eke out yet another lap.
Yeah, they're going to pick up Robbie Teens as a matter of fact, or should I say now, well, Teens is in the pits, that's why it showed Teens there. It's Mario Kowals that they're going to pick up, starting to climb up that hill. Mario Kowals will be the next victim for them, but look at those back markers are racked and stacked there ahead of Familiaris and Mitchell. Their first target will be Mario Kowals, then Herman Lazarus, and then Jan Sparmers, who actually for now is sitting, well, he is second for now in class.
I think Julian Familiaris is picking up Mario Kowals around about the right point. He'll probably close that gap by the time they get out of the mountain. Although Kowals is not running that slow whatsoever. Mario Kowals doing a 2:05.3 on the last lap, a 2:03.1, so just 2.2 seconds. And well, you would think that by the time they get out of the mountain pass, he should be close enough to within 1.1 of a second, as we heard from Garth Cavilliers, to really pick up an effective tow. And obviously, the closer you get, the bigger the tow is down to 0.8, 0.9 of a second. So he will get the tow. Will that take Julian and Byron past before they get at the end of the straight? I almost don't think so.
Well, they're going down the Conrad straight right now, and there's 0.8 of a second between Familiaris and Kowals. And Mario surely must see blue lights flashing on that dashboard of his, just saying, hey, you got the leaders in there behind you. You got to play nice and allow them to go through as they work their way under the bridge towards Murray's Bend. Pit lane on the left-hand side, and Familiaris says, okay, I'm not going to have a go at Kowals. Let's rather bring this Mercedes-Benz into the pit lane, and right in front of him is the cheaper car stocks here at ZA entry. That's just keeping right out the way there of race leader Familiaris, as both cars once again, as in round 1 of the pit stops, make their way back into pit lane.
Oh, they run like they glued to one another. Herman Lazarus was not as quick as what they were coming into the pit lane as such. So we'll see how that one pans itself out. Luke Lucchese comes into the pits as well. He's still rolling. They've already stopped. So if they do put on tires and Luke Lucchese doesn't, that's going to bring him probably around about 30 seconds closer. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, and he boxes right there. He boxes between
them.
The two Mercs to say, listen here, dudes, I'm here. Don't forget about me.
I don't think that Durant Motorsport, looks like he's actually jumping out of the car, is Luke Lucchese. Oh, Francois, the super quick Francois Joubert climbs into the car.
Yeah, I remember that Francois Joubert won Season 2 of the Sports and GT iRacing Master Series. Johan Fourie won the opening season of that one, and then he won the second one. So it is a great teammate for Luke Lucchese, who, by the way, won the 4th season of iRacing Masters, did Luke Lucchese. So you got the man that's won the 4th round of the iRacing Master Series, and his teammate is the man that won the second season of the iRacing Master Series. So who better teammate for Luke Lucchese to have than Francois Hubert?
Jan Spalmer's in there as well, and you can see that Luke's car has gone up onto the jacks. So not only did the front runners change tires, so did Luke Lucchese as well. And a change up at the front in Overfield, it's Umpy Swamp that's climbing behind the steering.
And Jason Coetzee is also in behind the steering wheel. So Umpy is taken over from Julian, and Jason is taken over from Byron. And Jacques Buerta is the man that finds himself now in P1. But remember that Jacques Buerta has not made a... Yes, he has made... He did make a pit stop, but I still said, is he going to hand over to Zach Forster? And he did not hand over that car to Zach Forster. He stayed in the car. So effectively on track, in the elite, it is Buerta in P1, Swart in P2, Coetzee in P3, and that is second and third that you see there now. And they've got to get past Stephen McCarthy first. There is 17 seconds between the leader in that group of Swart and Coetzee to Steve McCarthy, and only then will they be behind Jacques Buerta. So Buerta has got McCarthy between himself and Swart and Coetzee.
Well, still quite a gap, still another 18 seconds ahead there of Stephen McCarthy. Let's just pick up Stephen McCarthy. There he goes into the pit lane. So Stephen McCarthy goes in. Will he swap over to Dr. Mike Berrier? I probably think so. Mike did an hour, well, 59 minutes. And now it's about 61 and a half minutes that's been done by his teammate, and you'll probably find that will be a drive change.
Right, let's have a look at the 8 Ball 24/7 and Sujin Properties / Rico Barlow Racing Ferrari is in the pits, and I think that the Doc does climb back in behind the wheel there of that number 14 Ferrari. So we'll wait for Mike Verrier to roll out of the pit lane. But it is still Francois Hubert from Jan Spalmers and Robbie Teens that sits first, second and third in the Masters, and that is the man that you see there that's sitting in P1 in the Masters, Francois Hubert, who took that BM over from Luke Lucchese. And this is going to be good stuff to see what times he can put up in conjunction with the times that Lucchese done. Here's Jan Spalmers in the Lone Soul Porsche that's busy making its way down the pit lane. He is the teammate of Jaco Forster. Is Jan Spalmers in the team Heap Together Lynx car, and Peter van der Spey in the Master G-Force Junkies BMW works its way down pit lane as well, and Van der Spey pits out of P6 in the Masters category.
Well, that almost concludes the second round of pit stops. We'll come back to you shortly. Well, folks, we're back with you, and you are busy watching the 6 hours. The 9 hours going to be at Killarney in December. In fact, 6 hours of Bathurst, the elite class 16 to 39-year-olds, the master class 40 to 75 years of age. The Mount Panorama circuit, very, very well-known circuit this is, and thanking Microfusion, the business IT and service providers, being the sponsor of today's racing.
Yeah, and they were established as we watch Jacques Botha, that is still ahead there of Umpi Swart and, or should I say Yuri Swart, being Cape Town known as Umpi, that's his nickname, and Jason Kutsia in that third position. And I must say, Jacques is holding his own very nicely against the Durant Motorsport. However, Microfusion was established in 1997. It is a business information technology service provider company based in Port Elizabeth, or Gqeberha as it's now known, South Africa. We offer IT services, sales and support to businesses in the greater Nelson Mandela Metropolitan area. Microfusion further offers a contract support to national-based IT support companies and national businesses regarding our services to their client base in the PE metropolitan areas. Our services are exclusively committed to small and medium businesses where we believe we have the recognized competence and capacity to service your IT needs. We are driven to provide quality technical services to the public and private sector business clients alike. Microfusion is a privately held small business. We pride ourselves in our capability to respond quickly and effectively to our customers' requirements and our commitment to provide quality personnel. By successfully meeting our clients' requirements in the face of ever-increasing technology and competition, we are proud to note that the overwhelming share of annual business comes from repeat customers, and that's information there on Microfusion IT, a business IT and service provider, and they are the main sponsors here of the 6 hour at Bathurst on Mount Panorama.
So let's have a look first of all at the man that's leading out the Masters class. It's Francois Joubert, the winner of the previous round of Sports and GT Masters, blindingly quick from the Joubert family, numerous Jouberts that race iRacing and main circuit as a whole. 50 seconds further back is Robbie Teens. Robbie Teens had taken over from Willem Botha, that had a brilliant stint in the beginning of this race and put them very, very, very much on the map. Luca Kizzi was the man that had the Francois Joubert car initially, so Luca Kizzi taking a bit of space there out of Willem Botha, and now Robbie Teens going one-on-one with Francois Joubert. Jan Spalmer's just a little bit further back, but not very far at all is Jan Spalmer's. There he is, 1 minute 40, so still in the game, still in the race, still in the hunt, no doubt whatsoever, and the third overall in class, ahead of Remy Rubin.
Yeah, Jan Spalmers is the man out there that's driving the Lone Soul Porsche, and there is Renier Hubert in the Team Hubert Racing number 22 BMW, and they are a lap down on Francois Hubert, and they are sitting fourth overall in the Masters category. Well, there's the pit stop strategy and the stint length that the drivers have done for the two pit stops so far. You can see that there on the bottom right hand side of your screen.
The main thing being that that Joubert car came in and went out, and then came, stopped, and went again. That's Luc Pizzi Francois Joubert car, and that's number one alongside Joubert, just ahead there of Teens and Spalmers, and that was the way that slight differentiation came in the pit stop strategy as such. In there behind that, Mike Verrier, we did have a chat with him earlier on.
Yeah, we had a chat to Mike early on, and he's back in that car again. He's taken that car over from Stephen McCarthy, and he's back out there in the 8 Call 24/7 and Sujin Properties Ferrari, as I said before, connected to Rico Barlow Racing, RBR Racing, and that is the doc that is sitting out there fifth in the Masters category, one lap down to the overall leader, which is the combination of Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi. Andre Steenkamp is sixth in that Ferrari. He's the teammate of Herman Lazarus, and they are 2 laps down in that class to the overall leader. And then seventh in the Masters is Graham Stephen. He is the teammate of Peter Hubert, and they are in that BMW 2 laps adrift to the Francois Hubert Luc Lucchesi BMW. So 1, 2, 3 is about 4 Beamers out there, and then 1 Porsche, and then a Ferrari or 2 out there as well in the Masters category.
Oh, Mario was hammering the wall very, very heavily, and he jumped back to pits, lost a fair amount of time to get that car back to the pits and then repaired as well. And then he got it back into the pits, and he left the pits. It was a long stand that he had in the pits. You can see they did tires at the same time as well, and then got it back out onto the track, and everything was fixed at that point. So let's then have a look at how are we doing in the elite class.
Yeah, the elite at this point in time is Jacques Botha. Now, Jacques Botha came into the pits early on for his second stop, and I was on the mic at that stage, and I still said, will you hand over that car to Zach Forster? Because surely he must by now after 2 stints. Well, guess what? He did not. And he did what he needed to do in the pit area and went back out on the track again, and he leads the elite, and he is 16 seconds ahead there of Yuri Swart, that is there in that second position. And so he is ahead there in the team heaped together again, Ferrari. He is in first position, and the Durant Motorsport boys are sitting in second and third. And this is not exactly the way they planned their afternoon, to be driven away by the Jacques Botha / Zach Forster Ferrari.
The difference being, look at the time stable in the pits, 42.2 as opposed to 1 minute 10, 1 minute 11, which means that Jacques Botha is triple stinting on a set of tires. Umpi and Jason have already done that tire change. If you take into consideration 1 minute and 10, and there is only 16 seconds in it, that means at the end of the session, Jacques Botha will have to take tires. Umpi and Jason probably won't need to, and that will give them back that 45-second gap that they had originally. So slightly out of sync from the rest, but that is why either way they managed to do a triple stinter. Should they then do a triple stinter twice or even a third time, that might just be the difference between them and Durant Motorsport, like what we had a situation with Luc Lucchesi saying, we need to start out thinking these guys, we need to start beating them in the technical side of it as well. Jacques Botha going to a different strategy.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see how the team heaped together again a strategy works out towards the end of the race compared to the Yuri Swart, Jason Kutsia, Durant Motorsport outfit. Remember that Gary did have Garth de Villiers on the line, and he said if the guys want to take them on, you are more than welcome to. They've got their own plans, and hopefully that they will be able to come back at whoever's taking them on in their plans as we head towards the end of the race. There is a second place man in class, and overall that is the people that we are talking about. One of the 2 cars, that's the Durant Motorsport 10 of Yuri Umpi Swart, that is there in that second position, teammating there with Julian Familiaris, and Jan Sparmers will be lapped there by Yuri Swart as they race down the Conrad Straight. towards that chicane, which takes him to Murray's Bend, which will be the last corner. But there's a bit of a gap between himself and Jason Kutsia in Durant Motorsport 9 that is sitting third there in class. There's 6.2 seconds, as a matter of fact, Gary, between Yuri and Jason.
Yep, but putting up a massive pace there is Umpi Swart, the man that's pretty much leading the Polo Cup South Africa Extreme Festival at this stage of the fight. When he spoke to Quinton Zaidno earlier on, and he said, well, we can take the fight to Umpi Swart. This one, Umpi Swart's taking the fight to Jacques Buerta, and he's taking the fight right now to Jan Spammers as he closes up from behind.
Yeah, so Jan Spammers is under attack there by Umpi Swart. There's only 4/10 of a second between Spammers and Swart that is in there behind him, and you can rest assured that Jan is not going to give any resistance. He will say, listen, but you need to go through, because we are not in the same class, and there's no ways that I'm even going to be able to fight with you out there on track. You guys are obviously in a class of your own in those two Mercedes-Benz outfits. So the leader of the elite is Buerta, as you see on the top part of your screen, and the leader of the Masters is François Hubert. But we ride aboard here with the Durant Motorsport 10, Yuri Umpi Swart, that is about to put a lap there on Jan Spammers.
Unfortunately, he picked up Jan Spammers at the wrong position on the track, and that puts him now in a situation where,
Oh, look at that one.
That was very close. That was actually very, very good, I must say. That was very, very neatly done. He didn't wait until they were out of the mountain. He just kept on going. Mike Berrier has been involved in an incident.
We'll have a look at a replay here of the dock, and that's in the mountain section, going through that Cooper's Bend. Clip the tire wall. Look at the damage on the left rear of that Rico Barlow Racing 8-24/7 Ferrari. That whole left-hand side fender and that light's completely broken there, and that bumper as well on the left-hand side of that Mike Verrier Ferrari.
Yeah, in the meantime, it was Doug Haber that made the passing maneuver there. Doug Haber comes around the corner completely and utterly unsighted as he comes around the corner, and that's where the driver's briefing came into it, where he said, guys, please don't get yourself standing sideways in the mountain pass, and then you block other people's racing. Make sure that you get out of the way as quick as possible. And Aki Nagel has now passed the Mike Verrier as well, so Mike did get the car going again, but you can see that he was slower coming out into the Conrad straight, and that's what cost him pretty heavily, and the guys closing up on him, and now he's just dropped down that one position.
Right, so Ati Nagel for Team iRSA Racing Red was the car that you saw there in your screenshot, as we go back to second place overall, and that is Yuri Swart, and there is 18.5 seconds between himself and the man that sits out there in P1, namely Jacques Buerta, and he has got Jan Spammers between himself and the other Durant Motorsport car, which is Jason Kutsia. So there's Doug Gerber busy making his way around, and he in that BMW sitting out there for Team Try Hard Racing iRSA GT3.
Yep, and we're going to take a short break and come back to you in a couple of minutes from now. Microfusion being our sponsor of the day, business IT and service providers. Right, folks, we're back with you again for the 6-hour event today from Bathurst. Sponsor for this event, our only sponsor for this event, Microfusion, business IT and service providers, company based in Port Elizabeth, offering IT service, sales and support to businesses in the greater Metropolitan area, but being computerized throughout the country. They can help. They further offer contract support to national-based IT support companies, national businesses requiring our services with their client base in the Metropolitan. So, big thanks to Microfusion coming on board for this one. Let's have a look at the overall so far. Having triple stinted or busy triple stinting with the first set of tires is Jacques Witte, and he's actually doing exceptionally well. He's staying ahead, and let's just see what the last lap times are. He's pretty decently staying ahead there of Kumpi Swart. In fact, a 203.3 to a 203.7 and a 203.8 by Jason Kutsia. So triple stinting on tires is working for Jacques Witte, but you'll probably find that when they come in, Jacques Witte comes in after the stint, he is then going to have to put tires onto that car. That's going to take an extra 30 odd seconds, and that's then going to take him back, well, his car driver combination and Zach Costa, they're then going to drop in behind the Durand Motorsport cars of Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia. So Umpi Swart has got himself 20.9 seconds behind Yuri, is behind Jacques Witte, and he's just done a 203.811 and a 203.7, so Jacques Witte taking yet another little smidgen out of it. Jason Kutsia sweeping it out a little bit to hold on to the back there of Umpi Swart. Those two car driver combinations with Byron Mitchell Jr. from the iRSA on board, those two cars, the Mercedes-Benz, there was nothing much in it. But Umpi Swart has proven to be quicker than Jason. Same team, same cars, probably very similar to exactly the same setup as well. So Jason sweating it out there, and once again dropping 2/10 from Umpi Swart. If we go a little bit further down in class, Corne Britt, outside of that top three, finds himself a lap down. Has in fact been lapped by Witte, Swart and Kutsia cars, and with that finds himself in 8th overall, 7th overall on the circuit, and 4th overall in class. Going one spot further down from Corne Britt, it's Doug Harbour, and Doug Harbour with Jeff Hancock's the team Try Hard iRSA 3. That's the yellow car you see out there on circuit, one of 7 different BMWs that was entered into today's race. The BMW being the most popular car of the lot, then the Ferrari, and then the Mercedes-Benz and Porsche coming up level head on 2 and 2 apiece. So that is Doug Harbour. Then 6th in class is Ati Nagel. Ati Nagel, it's the first time that he finds himself now out in that car. Jaco Steyn, the man that started off, Jaco Steyn, the man that does all the settings and everything for us in the background. And thanks to Jaco Steyn for spreading his time between racing and then also making sure that we've got all telemetry 100%. So behind that is then Jean van Rensburg. That is in 7th position. Jean van Rensburg doing a 206, so quite a bit, around about 3 seconds slower than the fastest guys in the class. But let's be fair, few can run with the Durand Motorsport combos as they are out there with Mercedes-Benz, having determined for themselves that the Mercedes-Benz was the best option for them to go for the longevity of the tires and the fuel consumption as well. Garaman Prius finds himself a little bit further down the field in 8th position from Mario Kowars as Corne Britt, 4th in class, takes the car into the pit lane. Is this the beginning of the next lot of pit stops? Quite possible, but it is a bit of an early one.
Yeah, they should be pitting round about 2 hours and 55 He's approaching 2 hours, or it's approaching 2 hours and 47 minutes, and the corner is in the pits. It could be a little bit of strategy out there for him. So we're on board with the man that leads the Masters class, and that is Francois Hubert. He and Luc Lucchesi share that car. They're sitting first in class and fourth overall on the leaderboard. And they will be targeting Mike Verrier, who's 5 seconds down the road ahead of them. They will be putting a lap there on Mike Verrier, while Francois Hubert representing Team Pantera Racing. Then we're on board now with the Robbie Teams. He shares that car with Willem Botha in the Gazoo Racing. And 18 seconds down the road ahead of him will be Renier Hubert. That will be the next man that the combination of Botha and Teams will lap. And they are sitting second overall in the Masters category to Luc Lucchesi.
And Spalmers, and I think he's had a pretty decent run. Sole lone Porsche out there is Jan Spalmers. He finds himself third in class, 1 minute 51 further back from Robbie Teams. So yeah, closing on a lap that they're going to go down in the not too distant future. Jan Spalmers, but still a very good run by them. Jaco Forster, the man that's going to be joining up with Jan Spalmers. Jaco Forster undoubtedly pretty quick out there, also involved with the Touring Car Series, and that's one we'll tell you about a bit later on. A very, very enjoyable series that is with Jan Spalmers, and then Renier Hubert, fourth in class, and well, I think he's doing a pretty decent job of it.
Yeah, he's going to target the Mario Cowboys. That's Mario going through, and there is Renier behind him, and he'll put a lap there on Mario Cowboys. He's right there on the case of Mario Cowboys. He's Hubert, Mario them out there in that other BMW just there ahead of him, that you should see pretty soon as they're busy work their way up the hill. There the two cars are. There's Mario going through in the Beamer, and there is the man that's about to put a lap of him on him, namely Renier Hubert. But there is Dr. Mike Verrier. He is sitting in that number 14 car in P5 in the Masters category in the 8 ball 24/7, and he will be caught shortly by Francois Hubert, the man that's the overall leader. There's 2.2 seconds between himself and the man that's about to lap him. There he comes into your view now. That is a Francois Hubert, and that is the overall leader of the class. Mike Verrier, of course, sitting just outside of that, the top three. There is Andre Steenkamp. He is in the cheaper cars.co.za car, number 4, that Ferrari, and he is in 6th position in the Masters, and right behind him, 0.3 of a second behind him, is Graham Stephen.
Graham's not been dropped off there whatsoever, and that is in fact a fight that is for position.
Yep.
Steenkamp and Graham Stephen as they work their way under the bridge.
Yeah, into Murray's Corner, Murray's Bend. That is the final turn here at Bathurst at Mount Panorama. And well, one would fancy Graham's chance of taking that position away from him as the BMW makes its way out onto the circuit. Jeff Hancock is in that car. I saw that Pretorius, Marius Pretorius, is in that 11 car. He's taken over there from Jean van Rensburg.
So interesting stuff right through the field, and the big question is Jacques Botha, wow, getting away from Umpiswa.
Yeah, and 3 hours, or almost 3 hours, he's been in that car, and he still hasn't handed that car over to Zach Forster yet. Has Jacques Botha in the team heaped together again, Ferrari, and now Marius Pretorius in the team heaped together Burnout. Ferrari makes his way out onto the circuit. That's car number 11, and the Pretorius brings that Ferrari out, and he is sitting 7th overall in the elite class.
There you can see how the pit stops have played out in terms of how many pit stops have been done by who. And very, very interesting to see what the pit times are as such. Because the last time they were in, you can see Jacques Burger did not change tyres, and Spammers did not change tyres, Corne Breed didn't, neither did Atinachel or Jeff Hancock's. The others all changing tyres. So those ones that you see with the 44, the 43 and the 46 seconds, they will probably 99% sure they are triple stinting, and they will have to do a tyre change when they come in. Given that after Jacques Burger, Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia have pitted, you're probably going to find it will take Umpi to the front of the grid, Jason Kutsia into second, and Jacques Burger into third, if our theory is correct.
Well, there you see him, and into the pits comes. Well, Jeff Hancock just came out of the pits. Has he now got some kind of car damage, or is it a penalty? I cannot see it being a penalty. He's just made his way out onto the track. Jeff Hancock's taken that car over there from Dougarbe, and Jeff is back there in the pit area again, so not too sure what the problem out there is. Is it a stop and go, or is it well, that could only be for damage. And I'm just guessing because I didn't see what happened out on track to him. But it is pretty strange, Gary. You got another theory that he's there in the pits.
It's possible that the way they set up their pit stop was that they wanted to take on tyres, and the way that it was, they didn't have a quick pit stop, and it just went into a normal pit stop. They abandoned it, went out, and have now come back in, and now they're going to do a tyre change on that car and then bring it back out again. But that's pure speculation. Don't go out to one lap and come back again. But there has been numerous occasions in the past that we've seen where errors have happened in the pit lane as to how the setup is done, as to what the crew chief is supposed to do, and then you end up not getting the result that you want in the pits, and either have to just live with consequences, or the other option is to go back into the pits like this. And look how long they've been standing in the pit lane already. That's major.
Yeah, that is not just fuel and tires. That is some other repairs that's been done to that the BMW, as they've been in there now in total, and that is seconds that's ticking. Remember, 60 seconds is a minute, so they've been in there for 119, let's say 120 seconds. So they've been in there for about 2 minutes. They've been in that pits, and Hancock's takes that BMW back out on the track once again.
Wow, that was a bit of a strange one. So it's now 24 seconds that as Jacques Burger has got on Umpi Swart. Can he stretch that one out further? Because if he can, that's going to be a very, very, very strong bash at dethroning the Durant Motorsport cars from the top of the field. The fact that he is so quick out there, he's blindingly quick out there. Let's have a look at the last lap times. A 203.5, and Umpi has equaled that out on a 203.3 and a 203.9. So Jason, there he goes, in and now. I think we must stay on this one.
Yes.
Let's have a look, see exactly what the time's going to be. I'm pretty sure you're going to find this one is going to be a long stop, because it's going to be for tires as well. As we speak, where is Umpi Swart? There is Umpi Swart, still a long way back, and he's going to have to make up that ground as quick as what he possibly can. And there he does. That's the last corner. Through he goes and out into the front lane. So Jacques Burger in the pits, and Umpi Swart going straight past. There you see him on the left-hand side, and Umpi's going to go back into the lead of this race.
So now is surely Zak Forster must take over from Jacques Burger now, because Jason Kutsia has now moved up into that second position as we expected. I cannot possibly see Jacques Burger doing another stint. The car flashes, that means Forster will be in. Yes, Zak Forster is in the team Heap Together Racing. So 3 hours for Jacques Burger, and now handing that car over to Zak Forster.
Well, we know Zak can be very, very quick. There's no doubt about it. The next man on track is Robbie Teens. You can see Robbie Teens is still in the mountains. So literally a half a lap away from where Zak Forster is. So it will retain that position. Will Zak Forster. It will be the third place in class and fourth overall on track as he brings that car back out onto the circuit.
Right, so Zak out in that car now. He's had a good rest. He's been watching what Jacques Botha has done, and Zak brings that Ferrari back out there onto the track once again. So Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia are sitting in first and second in class. Zak Forster sitting third in class, fourth overall on the circuit to Francois Hubert. But now, surely with this third round of pit stops that's now underway, I'm almost certain we'll see the Francois Hubert BMW work its way into the pit area for its pit stop. As we ride aboard, still there, Gaza, with Zak Forster.
Yep, now you see Zak Forster is 106 behind Jason Kutsia. But Jason Kutsia and Yuri Swart have to still go into the pits. You can see 3 stops for Forster and only 2 for Kutsia and Swart. Now, will they then swap over to Byron Mitchell and back to Julian from the iRSA as well? And will they take on tyres? Probably they're not going to take on tyres. They're going to go into their second stint with the same set of tyres, which would make the 42 to a 44 second pit stop.
I'm going to hazard a guess that Umpi and Jason will come in pit and go out, keeping in mind that Byron and Julian did a long stint before they handed over to Yuri Swart Jr. and to Jason Kutsia as Robbie Teens makes his way out of the pits. He's also done a routine pit stop, keeping in mind that they are for now sitting third in class, but then the Jan Sparmer's car has not made its pit stop yet.
Yeah, Jan Sparmer as well. Robbie Teens, that's the 4th time they've been in, and Sparmers and Francois Hubert have been in only 3 times so far.
Yeah.
So the damage caused to the car and the additional stops and whatever, that now coming back into play. We'll be coming back to you shortly.
Right, so we're back up again. I see that Francois Hubert is in the pits. He's making his way back out the pits again. He's Francois Hubert, and that, of course, is the man that is leading the Masters. A big thanks to Microfusion Business IT and Service Provider for the sponsorship of the 6 hour of Bathurst. And then a big thanks as well to Gary Gaza Fleming of Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions for hosting this one. My name is Frankie Yennis, and I've been with you from the beginning together with Gary Fleming, who's been doing double duty of doing the commentary with me and doing all the production work, i.e. the camera work behind the scenes. And I must say, Gaza, a fantastic job that you have done so far on this Microfusion 6 hours of Bathurst at the Mount Panorama. So, Francois Hubert is still the man that sits out there in P1, and he's going to put a lap shortly there on Rainier Hubert. He's 4 seconds behind Rainier, and then he will put a lap on him, and then Mario Kowals will be the next victim there of Francois Hubert. So, with all the pit stops that's gone down, we see that Umpi Swart has taken the lead. Jason Kutsia went through into second, and Zach Foster was in third as he came out of the pits. But that has changed around again, Gaza, because Foster is in that second position, and he is splitting the combination of Swart and Kutsia.
Very, very interesting up front. Let's have a look there at the Zach Foster car. And, well, we said Zach Foster, no slouch whatsoever, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to prove us 100% correct. With Zach Foster behind the steering wheel, I don't think that anybody's going to drive away from him very easily. Jacques Butte having done all the hard work, and now we've got Zach Foster that's right in there, and he's not far behind Umpi Swart whatsoever. Umpi Swart further up the road. Let's see where is Umpi. There's Umpi. He's taking the first corner, going up into the mountain, and just a little bit behind him, just in the same shot. There he is now. That is Zach Foster, that's in second place, and there is Jason Goodseer right behind him. So Jason's going to have to really put his authority onto this one. He's been the slower of the Durant Motorsport guys, making 1-2 errors here and there. The rest have been crystal clear in Byron Mitchell, Jr. from the iRSA and Umpi Swart. So I think the pressure's now on Jason to really wind it up and close in there on that second place car.
Well, if you have a look at that battle box there, you see that they've all passed Mario Kowals, and there's a whole lot of cars that just ahead of Umpi Swart. So if we can go back to Umpi Swart, we'll see that it's not just Graham Stephen that is his next victim. It's Robbie Teings and Jeff Hancock. So as you see your battle box there, Swart, Foster and Kutsia have got 3 back markers that they will systematically close the gap on, and then obviously try to put a lap on them, or will put a lap on them. But this is a fight for position on circuit. This is a fight for second position, and absolutely no resistance as Zak Forster loses that position there to Jason Coetzee. So Durant Motorsport, as far as they're concerned, is order restored. They are sitting first and second, and there's 6.4 seconds between Swart and Coetzee.
A bit of netcode and drop signal there, the car behind Jason Coetzee. And well,
that's Mario Kowals.
Yeah, that's Mario Kowals. Let's hope that that doesn't affect, that it makes as if the cars are knocking into one another and affect the race whatsoever. Because Mario Kowals is actually doing some pretty decent times. They're not shaking him off that easily whatsoever. Jaco Forster into the pits. Graham Stephen into the pits. Mike Verrier into the pits as well.
Right, so now there is another round of pit stops happening. You just saw Mike Verrier make his way out. Here is the 000 Porsche of Jaco Forster, teamed Heap Together Links, busy making its way out onto the circuit, and Graham Stephen making his way out in the Master G-Force Junkies BMW, as Atti Nagel for iRSA Racing Red pits the 88 Ferrari.
So they're just clicking in one after the other. Swart for the elite, Umpi Swart having the fastest overall lap times, and then Joubert for the Masters class. So even the likes of Luke Lucchesi's name does not show up there. Byron Mitchell's name doesn't show up there. Julian Familiaris doesn't show up there. Swart and Joubert, the ones that have got those quickest lap times to date. At the end of the day, Jaco Steyn is the man that's going to be in that motor car now. So Jaco Steyn's going to take that car over and get it out onto the track as quick as he possibly can, because there's still a lot of racing that's going to have to go down before this one comes to an end. 3 hours and 9 of the 6 hours that's done so far. It's Umpi Swart for Durant Motorsport that's leading them out, and not that far behind him is Jason Coetzee. Jason Coetzee having just passed that man there, Zak Forster. Both of them having passed Mario Kowals, but somehow Mario Kowals has now picked up on the lines that they're running, and he's just sticking right there and using that slipstream.
1.3 seconds between Coetzee and Forster, as you see them go up the hill, and right behind them is that lap car of Mario Kowals, and that is looking at Mario Kowals' BMW from the team Heap Together car there of Zak Forster. But Mario Kowals is fighting right back. He is fighting right back, and is Zak going slower? Was it just my imagination? I think it's my imagination, because why would he allow Mario Kowals through after just putting another lap there on Mario Kowals? Now he's right on the back bumper there of Mario. Maybe just a lapse in concentration, I'm not too sure. Mario Kowals is having slight connectivity problems out there, and that's not exactly what Zak Forster wants to see. You don't want to see that white BMW flashing in front of him, because then he himself isn't sure exactly where Mario is on the circuit. And but that is pretty weird, that car sliding around. Gaza, is this Ferrari's tires beginning to cry enough? Have those tires hit the cliff?
It's possible. It's very, very possible.
They dropped off the cliff. I think so.
I think you could be right there. Let's have a look at the pit stops, the time, the pit time that there was for the last stop on that motor car, and well, it's got new tires on. It was a 1 minute 10 stop, but he's definitely slowed down. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Kowals is driving away from him right now.
Yeah, something isn't right there in that 9 Ferrari. Could it be a problem with the sim rig itself of Zak Forster, that something isn't working properly there, and he has got a problem with his simulator? Nobody knows. Only Zak will know himself. We all wrong. We could be wrong. We're just speculating here. in the second gear production studio, because I mean we don't exactly know what's going on inside the Ferrari in the simulator rig there of Zak. What I can tell you is there's nothing going wrong with that guy that's sitting up there in P1, and that is to run Motorsport 10. That is Yuri Umpiswar, that at this point in time has got a 6.9 second lead over teammate Jason Kutsia in that second position.
That's a pretty decent gap, make no mistake. And, well, yeah, let's be honest, Umpi Swart with Byron and Julian, there's nothing much between them whatsoever. They are crystal in everything that they do behind the steering wheel. Super duper confident, super duper smooth, can tailgate to within 0.5, 0.6, 0.7 of a second without any problem, without missing brake markers as such. So the level of concentration and the expertise, apart from the setup which is done for to run motorsport, is very, very good. Jason Kutsia not that far behind in the sister car, and then Zak Foster. Can Zak Foster hold on is another story. There comes Zak Foster. Let's have a look at the last lap times. Did he equal out with them? No, at 2:07. It's a lot slower. Why?
Yeah, look, 2:04.4 and a 2:04.9 for Yuri and Jason, and only a 2:07. As a matter of fact, he is the only other guys that's slower than him is Pretorius, yes, and Jeff Hancock's. They're the only other guys that are doing 2:07s. So clearly some kind of a problem somewhere for that Ferrari of Zak Foster.
Don't see any scratch marks on the right front. Right rear looks pretty decent. Everything pointing in the right direction. Left front, there's no scratch marks there either. And the left rear, no scratch marks there either. Strange, no wall damage visually on the motor car. Believe me, if you touch the wall, you will see it on the paintwork, and that is not the case whatsoever, as the next man into the pits is Renier Hubert.
Yeah, Renier Hubert bringing the Team Hubert racing car in, and he shares that car with Swiss Hubert. So let's have a look and see if that will just be a routine pit stop, or which we know it is, but will there be a driver change or not? That will have to tell you the moment we know. And if that car flashes on your screen, then you know that that is Renier that's handing over to Swiss. Right now it seems as if Renier is still in that car. Well, he is still in that motor car, so...
And tyre change.
Yep, and tyre change. I think that Renier will be continuing in that car and will hand over to Swiss a bit later on. But yeah, interesting times out there for the Zak Foster car, as Renier stays in that Beamer and makes his way towards pit exit.
Not changing tyres, 44.2.
Yeah.
The standing time, so no tyre change having gone down there. Keep in mind that if you go to the top of the field, Zak Foster is a man that was 1 minute 10, so there's that extra almost 30 seconds, 26.1 seconds more, which means that this man you see on screen, Zak Foster, he is in fact on newer tires than Umpi Swart and the man in there behind Umpi Swart, Jason Kutsia. But if you look at the last lap times, it's just not working. He's got it down to a 2:05.4, but even that is still 6/10 outside of Jason Kutsia. He's already 15 seconds behind him, and that hard push to just try and force a mistake out of the two front runners, they're starting to fall now by the wayside.
Yeah, he's pulled back about, well, it still shows 2:07.6 there for Zak Foster. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to have a look and see when he crosses the start-finish line. Surely he's not going to be doing 2:07s for the rest of this one, because then he is going to be in trouble, because François Hubert is 4.5 seconds behind him, and there are still, those two are on the same lap, but still he could lose out to François, even though François is not in the same category as what he is, but still you wouldn't want to go down to that man you see in screen there, François Hubert of Team Pantera Racing. So interesting. He's going to have to up that 2:07.6 and get back into the high 204s or even mid 204s, because remember, Jason's running mid 204s. Sorry, Yuri, Jason's running high 204s. So he's going to have to try and equal at least Jason Coetzee's time or get very close to it.
Well, if you think it's 1.8 seconds that this man, Francois Joubert, has taken out of Zak Forster on the last lap, and if he carries on like that, it's not going to be very long. There's going to take him to make up the 4-second gap that there is 2.5 laps from now. That's for third overall as a podium finish, irrespective of classes. So Francois Joubert is pushing that car pretty hard. Remember, frequent flyer Luc Lucchese will come back into that motor car and then carry on the fight from there. So I think the fight back from the Masters on the elites, it's busy happening right in front of your eyes.
Well, you see, Gary, this is exactly what Francois and Luc wants. They are leading their class, yes, but they want to get into third overall position, knowing that the only guys ahead of them is Durant Motorsport. Then they can both settle down and say, right, let's see if we can go after these guys, but they need to clear Zak Forster first. And at this point in time, there is Francois, and he is 3.8 seconds behind Zak Forster.
205.3 and a
3.6, sorry.
204.7. So 6 tenths on the last lap that was taken out of Zak Forster by Francois Joubert. Steven Koenig has finished his stint on the with his motor car, and that is Steven Koenig that's now coming into the pit lane. So he's going to be starting his homework now, having started the day by doing commentary on another series and now getting out on circuit himself to go and do some racing. So Francois Joubert at 204.7, at 205.2. Zak Forster, we're looking at the battle for third place overall.
Yeah, Koenig, you just saw there in view, he's a teammate of Janneman Press, but never mind that, because here comes Francois Joubert. 3.3 seconds between himself and that man that you see on screen there. Zak Forster in that Ferrari. Not all is well in that Ferrari, and he's been hunted down there by the BMW of Francois Joubert that leads the Masters. And there you see Joubert in the background as they run down the Conrad Straight. That's the two cars you see on your screen there, and that is the fight for overall third position. Zak Forster, and there is Francois Joubert as they race down the Conrad Straight towards the final corner, Murray's Bend.
I think he must be smelling that third position trophy as he just closes up. Visually, you can see that he's closing. So a nose cone view just as he goes over the rise down towards the final bend, and under braking closing up quite a bit. The cockpit side of it, you'll see as he comes out into the straight. There he can see his victim in front of him, and he'll know that he's closing very, very quickly. 1.2 seconds on that last lap.
So Zak has bettered the 207, has done a 205.5, but Francois has done a 204.3. So you can visually see that Francois Joubert is right on the case there of Zak Forster. There is now 2.8 seconds between Forster and Joubert.
And Forster's now got the mountain section with Koenig in front of him. And Stephen, having not done many laps at all so far today.
Ooh, and back markers. Sorry, Gary.
Out Stephen Koenig that he's just gone past. That's cost him a bit. Stephen will now be aware that the next car is coming through and not taking any chances. It's Francois Joubert.
Yeah, Stephen Koenig is in between them. This is exactly what Zak wants and exactly what Francois does not want at this point in time, is to have that Stephen Koenig car between them, because this is just allowing Zak to open up the gap again. Francois has to clear Koenig, and he has to clear Koenig extremely quickly. He has to make a move shortly. Unfortunately for Francois, where he finds himself now, running through the top of the mountain, he's not going to be able to do it. Now he will. Coming out that final corner, Conrad Straight awaits you, and he's now going to stomp on that hammer and have a go there and get past Stephen Koenig. Koenig will just keep to the left, which he does, He goes through, but that gap, it was 2 point odd, is now grown to 3.7 between Foster and Hubert, because Hubert was caught behind Stephen Koenig.
That's a massive knock that he's had to absorb there, is Francois Hubert. And look at that visually. He's back to where he started, a lap back, where as he comes over the rise, you can see the leading car in front of him. So, Francois Hubert must be saying, Stephen, what have you done?
Well, it's just where he picked Stephen up, and he just picked him up in the wrong place. So, I mean, that's nobody's fault. That's racing. You are right on it, and then the guy clears the back marker. You pick up that back marker somewhere on the track where you just cannot get past, because it's impossible to get past. I don't think Stephen kept him up on purpose. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't have kept him up on purpose. But yes, this is racing, and it did cost Francois Hubert.
Yeah, it cost him pretty much a full second. In fact, the last lap times, a 2:07.1 and a 2:08.1 between Jacques Foster and Francois Hubert. So the front 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars are all on the same lap, and that's 3 in the one class, 2 in the other class, and then the first man outside of that is Jaco Foster, 3rd in the Masters class. As we ride on board still with Francois Hubert, expecting that he is going to be closing down on Jacques Foster. He's the closest battle that there is out there as he works his way through the mountain section. This is normally where he is very, very effective. He's got it down to 2.4.
Yeah, well, he's clawed, well, it was 3.7. He's brought it all the way back to 2.4, 2.3. Now it's 2.2. So Francois Hubert is on a roll, and all of a sudden that Foster Ferrari is right there on him. He'll have his gun sight set on him as they work their way down the Conrad Straight towards that bridge, and then they will work their way towards Murray Corner. They'll do a left-right kink here, and then under the Armorall Bridge towards Murray's Corner to start another lap. Murray's Corner, of course, being the final turn here at Mount Panorama.
So this lap, no traffic, bang, 206, almost a 206 flat, and a 204, almost flat as well. 2 seconds. Francois Hubert is on the move. 2 seconds in at 1.76. By the time they get back to where they are now, all things being equal, it's going to be bump to bump.
Yeah, it all depends how quick Francois is on top of the mountain compared to Zak, and how quick Zak is on top of the mountain. But give Zak due. All of a sudden he dropped off pace, and as Gary was saying, there is new rubber on that Ferrari, so something isn't 100% right. He brought it back to 205, and his last lap was a 206 for Zak, so clearly something isn't 100% right, because he was running 204s together with the likes of Francois Hubert and with Yuri and Jason, even with Jaco Foster, that's running 204s as well. And all of a sudden, something, as I say, isn't kosher there, because the Team Pantera Racing BMW of Francois Hubert is now only 1.6 seconds behind him.
And that on used rubber as opposed to the new rubber on Zak Foster's car. 1 minute 10 for the previous stop, Zak Foster, and 42 for Francois Hubert. We're going to take a short break, and we'll keep an eye on this battle. Right, folks, we're back with you again, and what you are watching there on screen, that is Francois Hubert one-on-one for track position overall for second and third out there on circuit, and slowly but surely closing. Zak Koster 205.2 at 204.3, 9/10 of a second on the last lap there, Francois Hubert on Zak Koster. Zak Koster on one stint newer tires than that of Francois Hubert, but not being able to equal out the pace. The BMW closing on the Ferrari lap for lap, corner for corner. It's a matter of time, and if they don't pick up any new traffic, the next one they're going to come to could be Jason Couture, but I mean Jason Couture is on one hell of a pace, so only when they get to when Jason Couture passes Robbie Teens, and then Robbie Teens might then come into play. But I think by then this passing maneuver will have taken place.
Yeah, this is some great stuff out there, but I'm not too sure. Either one of two things has happened there in that Zak Forster Ferrari. Either Zak, as I said, has got some issues with his sim rig, which doesn't seem the case because the car seems to be going pretty okay, or Jacques Buerta was just blowing them all away, and Zak just good enough, but just not on the same pace as Jacques, although he does make a good backup for Jacques. But yeah, that's just speculation. I mean, I'm just having a guess at this because nobody knows exactly what's happening there with Zak Forster. But we do know what's happening with Francois Hubert. He's now only 4/10 of a second behind Zak Forster. Is a Francois Hubert, and that's going down the Conrad Straight towards the end of the lap. And look, I'll tell you this for nothing, Zak is not going to make this easy for Francois at all, as they work their way under the bridge and into the final corner, working their way now into Murray's Bend. And I think by the time they come out of turn number one, there's still 4/10 of a second between them going up the hill towards the top of the mountain. I think this is where France is going to have to make a move, because if he doesn't make that move sooner than later, they're going to battle to be able to have a go for overall positions, he and Luke, at the Durant Motorsport boys.
Well, when they do hand over, you better believe that car's going to be just as quick in the hands of Luke Lucchese. So why is Julian from the iRSA in the car? Why is Umpi Swart out of the car? And why are they not in the top two? Very simple. Just got a video. Steering wheel detached. And they actually sent me a video of it. Unfortunately, I've only got 4 screens in the studio, so I can't do a replay on that video that was sent to us. But the steering wheel actually detached, and they actually were pretty much on the ball, because Julian picked over onto his steering wheel and carried it through from there, from the pit exit on the way out. That's put them 51 seconds further back. 2:05 just been done there by Jude from the RS, but the fight just a little bit further forward. Francois Hubert and Zak Forster going one-on-one.
Well, I'll tell you what, these guys will be laughing and smiling at that, Francois Hubert and Luke Lucchese, because for the first time, Team Durant Motorsport has picked up a technical glitch, and they find themselves in that 4th position, 3rd in class, and this is basically exactly what Luke Lucchese wanted. He wanted to drive that wedge with his teammate between Durant Motorsport, and that is exactly what he's getting so far, and is getting a bonus because Zak Forster has joined him in doing so. But yes, he wants to get that car into 2nd position. He wants not only to win class, does Luke and Francois, but they want to bring that motorsport into that BMW car. Basically, the BMW motorsport colors were very much similar, into that overall 2nd position. So at this point in time, France was doing an awesome game and driving fantastic, but still not managing to clear the Zak Forster Ferrari. There is 7/10 of a second between them, and if they want to have a possible go at Jason Couture, which is unlikely but not impossible, they need to get that BMW ahead of that Ferrari sooner than later.
Well, it's a very interesting battle, but keep in mind that Zach Forster has now dropped 14.5 seconds back from Jason Kutsia. So when Jason goes back to Byron, who's undoubtedly one of the very quick guys in these motor cars around this specific circuit, and with just about any motor car around any circuit, that's going to put them very much in the driving seat. With Jason having dropped down initially, I think they'll be super tough with the fact that they find themselves back at the front. With Zach Forster now holding up a 14.8 second gap and holding Francois Dubé back. Now, Francois Dubé did a brilliant job in catching, but having caught, doesn't look very close to passing right now.
Well, Gary, can you go to Julian Familiaris for me, please? Because I'd like to see the gap, the interval. I think that is 50 seconds. I see the interval there. That's between Julian and Francois Hubert. Yeah, well, he's got that's possible because look at all those back markers that Jules has to clear there. First Graham Stephen, then Mike Verrier, and then Corne Briet. So on track, Familiaris is now 51 seconds behind Francois Hubert. So this is a mountain for Durant Motorsport 10 to have to climb if they want to get themselves into that overall top 3. Yes, he is third in class at this point in time, but they want to get into that top 3, into that podium. Will they be able to get there? Will they do it? Will they work their way back up into that second position? I don't know. We'll have to see. Time will tell. We've still got a bit to do here in this 6 hour brought to you by Microfusion Business IT and Service Provider.
Top 4 mirror one another to within very close times, within half a second of one another. Jason Kutsia on the last lap is a 2:04.6, who's actually the slowest of the front 4, a 2:04.1, and they're about to come through now to do another lap. Let's see what does Julian do with this one. Julian puts in a 2:04.16, so within hundredths of a second between them at this stage of the fight. Francois Hubert, there you can see the gap visually. It hasn't closed any further. He's not been able to do much. I see Swayze Hubert has jumped to the pits. Now Swayze Hubert is down 6th in class there. He is. He's 12th overall and 6th in class. I didn't see any accidents at all for Swayze Hubert, but he jumped back to the pits. So very strange. A drive-through, you wouldn't jump back to the pits because then you get nailed with towing time. So I'm not too sure what happened. It could be netcode or same or something similar, but not too sure how that one plays out. Let's go back to the classes as such, and it's there, the man at the front, Jason Kutsia, that's now coming up behind Jeff Hancock's that needs to get past.
And flashing lights there at Hancock's and putting the pressure there on Jeff, saying, come on Jeff, just move out the way, hold your line. I want to come through, but Jeff is not making it easy there for Jason Kutsia. He is eventually overtaken there by Kutsia. Is Hancock's, and Hancock stuck in right in there behind him. Herman Lazarus is on track there behind Jeff Hancock's. And there is that combination of Zach Forster and Francois Hubert, and there's 0.6 of a second. I lie, it's not. It is very close. It is 0.7 of a second between Zach and Francois, and he's going to have to move. I'm not too sure what the strategy is that the drivers have got while talking to each other. Maybe Luke and Francois have decided to hold station for now. Obviously, we don't know what they are doing, because trust me, believe me, all these drivers are talking to their teammates all the time. Even if the teammates are not racing at this point, they are still communicating with their teammate that's behind the steering wheel of that car. So obviously we won't know what Francois and Luke are discussing, because to me it seems as if Francois is just closing onto the back of him and just hanging there around for a while as they work their way out the final corner on top of the mountain, and now race down the Conrad Straight So yeah, as I said, we're not too sure obviously what the drivers are saying to each other.
Surprising that you can get a situation where you can catch somebody almost hand over fist. When you get to them, you can't get past them.
Well, there's an old saying, catching is one thing, overtaking is another thing.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Or is it a case of let's not take a chance to do a passing maneuver?
This is what I'm thinking,
Under
yes.
immediate pressure. Talking about immediate pressure, looks like Graham Stevens well on his way to make a passing maneuver right now on Dr. Mike Berrier, and that is for position on track, positioning class for 4th and 5th.
Well, Graham Stevens launching one heck of a comeback. He is the teammate of Captain Peter van der Spey, and there is 4/10 of a second between Verrier and Steven, and that's the two cars you see there on screen. Mike Verrier just ahead there for now of Graham Stevens as they make their way down the Conrad Straight, and Graham Stevens sitting there on his outside, pulls back in there behind him. Flicker to the left, flicker to the right, under the bridge, pit lane on the left-hand side, and then they will turn left. Graham Stevens sits there on the outside of the dock, but the dock holds the line for the final corner.
Not going to give it away whatsoever. Graham Stevens pushing very, very hard. Oh, Mike actually closes off the inside line. That racing instinct does not go away. And as they work their way up now past the turn number 1, back towards the base end of the mountain, there's nothing much between the two. I do believe once he gets past, it'll be a different story. But to get past is something else. And now he's going to be on the outside as they go towards the mountain. Probably find that Mike will back out of that.
Watch that rear view mirror there of Graham Stevens, and you see that there's no Ferrari behind him. Why? Because the Ferrari is still ahead of him.
Just when you thought you were going to see the man in the TV screen because your reverse camera is picking him up. No, Mike Berrier is not wanting to give that 4th position away whatsoever. He finds himself not that far behind Jack Foster, and he doesn't want to throw away that position and get stuck behind Graham Stevens.
Yeah, so obviously Mike doesn't have to yield for him at all here, because this is a battle for track position. There's 3/10 of a second between Verrier and Steven as they work their way through the top end of the mountain.
And Luke is coming from behind.
The yes. Julian Familiaris, he's right in there with him. So these guys are fighting each other so heavily, they're not realizing, well, they will by now, that Familiaris is right there on their back bumpers.
So Mike Berrier is the man that's in front, and there's the 2 cars that's behind him. And wow, look at that, giving way, in fact, moving to the side of the circuit. That was a very sportsmanlike conduct that was given through there. And well, there's a lot of sportsmanship and decency that's going down amongst these drivers.
Yeah, well, he's obviously going another lap down to the leaders. He's not going to fight him. He just wants Julian to get past Mike quickly and disappear so that he can have his fight, Graham, once again there with Mike. So Mike will know that this is the leader. He won't hold him up, that's for sure. And through he goes. So now Graham Stevens will say, well, okay, now that Julian has gone past both of us, now Mike, you and I can resume our fight on the track. But look at Mike.
Take the toe.
He's got the toe on him. As a matter of fact, Graham's got the toe there as well. So this is Slipstream City as they make their way through to the top end of the mountain.
Now Mike Berrier will know that the moment he loses that slipstream from Junior Familiaris, it's going to be a case of all the pressure coming from behind. Oh, he double tips on the brake pedal, and that drops him just a little way from the car in front of him. Mike Berrier from Junior Familiaris, he has to try and hold onto the back of Drew, and he's not going to be able to do it going through the mountain section, and that's going to make him a sitting duck to Graham Stevens when they go down the Conrad Straight.
Well, here they go, and there is nothing between them. As a matter of fact, it's about still 3/10 of a second between Verrier and Steven as they work their way through the top end of the mountain, and you can see Familiaris is just disappearing down the road. Is Jules, and Mike Verrier is now in defensive mode. He's doing all that he can to keep Graham Stevens behind him as Raymond Duggan comes out the pits, and he is the teammate of Corne Breed, and I think he might have just have taken that car over there from Corne as we go back to this fight between Mike Verrier and Graham Stephen.
Graham Stephen closing. Too little, too late. It's not going to work. You would have thought that Mike would have been a sitting duck, having lost the toe from the vehicle in front of him in the hands of Julian from the iRSA. Julian taking 2.6 out already. Mike was pretty slow coming out of that corner. Oh! He had a look to go up on the inside line. Mike is riding classic Formula One block style. You're only allowed to move once. Does he now give it away? I think he thought, okay, all right, let's be reasonable. Nope, he fancies his pace. He thinks he can make it.
Yeah, but he hasn't got the line for that left hand. He's going to sit on the outside. He's Mike. He does have the line for when they get to the top of the hill, it goes to the left. That Ferrari have the legs on the BMW in a straight line. It looks like it.
I think so, and I think that's what he's using.
Well, he will have the line now when they get to the top of the hill. There they go into the left hand. He's got the line, but Graham sitting there on his outside. Now the line will belong to Graham, that left-hander, and eventually Graham says, hey, enough is enough, man. I'm taking this position away from you. Some great racing there between Graham and Mike.
Yeah, that for track position and fourth and fifth in class. Mike Verrier, the racing acumen was brilliant. He did it all nice and neatly and cleanly. He made it quite obvious where he was going to be placing that car on the circuit, and Graham Stephen with his racing acumen knew when he went for the dive or he looked for the dive, it was not going to work. Back out of time as he made sure they didn't make any contact whatsoever. Now, can Mike Verrier use the slipstream of Graham Stephen and hold on to Graham Stephen and move himself further up the leaderboard?
Well, anything is possible out there. I'm having a look there. Zach Foster is still there in that second position in the elite. So we have a look-see and into the pits, Doug Gerber, and then we have got Herman Lazarus working that for Ferrari into the pit area. There is Zach Foster, and he is 15 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. Is Zach Foster, and the reason why I was asking about Zach, because Francois Hubert is still behind him, but that gap has grown now to nearly 3 seconds that Zach is there ahead of Francois. So you will recall earlier on Francois was all over the back there of Zach, and this is Jaco Foster, a replay coming out the final corner in the Porsche and hammering the wall on the inside of the pit area.
Another incident here under Steenkamp. Cars.co.za. Lazarus just gets the tailing out, gets it 9. Somehow when you go off, that's the 10 car that's gone in there, and that in fact was Francois Hubert that
Duggan
that
gets
situation
kept up as well,
and the 17 in there as well, Raymond Duggan.
Well, and there's damage on that Ferrari, and yeah, that has cost them. As Gary was saying, they were told there in driver's briefing not to reverse up and down and do 3-4 point turns in the mountain, and that's exactly what happened, and that is what Andre done, and then there was nowhere for Francois to go other than into him, and of course Raymond Duggan was also part of that situation as well. As you see Raymond Duggan coming there, he stopped, as a matter of fact. He never made any contact there with Steenkamp, but he had to climb on the brakes to avoid contact with Andre Steenkamp.
Jean van Rensburg in the same basic colors as that of Herman Lazarus. He comes into the pits for his pit stop, back to the front end of the field. Jason Kutsia, let's have a look at the race overall. And Jason Kutsia has held out now almost on 16 seconds from Zach Foster. And Zach Foster has got Francois Hubert right in there behind him, with Francois Hubert now 2.3 seconds. So he's dropped a bit off the back of Zach Foster for that position overall. Julian from the iRSA has not been able to close. He is in fact now finding himself third in class and 47 seconds further back. so not been able to do much there. Robbie Teens in behind the steering wheel. Nice to see that Robbie's back out there again. He finds himself second overall in class. Is Robbie Teens, and the man that he obviously would like to get his hands on will be Francois Joubert, but there's at least 3 cars and more between himself and Francois Joubert, and you're looking at probably around about a minute and a half.
Yeah, but there's 1 minute and 59 seconds between himself and the Familiaris, so it's highly unlikely at this point that Robbie Teens and Willem Botha that share that car will get up to the combination of Francois Joubert and Luc Lucchesi. But they really won't mind because they're sitting second in the Masters, and they would be super chuffed with that one in the Gazoo Racing BMW as they make their way through the final corner. With 3 hours and 55 minutes done, we are approaching the 4-hour mark, and we'll have a look and see who is going to pit when. I know that Durant Motorsport had to make that change because of the issue with the steering wheel as Foster comes into the pits. The issue on the steering wheel there of Umpi Swart that Jules had to take over. But 3 hours and 55 done, and Zach Foster is in the pit area. Yeah. Yeah, I thought you might have handed over there to Jacques Botha once again, but there was no handover. Remember that Jacques did a huge stint. Jacques did about 3 hours and then handed that car over to Zach. So with Zach coming in, he did not give that car back to Jacques Botha, but there is the man that sits in P1, Durant Motorsport 9, race leader and overall leader and class leader, whatever you want to call it. It makes no difference. His name is still Jason Kutsia, and he's sitting out there in P1 in that AMG Mercedes-Benz GT car that is busy working its way out of turn number 1 and beginning to climb the hill, beginning to climb the mountain to the top end of Mount Panorama. No, as a matter of fact, there isn't much in it, to be honest with you. And we've only lost 1 car. There were 17 cars that entered. 16 of them are still out there on track. It was a combination of Clinton Besaidnout and Jonty Weiss that had trouble out there. Jonty never even got to race that car, and it was Clinton Besaidnout that had all sorts of issues out there, and they retired. But Robbie Teens and Willem Botha are sitting second overall in a class to Francois Joubert, and there's 2 minutes and 2 seconds between Francois Joubert and second place man Robbie Teens. Yes, that Porsche is in trouble. We'll have a look, see if we can't pick up a replay. It was walking around slightly there on top of the mountain. So clearly there was an issue out there for the 000 Yaku forced the car. This is a replay. It still has a bonnet here. And when you see it just now that's coming out of Murray's corner, how much better hits the inside wall. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they've done that before. And that's the reason why the car went into the final corner with a bonnet and came out of the final corner without the bonnet. Yes. Yeah, Willem Botha's in. You were right, Gary. Willem Botha's in. You see the car pop up on the jacks, and that is a clear-cut indication that it's not just fuel, but it's fuel and tires as well.
folks, we're back with you again. And for those of you that missed out on the beginning of today, 6 hours of Bathurst. And we've got two different classes. The class, the 16 to 39-year-old, and the master class, 40 through to 75 years of age. And our sponsor for today, Microfusion Business IT and Service Providers. And we say a big thanks to them. They're the business information technology company based in Port Elizabeth in South Africa. They offer IT service, sales and support to businesses in the greater Nelson Mandela Metropolitan area. They also further offer contact support to national-based IT support companies and national businesses requiring their services, and also obviously in that Port Elizabeth metropolitan area. They are exclusively committed to small and medium business, where they believe that they recognize competence and capacity to service your IT needs. They are pretty much driven to provide quality technical services to public and private sector business clients alike. So a big thanks to Microfusion for their sponsorship of the prize money for today's race.
And as we watch, Familiaris is going to make a move there on Steve McCarthy, and gets the move done there on Stephen McCarthy. That, of course, is out there in the master section. He and Mike Verrier share that Ferrari. So Familiaris and Yuri Swart, they are the people that are sharing, or the drivers that are sharing that Durant Motorsport, the Mercedes-Benz, as we now ride aboard with Zak Forster. And Zak is going to pick up Jean van Rensburg. That is the man he's going to pick up. And there is Byron Mitchell. So Mitchell is in that car. Byron Mitchell has taken over that Merc from Jason Kutsia. And Byron Mitchell for Durant Motorsport 9 is in that car in third position. And here they come. Here they come. They are 5/10 of a second behind Zak Forster. That's at fight for that second position between Forster and Mitchell as they head down the Conrad Straight. Now, Zak does not have to give anything here to Byron, because they are fighting for track position, and they're fighting for second in class and second overall as well. And Byron Mitchell just says to him, thanks for coming, have a nice day. There you see him in Mitchell's rearview mirror as Byron Mitchell once again makes it a Durant Motorsport 1 and 2. Now he has to clear away from Zak Forster to cement a 1-2 for Durant Motorsport. But I will say one thing, it hasn't been as easy for them this time around as it was in the opening two rounds of this 6 hour.
If you have a look on the right hand side, you'll see that's Byron Mitchell that's on screen. That's Zak Forster that's in there behind him. Look, Lucchesi just 16 seconds further back. So not only has Byron Mitchell negated the problem of Zak Forster, which is his biggest competition right now, it is then also the car next up on the road, 16 seconds further back, which is Luke Lucchesi. Looks back in the motor car. They 2 minutes 9 seconds ahead of Willem Botha, which is their closest competition class-wise. But Zak Forster doesn't seem to be very intent on allowing this car that's just got past him to get away. Yeah, he closed, and yes, he passed, but just maybe Zak Forster fancies the opportunity to maybe hold onto the back of him and stretch himself then away from the interests of Luke Lucchesi, or either way to hold on for this stint, put new tires on and come back fighting, and maybe still break the Durant Motorsport boys into.
Well, I'll tell you this for nothing, Byron Mitchell's not going into defensive mode. He's overtaken him and he's driving that thing as hard as he can to try and clear away from Zak Forster. As we speak, Luke Lucchesi, that Gary said earlier on, is out there on track. He's taken over that BMW from Francois Hubert. So Lucchesi is sitting first in class, and he is sitting fourth overall on track. Is Luke Lucchesi, but Byron Mitchell still not dropping Forster. That Ferrari of Forster is right there. Now, Forster was doing, well, Zach is still doing 207s. I don't quite understand this because Julian's done a 203 his last lap. Byron did a 205, and then I can understand because he had to get past Zach Foster. Zach is right in there with the Byron Mitchell, and yet he's done a 207.7, did Zach Foster. But even so, he's no one there. He makes a mistake.
Ouch.
I was just going to say he's not being left behind there by Mitchell.
Wow, that was just a bit of luck. We managed to put that up on screen. The reason why I've got those times up there, you can see Luke Lucchesi 204, 550, and that's quicker than the 207 and of Byron Mitchell and Zach Forster. So Luke Lucchesi will be hoping that the two of them give one another a bit of a hard time and slow one another down. Look at the right hand bottom corner. Byron Mitchell to Zach Forster, 0.78. That's well within where you need to be to pick up the best of the toe. And Luke Lucchesi is down to 12.1. So let them fight one another. 12.8, 11.7. 11.7 it stays. So he is closing. So right now he's going to be saying, please, 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 Zach Foster, don't let that man go. Hound him, make him go defensive, and then we'll make this a three-way battle. We'll sort it out after that.
Well, this is exactly what Luke Lucchesi wants. This is not what Byron Mitchell wants. He would have thought by now that he would have pulled away from that Ferrari, keeping in mind the fact that Zach did make a mistake coming out of turn number 1, and he is literally hooked up onto the back of that Mercedes-Benz, and he is clawing his way back onto the back end of that Mercedes Foster, and there's only 7/10 of a second between himself and Mitchell that is there ahead of him, and Luke Lucchesi is 10 seconds behind this combination of Mitchell and Foster.
Let's have a look at that from upstairs. There you see the two of them. And where do we find Luke Lucchesi? Let's just let them go right up to the top end of the screen. Where's Luke Lucchesi? Right there. There you see all three of them that was on screen. There's Byron Mitchell, and they working their way past the pit complex. That's our blimp view. That's Byron Mitchell and Zach Foster. Now they work their way through turn number 1. There's that long straight with the dips and straight sections, and then a bit of a rise in a straight section, and then you get into the mountain. And Luke Lucchesi, there comes Luke Lucchesi. Nothing too much in it right now.
Yeah, Luke Lucchesi, there he goes. Pantera Racing, Luke Lucchesi sitting 4th overall and 1st in the Masters. As a matter of fact, Willem Botha and Jaco Foster are sitting 2nd and 3rd in Masters, and they are right behind Luke Lucchesi. Yeah, the gaps are big between themselves and Luke, but they are not being dropped there. They are sitting right there with Luke, and they are literally right up there in between the elites. Here is Jaco Foster coming through. He's now got a bonnet back on that Porsche of his again, the 000 Porsche. And this is a replay of Andre Steenkamp in that final corner, sliding that number 4 Ferrari off the circuit, the cheapercars.co.za Ferrari.
Luckily not making any contact whatsoever, so that is great. Zach Foster still holding onto the back of the Durant Motorsport car of Byron Mitchell. 41 seconds. Julian from iRSA up, dust, and disappear. Umpi Swart having had the steering disconnect on him. Julian jumping into the car and carrying on from there. Either way, they made it count. They made it work for themselves. And now it's a case of Luke Lucchesi starting to close. Slowly but surely, Luke Lucchesi, he's got it down to 6.6. He's closing fast. He's closing very fast.
Yeah, there is 6.4 between Lucchesi and Foster.
There's the cars
there
in
they
front.
go. There they go into that final corner into Murray's Bend. And here comes Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchesi at 6.2 seconds between Foster and Lucchesi, as Lucchesi heads towards a left-hander, the 90-degree left-hander that is turn number 1, and then starts running up the mountain, up the side of the hill, and he can see the combination of Mitchell and Foster just ahead of him down the road, and this will give him a complete new flair of excitement as he now realizes, but hey man, I am now within striking distance not only of Zak Forster, but of at least one of the Durant Motorsport car driver combinations, namely Byron Mitchell.
But relatively, Frankie, look at the times. 2070, 2070, Zak and Byron fighting it out. 204.1, 2.9 seconds in one lap. That's what Luke is taken out of them. Surely by now they must be thinking, man, let's leave one another alone, because if Luke gets to us, you must know he's worked that hard to get to us. He's not going to back off whatsoever. He's going to be coming with a vengeance, and he's got a point to make to try and beat out on the young guns as the fastest car driver combination in the older hands.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to be a very, very exciting finish. We've only done 4 hours and 23 minutes of this. Within the next 7 minutes, we'll have an hour and a half to go. And Luke Lucchese can see the two of them. You can see Mitchell and Foster down the Conrad Straight, just there ahead of him as they work towards the bottom of the hill and towards the end of the lap. And this is playing into the hands of Luke Lucchese because Byron Mitchell is not shaking. Zak Foster is not dropping him, and this is now preventing him from going into attack mode. He was in attack mode and he's saying to himself, now what do I have to do to shake off this Ferrari, because he won't know that not too far, 3 seconds behind that Ferrari is this BMW of Luke Lucchese.
Look at it now. There is Luke Lucchese, and there is the two cars that he's chasing. It's getting closer and closer all the time. Lap for lap, he's eating them up. 207.2s as opposed to a 204, 3.2 seconds he's taking out of them. Is Zak Foster not going to start getting desperate? It looks like it.
Ooh, Zak wants to have a go. Zak wants to have a go. My goodness gracious me. Durant Motorsport is fighting here for survival. They had it very easily for the first 2 rounds, the 2 opening rounds of the 6 hour. With 4 hours and 24 minutes left in this one. These guys are fighting for overall 2nd and 3rd position on the track. And Zak is coming back at him. Zak Foster's coming right back at him. My goodness. Byron Mitchell has been hassled here by Zak Foster. I'll tell you what, if anybody thought that the Jacques Buerta Zak Foster combination is just here to have fun, they are not. They are here to do some serious racing, and Zak Foster is making life hard for Mitchell now. Remember, Mitchell overtook him, so Mitchell would have been in attack mode all the time and could not shake him. Now that Zak is coming back at Mitchell, all of a sudden Mitchell's game plan will change now. It'll be no more attack mode. It will keep Foster behind me mode. And here comes Luke Lucchese. Can you believe it? With almost 4.5 hours done, we are still in for a hell of a fight for overall 2nd, 3rd and 4th position on circuit.
Let's hope that Luke doesn't throw it at the scenery, because we know he can get slightly overzealous on the accelerator when the tipsy's down. He is blindingly quick, but he does every now and again make those errors, although he's quick enough to be able to make up for it. I think that you've got a situation now where Zak Foster is, Julian Familiaris into the pits. Julian's in the pits. Byron Mitchell leads out from Zak Foster. Luke Lucchese finds himself now in that 3rd position. Julian comes back out on track. Zak Foster, well, I think he's desperate. He knows Luke Lucchese is not going to take this sitting down. He has to make a plan and get through, or he's going to be eaten up by the man that's close from 14 seconds out, Luke Lucchese.
Well, I never thought I'll say this, but Byron Mitchell is holding them up. I never ever thought I would say this, but Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell is holding them up. What the issue is, what the problem is, I do not know. But he is certainly holding them up, and he's holding Zak up. And Zak wants past. Zak is darting around all over the back of him. Zak, when he looks in his rearview mirror, will see and into the gazing eyes there of Luke Lucchese. And Luke will be sitting with one big fat juicy smile from ear to ear, saying, well, if you don't get him, I'm going to try and get both of you, and this is not impossible. Well. If I was Byron Mitchell, it's time to forget about what's happening behind me. Just drop the hammer and go. And Zach Forster, I think, if he didn't rub the wall, he was very, very close to it. What a fight down the convert straight there between Byron Mitchell, Zach Forster, and Luke Lucchese.
I think it's a double-edged sword. Look at fourth position. Julian from the iRSA. Is he not backing them up into Julian?
This is a possibility. We don't know what Garth de Villiers is telling his guys. Would be a lovely time to get Garth on the phone right now, but I think he probably wouldn't answer his telephone. And here comes Luke Lucchese up on the inside of Zach Forster, and he has nailed him. He has said, Zach, if you cannot get past Byron Mitchell, then I will show you how easily I can get past you and put you behind me, clear off ahead of you, and then go after Byron Mitchell. What a race we've got, nearly 4.5 hours into the 6 hour, brought to you by Microfusion Business IT and Service Provider.
I think that Byron Mitchell's now going to climb on the lane line and say, excuse me, boss, I've done what you've asked me to. I've backed it up. Luke's now come past. It's not Zach Forster behind me. It's now Luke Lucchese, and Luke will stick it up on the inside of any corner. You'll put it up on the outside of any corner. Byron Mitchell now has to turn the week up. He doesn't have a choice. If he doesn't, Luke's going to go to front into the field. And remember, Luke Lucchese is the fastest of the masters.
Yeah,
that's a given fact. He wants to beat the young guns. He will do whatever he needs to beat the young guns. Julian has not been able to close any further. Why? Byron's turned the week up.
Yeah, but he has to still clear Willem Botha and Mario Kowal's muster Julian Familiaris before he can be in there between Mitchell, Lucchese, and Forster. And they both, or all three of them, are going to close up onto the back end of Stephen Koenig.
I think you're going to find that Byron Mitchell's going to do a sub, quite a bit below a sub 205, because having got there, Luke Lucchese has not really been able to close up that much on the back of Byron Mitchell, which means that Byron has turned up the wick. He's got to go now. There is no other way around it. Julian must now find his own way to get closer. He cannot be helped anymore by Byron Mitchell. Byron has got to get a move on him. If he doesn't, that Mercedes-Benz is going to lose the lead.
Well, all of a sudden, to run Motorsport's got a fight on their hands. And it's coming from Luke Lucchese and from Zach Forster. And if you had seen what they'd done the first two rounds, they would not have expected this. But then again, on the other hand,
203.8. I told you, he's turned up the wick.
Yeah, well, both Byron's done a 203, and Luke had done a 203.7. So Luke Lucchese is nearly a tenth of a second quicker than what Byron Mitchell is. Jules is going to have to go because he has to go and help his teammate up front, because Mitchell has been mugged here by Lucchese and Forster.
We realize that Julian from the iRSA has not been able to close 10.2, 10.3. It's hovering there all the time. Julian from the iRSA 204.9. So Julian's got to find a way. Byron can't help him no more. I think Byron's got to try and help himself right now.
Oh, boy.
Easy. And so, look at that. Zach Forster back onto the back end of Luke. I tell you what, you pressurize me.
Well,
I'm going to pressurize you. You find a way around Byron Mitchell.
Back markers keeping them up. That's why. That is Stephen Koenig. Stephen Koenig is keeping the two of them up, and this will bring Zach Forster back into play again. There you see Zach Forster coming into view. And these two guys make it three. Are going to have to clear Koenig. Surely Koenig will know this is the fight for overall 1, 2, and 3 behind him.
Where do you go? There's no space in the mountain.
But all you must do is just hold his line there. And when they come out of that corner now and head down the Conrad Straight, just lift off slightly, hold your line, and let the three of them just bomb past you. If he doesn't do that, it could end up in a horror show for somebody.
Byron Mitchell dives out. Does Luke Lucchese go with him? Can Luke make it in time? He needs to get past Koenig before they get into the next corner, and he's not going to be able to. Koenig's not worried about them. He's worried about his own race. He's on that outside line, and opts exactly what we expected, and that is exactly what we did not want to see. Luke Lucchese gets taken out of it by Stephen Koenig.
Well, and Mario Kowals just comes through as well there. My word, and he's now, while he's still a lap or so down, but on track he's got himself ahead there of Lucchese and somebody going into the
Stephen
pits. I
Koenig.
think that might just be Stephen Koenig that's making his way into
Oh,
the pit area.
man.
But man, oh man, oh man, maybe just a touch too over eager there for Luke Lucchese. He should have just let Koenig go through and then had a go before turn one or over here up the hill towards the top of the mountain. And I think he was too eager to clear Koenig and then made contact there with Stephen Koenig.
Oh, that's really
Six of the
costing.
one, half a dozen of the other.
Came from so far back, closed up. I think he expected Koenig would have backed out of it. Surely Koenig must have known that the big boys, the big hitters were coming,
Yeah.
and it was a massive battle as well. I mean, you'll have that battle box in his right-hand bottom corner. It should all be there. I think Luke Lucchese is going to have some choice words for Stephen Koenig. Can he now fight his way back 4.5 hours into this one? I think he can.
You can see it two ways. You can say that Luke was too overeager going into the final corner, or you can say, as you said, that Koenig going down the Conrad Straight would have known that they are there behind him and just lifted off slightly and let them find a way past. It's hard to say as Foster rubs the wall heading down the Conrad Straight. As I said earlier on, 6 of the one, half a dozen of the other. We won't know, obviously.
Oh, pretty for Koenig. I think he's going to get a bit of a wrath from Mr. Luke Lucchese on that one. But then again, it gives us the opportunity to watch this one unfold. Julian from the iRSA, 8.7 off the back end. Let's have a look. See Luke Lucchese, 10.1 to Willem Porter, and then to Zach Foster. That's quite a bit of a gap there. Let's have a look from the perspective of Julian from the iRSA. There's Julian, and he finds himself not that far off the back of Luke Lucchese. So if Julian can knock those on the back of Luke, and there you see, there's the one, and then Lucchese just in front of him. There's Luke Lucchese, and Julian from the iRSA is in there behind him. So if Julian can knock those up to the back of Luke Lucchese within 1.1 seconds and then start picking up the toe, that's going to bring him back into play. Then he can sit there behind Luke and stay just far enough back from Luke that he can lift and coast, save the tires, save the brakes, and save the juice, and then hope that Luke can then close up onto the tail end of Zach Forster and then go into attack mode onto Zach Forster.
Well, I'll tell you what an action-packed 4 hours and 35 minutes we've had so far. We've got 1 hour and 25 to go in this one. And Familiar Harris is right there. But let's go have a look at Willem Botha. Willem Botha is sitting second in that class. And he has got Mitchell and Foster just in there ahead of him. And he'll be happy with what's going down at this point in time, because he and Robbie Teens, they share that car together. And between Willem and Robbie, they will be happy with a second overall in the Masters category. This is Jaco Foster, and he's having a fight there with, is that Mario Kowars? Yes, it is. That car that's flashing on and off. That's Mario Kowars that Jaco Foster's having a fight with out there down the Conrad Straight.
So Wars might be way down in terms of track position, but he's no slouch out there whatsoever. Whatever slowed him down earlier on is just created a situation where he's not in the list on the leaderboard where you would expect him to be whatsoever. And I think that is one of the quicker drivers that you're seeing out there. Fourth overall in class behind Byron Mitchell, Zach Foster, Julian from the iRSA is Raymond Duggan. Finds himself a little bit further down, but in a very decent position. Should the battle up front end up rubbing wheel nuts and knocking one another off, Raymond Duggan might still just find himself alongside Corne Breed in a top 3 position. It's not impossible.
Yeah, well, he's still going to clear Steyn, Dougerbe and Cowarts. Is Raymond Duggan. He's gone past Steenkamp, Koenig and Van der Spey. That's back out there on the track again. Remember, Peter is sharing that car with Graham Stephen. And this is Raymond Duggan for iRSA Racing Green. But we go and have a look at the Swiss Hubert. It's sitting 4th overall in the Masters category.
Also fourth in class, the same as Raymond.
Correct. And he is on track just behind Raymond Duggan and just ahead there of Jaco Steyn.
Jaco Steyn finds himself a long way further back, pretty much 2 minutes further back is Jaco Steyn. And well, they've had a pretty good run as Jaco Steyn, not bad at all. He's got Atti Nagel as a teammate, also pretty quick out there. In fact, just about everybody out there is pretty quick. Peter van der Spey a little bit further down, not the way Peter would have liked this to be. He finds himself 5th in class and rounding out 10th overall.
Yeah, that's the 8 BMW, the Master G-Force Junkies at BMW of Peter van der Spey, and his teammate is Graham Stephen, with Peter making his way into turn number 1 to start climbing up the mountain. Is van der Spey, but he's going to be caught a lap there by Byron Mitchell as Jean van Rensburg makes his way into pit lane.
So the next man up behind him then would be Stephen McCarthy. There Stephen McCarthy goes through. There's Sean van Rensburg, and then Stephen McCarthy has already gone past. That's him at the exit of the pit lane. We saw the car of Stephen McCarthy, of Jean van Rensburg there in the pit lane. Swiss Hubert. We just spoke about the guys. That's 4th overall, just outside of the ones you're looking for, the top 3. And he pulls it into the pits as well.
Yeah, look, Swiss for Team Hubert Racing shares that Beamer with Rainier. This is a replay of Luc Lucchesi. Oh, now it's track limits for Lucchesi. I think that little situation between himself and Koenig has unsettled Luc Lucchesi a bit. He needs to just calm it all down as Swiss Hubert. He's still in the pits. As I said, he shares that car with Rainier. And it don't look as if Rainier is going to take over. I think Swiss will continue.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's no indication yet, although it's 57 seconds that he's been there in the pits. I think if it was going to be a changeover, we would have seen it by now. Nope, there he goes out of the pits. He goes. Jean van Rensburg, 7th in class, is going to be pulling it into the pits. And it looks like he's going to be going for a tyre change back to the front end of the field. All about that man, Byron Mitchell, and he has got a reasonable gap, but not that much, because there comes Zach Foster, and not that far behind that is, there he is, it's Luc Lucchesi, and then not that far behind that, after 4.5 hours, there he comes, Julian Familiaris, and they are closing up once again. Only 1 hour 20 to go,
and there's only 1.3 between Julian and Luke as they go into that little S-Benz under the Armorall Bridge.
Is this a friendly battle or is this a bitter battle?
No, I think this is gloves off battle, yes. As you are saying there, Gary. Not bitter because they dislike each other, but just because this is hardcore racing out there. And everybody knows how dominant Durant Motorsport has been, and I salute them because they are a fantastic team. But this is what I like about it, because they're such a great team and because they have dominated everything. Obviously, they are the guys that's got the target on their back.
Yep.
So everybody wants to go for them, and this is what makes this race so exciting. They want to make it 3 out of 3, and the rest are saying to themselves, oh no, you guys are not. And if you guys should do it, you're going to work damn hard for it.
Well, I think this could still get a bit rough and tough if you ask me. A big thanks to Microfusion, business information technology and service provider. And well, Microfusion is a privately held small business that prides themselves on the capability to respond quickly and effectively to customers' requirements and a commitment to provide quality personnel. Well, that is a quality race, and they've got a quality field out there as we go back to the front end of the field. So let's have a look. In fact, I think we'll try and pick them up as they come down into the straight itself, because we might even get a single camera shot that can put them all together. There's your leader. His name is Byron Mitchell, who drives for Durant Motorsport. There is Zach Foster. He's 6 seconds further back, and he is pushing hard. there is Luke Lucchese, and he's got a score to settle. And there is Julian from Miliaris. Remember, we said 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Julian from Miliaris, 7.8 off the back of Luke Lucchese. Luke is dragging him closer and closer to Zach Costa.
Oh, I tell you what, this is game on. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. We are approaching an hour and 15 minutes, not quite yet. We've done 4 hours and 42, so we're not far away from an hour and 15 minutes as Familiaris makes his way through. And he is 2.3 seconds behind Luke Lucchese. 2.3, 2.4 seconds hovering there between himself and the man ahead of him, that is Luke Lucchese, and there the two of them are in the same frame as they race up the hill towards the top of the mountain. He's going to say, you call me Alvier, and what did you expect? Do you expect this guy not to come back at him again? That's for sure. But what a race we have had. As I said, with an hour and, well, almost an hour and 15 minutes to go, I don't think this one is done yet. I think there's still a final chapter and a final twist in the tail before we get to the checkered flag.
And we'll be coming back to you shortly. right, folks, we're back with you again. Let's have a quick look, first of all, at the classes. Luke Lucchese from Willem Botha, Jaco Forster are the guys in the Masters. Byron Mitchell from Zak Forster and Julian from iRSA. So Zak Forster, the man that's gotten there in between the two Durant Motorsport cars. The big look right now is the overall at this stage of the fight. And Frankie, take us from the top.
Well. It is all about Byron Mitchell, and Luke is there in that second position. It is Luke Lucchese. So Lucchese, while we were off air, has got his nose ahead of Forster. Remember, he was attacking Forster early on. Then he made contact there with Stephen Koenig, and he is now ahead of Forster. And here comes Familiaris. Familiaris as well is going to make the move there on Zak Forster. So while we were off air, just for a short while, a lot has changed up on that leaderboard. Mitchell stays where he is. Lucchese got ahead of Forster. Familiaris gets ahead of Forster. Forster gets back ahead of Familiaris, as you can see on the circuit. And it is a heck of a fight because they got Jeff Hancock's ahead of the Forster Familiaris fight. That's that yellow BMW of Jeff Hancock. So, man, it is game on. 4 hours and 54 minutes on the clock done. We are approaching the 5-hour mark. So we have, but into the wall goes Forster. Into the wall. Is that Forster that hit the wall? I think it was Zak Forster that just hammered the wall very hard there. Well. Yeah, he goes into that corner. And bang! Into the wall goes Zak Forster. Ricochets across the circuit and hits the wall on the opposite side.
Well, you get game makers and you get game breakers, and unfortunately that has cost him big time. Raymond Duggan being involved in an incident as well. Is that also linked to what happened to Forster? Not impossible. No, he lost it all by himself. As he spun it around was Raymond Duggan.
Ooh, and he gets hit there by that 000 Porsche.
Well, the Jaco Forster. Let's have a look, see what happened there with Jaco Forster.
That's Forster that hit Duggan in the Falcon corner.
Oh, just nowhere to go. Just nowhere to go. There was nothing that he could do about that. So things are turning sunny side up. So, Frankie, you were busy going through the top runners. Let's go back to the top. It's Byron Mitchell. There is Byron Mitchell. Then it is Luke Lucchese. Can we pick them up in the same shot? No, we can't. There is Luke Lucchese. Then we've got Julian Familiaris is the next one that's going to come through. There's Luke Lucchese. Where is Julian? There comes Julian now. And then Zak Forster. Where is Zak Forster?
Zak is in pit lane.
The pits, and that's a turn up, which means Willem Botha is now finding himself 5th overall on circuit, but a long way back from Zak Forster. But Jaco Forster is in the pits as well, as is Raymond Duggan in the pits as well, which means where is Jaco Steyn? Jaco Steyn not that far behind them. Here they start working their way out. There's Raymond Duggan that works his way out. It's Herman Lazarus that's climbed back into the motor car. He works his way out. What's going to happen with Zak Forster? There he still stands. How long has he been in the pit lane? It's already on 62, 63 seconds. It's a long time. There must be a lot of work to do on that car. There is Jaco Forster. He's working his way out of the pits. Janeman Prius has come into the pits as well. Zak Forster is still standing. There Zak Forster gets away now. And that has turned everything completely upside down. The last thing that we expected was something like that. And Jacques Botha must be bitterly disappointed.
Well, I told you there is a final twist in the tale, that there's one more chapter to be written. We still got an hour and 4 minutes to go in this one. And I still believe that this storybook has not been written yet. It's not complete yet, I should say. That there is still one more something that's going to happen before the checkered flag comes out. But Luke Lucchese finds himself in between the Durant Motorsport people, leading class, sitting 2nd overall. And he is in between. He has split the Durant Motorsport combination of Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris. Now, Familiaris has to get past Peter van der Spey and then he will be in there behind Lucchesi. So Familiaris is 6 seconds behind the man that is about to lap Peter van der Spey.
From the iRSA 205 flat just about. Peter van der Spey, what was he doing on his last lap? 207.5, so 2 seconds in it. That's going to take him 3 laps, barring unforeseen circumstances. Doing from the iRSA will be on the back of Peter van der Spey. But Peter van der Spey, unlike Stephen Koenig, will give way, even if it slows him down a little bit, and let you through. He's a man that went through a patch where he was lying 3rd overall in the Sports and GT Masters and got involved in incidents, 6 races, one behind the other. So he's very aware of the disappointment of practicing hard, driving hard, seriously concentrating, working on the setup to try and get everything as perfect as you possibly can, and then somebody comes and takes it all away from you. And Peter van der Spey will definitely try his best not to get involved with that one. 4.6, 4.5, it's ticking away. Juve Miliar is getting towards the back of Peter van der Spey, but once he's got that, well, then you still got to try and catch Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi on a mission. What is the gap between Luke Lucchesi at this stage of the fight and the man that he wants to get to? It's only Willem Botha, and then Byron Mitchell is the next man in front of that, and that is what his mission is about, with 1 hour and 1 minute to go.
Well, there goes Luc Lucchesi. Space Hubert is in the pits for Team Hubert Racing, and Hammer Lazarus is back in the pits again and making his way out. Space Hubert is also making his way out onto the circuit. So it's all happening out there. This is a replay of Jaco Steyn going into turn 1, and some track limits there on the grass right up against the wall, and then back onto the circuit once again.
Stephen McCarthy in the 8.24.7. Oh, that curbstone. Well, that was one of the better recoveries. Other people we've seen climbing over that curbstone, hammer the wall on the left, and then bounce across to the right-hand side.
I.e. Zach Foster.
I.e. Zach Foster, 2 minutes and 11 seconds back. That's exactly what we saw. So Steve McCarthy doing a lovely recovery move there on that replay and keeping it all together. Peter van der Spey has actually done the pass on Swayze Hubert, and there's Peter going past, and Swayze that's in the pit lane. There he is, and that's how that passing maneuver went down. And then Swayze Hubert coming out of the pit lane and dropping in there just behind Peter van der Spey. How's that for some production?
Well, that's some great stuff out there as we have a look at Hammer Lazarus, and he's way down the road. As a matter of fact, he's stuck in the middle of all those guys. You see the red in the battle box. Those are all the drivers that are out there on the lead lap.
Willem Botha going slow?
Willem Botha going extremely slow in the Gazoo Racing BMW.
Run out of juice?
I'm just thinking, is it fuel? That was the first thing in my mind.
And that's second position in class.
But he's going down the Conrad Straight.
It's too far. If you don't have juice, you ain't going to make it from there.
That is the Conrad Straight. That's the Fuso Bridge is going under. So it's definitely the Conrad Straight heading towards the end of the lap. Is he going to be able to make it into pit lane? Let's stick around with this. Oh my word. Gazoo Racing, Willem Botha and his teammate Robbie Teens are sitting second in class. They've got that left-right chicane. Then they must go under the Armorall Bridge. And only then, just before Murray's Bend, can he peel off into pit lane. There's the Armorall Bridge coming into view now. He'll be praying that BMW has got enough momentum just to get him into pit lane. He will coast into pit lane. He has made the pit lane entrance.
But can he make
now? He has to make his pit box. That's the whole thing.
Well, he made the decision not to bounce back to the pits and take the towing time. Obviously thought it was going to work out better for him. So Willem Botha into the pits. Where is Jaco Foster? Here comes Jaco Foster. He's not that far. Is Willem still rolling and moving? I think he's going to make it.
Yeah, he will make it.
I think he's going to make it, but that's probably going to cost them second position. Where's Jaco Foster? Here comes Jaco Foster. That's towards the pit entrance. He's going to go past the pit entrance. And where is Willem? Willem is coming into line over there. Where's Jaco Forster? That's him on the left-hand side. There's Jaco Forster and Willem Botha in the pits, and that is going to be that Forster is going to come past. There he is, passes the man in the pits, and that for second place overall in the class. That is actually brilliant stuff. But Luke Lucchese is on another mission. He's got another fight. He's got a fight all of his own. Luke Lucchese is 7 seconds behind Janeman Prius, and then it is Byron Mitchell, the man that leads out. Now, Byron Mitchell and Jason Kutsia have done exceptionally well. Jason needed this one. Jason's had a little bit of a rough run
Into
recently.
the pits
And
comes Lucchese.
comes in now. That is 5 hours, 3 minutes. This will be... Ooh.
You can chuck that car around in pit lane.
I hope that is not a pit lane infringement.
Yeah, there's a pit limiter. You can't go quicker than that.
But you can enter too fast, and then you can get an infringement. So let's hope that he hasn't ended up with a drive-through. He's obviously practiced getting in and out of the pits very, very quickly. So this will be the last stop for Luke Lucchese. Remember that the guys were doing it on 55, 56 minutes first time around. It's on 5:03. By the time he comes out, it'll be 5:04. He shouldn't have to coast and lift it all. He should be able to keep the hammer down from here all the way to the end. Does he change tires?
Well, right now that car is not lifting off the ground. The jacks are not coming out. I don't believe he'll hand that car over to Francois Hubert. I think he will stay in that Pantera Racing BMW until he sees the checkered flag. So yeah, he's not taking tires, and he's been in there for 72 seconds as he rolls out onto the circuit. As a matter of fact, he's been out there for 77.1 seconds, and you can work that out for yourself. It's about a minute and 20 seconds, somewhere around there, that he has been in the pits as Luke Lucchese. And while this has happened, Familiaris has gone up into that overall second position. And now Luke Lucchese finds himself right in the middle of a whole heap of back markers, does Luke Lucchese. And this is Zak Forster. Oh no, it's just going from bad to worse for Zak. That's a quick repair on that car. He is allowed a few of them, and now he's right up against the wall there. Oh my word. Can your 6 hour turn into a horror show? They were doing so well, the combination of Zak Forster and Jacques Botha, and it is turned itself absolutely upside down and inside out for the Botha Forster combination.
And he jumped straight back to the pits. From there did Zak, and by the time he got it back out on track, well, it dropped a long way down to 5th in class, with 3 of the Masters ahead of him there as well. Byron Mitchell into the pits.
Yeah, Duran Motorsport
He's
in
lost
the pits. Yeah, that means Familiaris has been promoted into the lead, because Byron Mitchell is there in pit lane. Luke Lucchese is still out there in that 3rd place. Julian did a 2:03.9. and Luke also 2:03.96. So he was 600ths of a second slower than Familiaris. On the last lap was Lucchese, and Mitchell did a 2:05, but he is now in that pit lane, and he's not handing over to Jason Kutsia. So Mitchell will probably run this Mercedes-Benz to the checkered flag.
So does that mean Julian from the iRSA has to bring it into the pit still as well? Let's have a look at the number of pit stops. Well, who knows? Maybe. Can they make it? I don't think so. Surely nobody's going to be able to make an hour and 2 minutes. I can't see that. What was the last lap where they did do the pit stop? Let's see if we can pick that up. We've got the number of pit stops. The pit lap, the last time that they were in Jeff Morris, 126, so they've already done 20 laps. No, Julian has got to come back into the pits again, there's no doubt about it. At some point he's going to have to come in. He's done 20 laps, and 20 laps, well, come in, don't take tires, 43 seconds. Ooh, that's going to be very close.
Lap 145 for Byron Mitchell and lap 144 for Lucchese. compared to what Julian has done. So yeah, I do agree. He's going to have to make another pit stop as Mitchell and Lucchese are there in that second and third place overall on circuit, and now they're going to clear Stephen McCarthy and Jean van Rensburg before they can even think of getting close to Julian Familiaris.
So look at that. Nobody's taken tyres before that last stint. Well, we'll see Julian Familiaris. I can't see that Julian can take a chance of put tyres on. 30 seconds is going to be too much. It's not going to work. If he's only 43.7, and look at the 42.3, 43.5, 41, 34. Maybe they will. Now, this is the other trick now. Julian Familiaris with Durant Motorsport, you'll probably find that they will short load the fuel to make up the time to get back out in front, and that is where Durant Motorsport comes through very, very strongly, that they can put that piece of it together and not just fill it up to the brim and go back out again.
Remember, Gaza, these guys have done triple stints on tires, so whatever Jules does now, he will not be able to put rubber on that Mercedes-Benz. It will be fuel only, but as you say, how much fuel will they put into that Mercedes-Benz? Because they will be working out everything now. Julian will be working out things in his head. Umpi Swart will be having a chat to him as well. Inside the other Durant Motorsport car, Byron Mitchell and Jason Kutsia will be having a chat to each other as Stephen McCarthy gets it wrong. That's a replay of McCarthy stepping that Ferrari out of shape there, and you can bet your bottom dollar that not only just will Familiaris and Swart be chatting to each other, Mitchell and Kutsia will be talking to each other, and Garth de Villiers will be talking to all four of his drivers. And if plan A don't work, there's a plan B. If that don't work, hopefully for them there's a plan C, because for the first time Luc Lucchese and today his teammate Francois Hubert are posing a serious threat there to the Durant Motorsport team.
So some of the guys that was out the top three all of a sudden finds himself in the top three. Willem Botha in his class, and this man, Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan finds himself third in class, and that with Corne Britt. Now, does he have to go in for another pit stop? I almost think that car's got to go in for another pit stop. Let's have a look, see when was the last time that that car was in the pits. Raymond Duggan, lap 138, it's 148, they've done 10. Oh, that's so marginal.
Yeah.
I don't even want to try and work it out. Jean van Rensburg back in the pits.
Yeah, Jean van Rensburg and his teammate is Marius Pretorius, and they are back in the pits for the team heaped together burnout, and he is in the pits. Will he hand over to Marius, or will he continue with his stint? And we'll have a look and see exactly if he continues or if Marius will take that Ferrari over from Van Rensburg. No, he won't. Van Rensburg will continue.
Well, what an interesting battle we've seen out there today. I tell you what, for a 6 hour, I tell you, brilliant, no doubt about it. So, how's it going in the elite class? Julian Familiaris, Byron Mitchell, Durant Motorsport 9 and 10 are out there. So Jason Kutsia, Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiaris and Umpi Swart have done what they need to do in their group. But have they achieved it overall to date? Right now, yes, they have. How far is Luc Lucchese behind them right now? Luc Lucchese has got Stephen McCarthy and then Byron Mitchell in front of that. So it's not much. It's 6-7 seconds. Can he make that up with 49 to go?
Well. It only seems to me as if the first three cars are on the lead lap, Gary. From Jaco Forster all the way down is a lap, is 1 lap or more down. It's only Familiaris, Mitchell and Lucchese with 5 hours and 12 minutes done that find themselves on the lead lap. And now Lucchese will make a move there on Koenig, and that is Lucchese, it's McCarthy, I apologize. He's made the move there on Stephen McCarthy.
Oh, slightly bent wing there on McCarthy's car. That's on where we saw him do the left hander and just touch the wing lightly. You can see there the right hand side is bent. So Luke Lucchesi, can he catch up to Byron Mitchell? 6.4 seconds between the two of them. Let's see what the lap times. Byron Mitchell 204.219, 204.0, 2/10, not enough. Byron Mitchell is doing what he needs to do to hold that man Luke Lucchesi out.
Yeah, 204.2 and a 204 dead there for Lucchesi. So the last lap, Luke was slightly quicker than what Mitchell was. And but Jules is doing a 203.4, so he's in a different league at this point in time. He's Familiaris.
Let's just have a look at something else here, frankly, as Steve McCarthy's in the pits. The juniors and the seniors, well, we all started racing. And then the old guy said, no, these youngsters are good guys. Whoa, stop your mercy. Let's go Sports and GT Master Series. We practice. And we say, hold on a second, let's have a race again with the youngsters, but we do it in different cars. Eventually they say, well, hold on a second. We're pretty close to what the youngsters are doing. So let's have a look at it and let's have a race with the youngsters and let's put everybody in the same cars. Now, have a look at that one. The top two, Durand Motorsport. Third, fourth, fifth, it's all masters out there right now. Yep. So 3 of the top 6 is masters, 3 is elite. Look at the next one behind that. Master.
Yep.
So if you look at the top 10, you've got 6 masters in the top 10 and 4 elites. The playing field is now very, very level. Yes, Durand Motorsport has got one up at this stage of the fight. They are holding on by the skin of their teeth, but the old hands are closing them down fast on overall pace and acumen and setup and consistency in a long distance race.
Well, I'm actually glad in one way that Durand Motorsport is a dominant force because, as I said earlier on in the show, it makes them the number 1 target, which means that everybody else is going to up their game, both in elite and in masters, to go after them. So yes, great for them. They have got their own goals. They want to, I think we're doing 5 races in this series. They want to go out there and win all 5, and if they can, fantastic to them. But this is what makes a 6-hour interesting, because the other guys are saying, no, we are not going to let you make it 5 out of 5. We're going to go after you. And if anything, Durand Motorsport is a team that's making this 6-hour very interesting indeed.
Look at what's coming past on the left-hand side, and I think that's going to be one of the Mercedes. There he goes, coming through on the Janeman Prius and making that one stick. That is Julian Familiaris that's just got that one right. And Jaco Steyn is in the pits.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn for car number 4 is there in the pits. Is Jaco Steyn, sorry, car 88 is Jaco Steyn. And is he going to continue or hand over there to Atinagel? That we will see. This is a replay of Herman Lazarus, just not even turning in. The track turned left and he thought the track turned right.
I'm sure that corner's been there for the last 5 hours, 15 minutes and 55 seconds. Julian Familiaris leads them out, but the pressure is on. There is no doubt that this is not just for race results, this is for pride of place in iRacing South Africa.
So, Familiaris is the man in Durand Motorsport 10 that you see there on your screen. He's got a whole heap of back markers in front of him. So is Byron Mitchell. That the young man that sits there in second position. He's got Lazarus, Hancock and Sway Schubert that he must try and clear eventually. And here comes Luke Lucchesi, and there is 6 seconds between Mitchell and Lucchesi, 6.1 if you want to be technical, between Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchesi, 6.1 seconds and 43 minutes left on the clock. It's not impossible to see Lucchesi move up into that second position overall.
14ths a lap, 2.5 laps brings you a bit closer. 151 done. I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one plays out. Jaco Steyn moving out of the way there to let Luke Lucchesi come through. And, well, I think Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris with their teammates Jason Kutsia and Umpi Swart. I think they might be able to pull the wool over the eyes of Luke Lucchese on this one. Luke wanted it so bad. He's pushed very hard. He had that one incident with Stephen Koenig that cost him dearly. If it wasn't for that, he would be probably right there between the two of them right now. But those drivers that's in front of him had the exact same situation. They had to get past the back markers as well, and they just did it better on the day.
Well, the thing from a Luke Lucchese point of view is he is now just under 6 seconds behind, and he mustn't push it to hell and gone. But what can I say about the 000 car of Jaco Forster, the man that's sitting second in class, the Masters, with Willem Botha in there behind him. As a matter of fact, Botha must get past Van Rensburg and Van der Spey, so it's not impossible. I don't know. I don't think Willem Botha will get him, but Jaco Forster and his teammate out there, namely Jan Spalmers, they have had their fair share of issues out there in their 000 Porsche, and they just kept on plowing away, and they find themselves second in the Masters category.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to make up another spot. Herman Lazarus, having had that heavy accident, goes back into the pit lane, and well, that's about as far as he's going to go. Sway Hubert, another one that will be pretty happy with what they've done so far. He finds himself in outside of the top three, but not that far away from Willem Botha. And well, if you look at Sway Hubert, Willem Botha, there's a couple of cars between them, and with the amount of time that is left, I don't know if he's going to be able to catch up, but still a pretty decent job that was done from there. We saw Stephen McCarthy have that accident, and we've seen Herman Lazarus that went off track. Is that the same incident? Let's just check if this is because of the damage on the car. Yeah, because of the damage on the car, he had another off, did Herman Lazarus, and for that reason, he then took the car into the pit, saying that this thing is no longer drivable as it is. I'm going to have to back out of it. There's no ways further. So let's have a look, Frankie, once again at the individual classes as they are right now, starting off with Julian Familiaris.
Yeah, Familiaris in the lead category is sitting out there in P1, and he is 47 seconds ahead of the man in second position, his teammate in Durant Motorsport 9, that is Byron Mitchell. Then third in that class, 2 laps behind Familiaris, is that Ferrari there of Raymond Duggan. Then fourth overall, 3 laps behind Familiaris, is Jaco Steyn in the Ferrari. Fifth overall in class and 4 laps behind Familiaris is that yellow BMW of Jeff Hancock's. Then sixth in that class in the Ferrari, and 4 laps behind Familiaris is Jean van Rensburg. Then 7th in that class and 5 laps behind Familiaris is Mario Kowos. Then 8th in that class is Janeman Prius, and he's 7 laps behind Familiaris. 9th in that class and 9 laps behind Familiaris is Zach Foster, and sadly a retirement there for Clinton Besaidenout and his teammate Jonty Weiss.
Looks like Zach Foster's not running anymore either. Probably you're going to find that there was just too much damage on the car, and having used up the quick repairs, they couldn't get the car back out on time. So he's saying, oh well, let's just sit back and watch the second year studio production. A big thanks to Microfusion, business IT and service providers. I don't know how good they are at what they do. I'm sure they are very good, but they've definitely got an eye for picking out the right race to go and sponsor, that's for sure. So whoever from Microfusion came up with this one, well done. You picked on the right one, no doubt about it. Luke Lucchese leading out in the class, and he hasn't achieved everything that he wanted to. He's got the class victory to hand at the moment, but he doesn't have what he really wants. And what he really wants is called Byron Mitchell, and that 5.8 seconds further up the road. And unfortunately, not only is it a moving target, it's a very fast target that he's trying to get to. And if we look at the overall race, the times there, a 203.8 and a 203.8, Byron Mitchell responding to the pace of Luke Lucchese. and holding him at bay with now only 37.5 minutes left.
Yeah, that is Luke Lequez you see on the screen there, and that is Jaco Foster. That he's going to pick up a whole lot of back markers. He's got Raymond Duggan, Jaco Steyn, and Herman Lazarus that he will systematically catch and close down. Well, there is Willem Botha. Botha has to clear Van Rensburg and Van der Spey and then get there to Jaco Foster. And there's really 24 seconds between himself and Van Rensburg, the guy that he must catch. And then there's about a second between them and the guy ahead of that. So I cannot see that the Botha team's car will work their way back into that second position. They're going to have to settle for third overall in class. Will be Botha and Teams, and there's Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan is sitting 3, 4, 5. He's in P6, but third in class is Duggan, and there is Sway Schubert. The car jumping all over the place there of Sways, and Sways is sitting fourth in the Masters, and there's 4 seconds between himself and the driver that he's about to lap. There is Peter van der Spey, and right behind Peter van der Spey is Jean van Rensburg. He probably made the move there on Van Rensburg, did van der Spey, and van der Spey sits 5th overall in the Masters.
A little bit further back, Stephen McCarthy, and find themselves 3 laps off the leaders in the Sujin Properties and April 24th.
Gary, sorry, Familiaris is in pit lane. Sorry to jump all over you there, but Julian Familiaris, with the 5 hours and 24 minutes done, brings a Mercedes-Benz into pit lane.
I think that this is going to be touch and go. I'm not even going to try and do the mathematics right now between who's going to lead out after this. Does Julian stay in the car? We're about to find out. Julian is now stopped. We'll see if that's going to be a driver change there. Where's Byron Mitchell? Here comes Byron Mitchell. And closing all the time. That's towards the beginning of the pits. I think Julian might make it out in time. There's Julian Familiaris. Where is Byron Mitchell? You'll probably find him on the left-hand side of your screen in the not-too-distant future. There he goes. Byron Mitchell's going to go to the front. Julian Familiaris is coming out of the pits. Oh, my hat. He's got to come out there. He's got to come out there hot. Julian Familiaris makes it out ahead of Byron Mitchell now. Byron had the drive coming out of the corner, nothing much between the two of them. Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell, 1.56 seconds. They have recovered their position at the front end of the field. Now, the next one up will be Luke Lucchesi. There comes Luke Lucchesi, and he's not that far behind them either.
Not far behind them at all. When you showed us those 2 Mercedes-Benz cars, you could pick up Luke Lucchesi was there in the distance. He just put a lap there on Jeff Hancock's, has Luke Lucchesi. So Lucchesi sitting out there in that third position, and there is 5 seconds between himself and Mitchell. So nobody's going to tell Luke Lucchesi that he can't split these guys. You're going to have to be a brave soul to tell him that he cannot do it. And in motorsport, nothing is impossible. Trust me, anything can happen anytime, anywhere, to anybody in this game. As I've said before, Gary, she's a lovely mistress, but she can be a cruel mistress as well.
Make no mistake, in Formula One, they call it hammer time. This is easy time. We'll come back to you shortly. Well, what can you say? Motorsport is a strange creature. Anything's possible. Anything can happen at any time. What did Murray Walker say? It's not over till the fat lady sings.
And what did Michael Schumacher say? The only thing certain about motorsport is that nothing is certain, and that is a fact indeed. That's why I always say she's a beautiful mistress, but she can be a real wicked, cruel mistress as well. Right now, she's not a cruel, wicked mistress for to run motorsport 9 and 10, as Mitchell is all over the back end there of Familiaris. There is a tenth of a second between them. Luke Lucchesi sitting P1 in class and third overall, and there's 5.5 seconds between himself and the Familiaris Mitchell combination that is out there of him. Raymond Duggan is in a pit lane, and he pits from third overall in the elite category, does Raymond Duggan, and his teammate is Corne Breed. As he makes his way into the pit area, does Raymond Duggan. There is Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn sitting fourth in the elite category in the iRSA Racing Red Ferrari, and there's Jeff Hancock's that is sitting fifth overall in the elite category in the Team Tryhard Racing iRSA Racing GT3. Then there's Jean van Rensburg sitting sixth overall in the elites. His teammate is Marius Pretorius, and they are in the team heap together burnout. There's Mario Kowars out there. He is sitting seventh overall in the Masters category for Duca Racing. He's Mario Kowars. And then there is Janeman Prius, 8th in class in BMW 71 for teamed heap together. That is Janeman Prius.
He just had a bit of incident as he went through the mountain, failing just stepping out on that beamer. So often you find the guys end up 90 degrees across the track, and the turning circle rather large on these motor cars as he gets that one back together again. So yeah, that is what's happening with the elite guys, and then going to look at the Masters.
Yeah, in that Masters category, it is Luke Lucchesi, and he's 5 seconds behind the leading duo, but he sits out there P1 in the Masters. Jaco Forster in the Porsche, they are doing extremely well. Jaco Forster and Jan Sparmers, they're sitting second in the Masters. Then Willem Botha and Robbie Teens is in the Gazoo Racing BMW. They are third overall in the Masters, and then 2 minutes and 54 seconds behind them, fourth overall in the Masters, is Swiss and Renier Hubert in that the BMW of theirs. And then 1 minute and 1 behind Swiss Hubert is the combination of Peter van der Spey, and his teammate is Graham Stephen. There is Peter van der Spey in the Master G-Force Junkies BMW, with his teammate being Graham Stephen. Then you've got Stephen McCarthy, Stevie in the 8-Ball 24/7 and Sujim Properties Ferrari. They're going to be lapped. He's going to be lapped there by the two leaders. His teammate is Mike Verrier, and those two do run motorsport, AMG, Mercedes-Benz. Those are two beautiful motor cars out there on that racetrack. Not that the others aren't, but that is a pretty picture when you see those two Mercs coming at you from the front end, or if you look in your rear view mirror. It's not a beautiful picture if you're in the car that's about to be caught by them, but for us watching this production, that is a lovely sight. There is Stephen McCarthy. He is 6th overall in the Masters, as we were saying, and he just got lapped there by the two Mercedes-Benz cars. Andre Steenkamp in the cheaper cars, Ferrari. His teammate is Herman Lazarus, and they are sitting 7th overall in the Masters category. So that's...
Frankie, you seem to have a bit of a passion for those Mercs. In your grey 95, do you see any Mercedes-Benz in anywhere?
I see lots of them at the dealership that I do work for. I don't work directly for Mercedes-Benz, but I do work for Mercedes-Benz, here in Cape Town. So yeah, from that point of view, I do see a lot of those cars. As a matter of fact, those cars actually stand there in the AMG showroom, not the racing versions of them, but the road versions, and they don't look a lot different to these cars that you're seeing out here on track right now. And it's not biased. I mean, those cars do look lovely. If you have a look at the familiar iRSA Mitchell Mercs in flying formation.
Just outside of the prize money, Swayze finds himself in that 4th position, and that in the Masters class, and also just outside of the prize money, Jaco Steyn in that 4th position. And Jaco Steyn and Atti Nagel, haven't seen that much of Atti Nagel. He's had a pretty quiet run so far today. People that are just inside of the numbers where they want to be. Corne Breed, he's done a pretty good job. He's had a very consistent day himself and Raymond Duggan, and have put himself very much on the map with a top 3 with just 19 minutes to go. Also inside of the top 3, and he must be very tough, is Willem Botha with Robbie Teens, the comeback kid, and they find themselves inside the prize money, but not being able to really go one-on-one with the guys up front that are just so fast. Jaco Forster in that 2nd position. You'll be super chuffed with that one. I think he couldn't really expect to do much more than that. Jaco Forster with a very capable Jan Spammers with him, but then again, going up against Luke Bekisi to get top honors is going to be a massive mountain to climb. 2nd in his class, Byron Mitchell, and well, by 2 coats of paint and the width of a shoebox between the two of them. And I think Byron Mitchell sitting now right in the back bumper of June Familiaris, just to show, listen, but I can run the same pace with you. 0.2 of a second as they go through the mountain. It must be very, very difficult to find your brake markers when you're sitting that close to the person in front of you. Look at that. It's about as close as you can get, so away the steering wheel, and they're still putting up pretty decent times. Let's look at the last lap time that they put up. 2:04s, Luke Bekisi 2:03. He's taken 0.8 of a second out of them, and they're going to have to keep an eye because Luke Bekisi is down to 3 seconds. Can Luke Bekisi close up that last 3 seconds? It's not impossible. A bit of back markers in front of June Familiaris and Byron Mitchell. Yes, Andre Steenkamp and then Janneman Preus. Catch them at the wrong spot where they've got nowhere to go. Can cost you a second. Brings Luke Bekisi within 2 seconds of.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm sure De Villiers is busy watching that leaderboard, and he's probably talking now to Julian and to Byron and say, hey, this master that's leading his class and sitting 3rd overall is right there. He's 3.1 seconds behind you guys. You're going to have to turn up the wick. There are now flashing lights. Julian, sure, here he comes. Oh my word, I said it was not impossible. I said nobody will tell Luke Bekisi that he can't win this race, or at least split these guys. And now Durand Motorsport will know they have got some work to do. Now there's no games. Now there's no playing around. If you are part of Durand Motorsport, if you are Julian or Byron, it's now hammer time. You drop the hammers and you try and clear away from this BMW. But trust me, believe me, Luke Bekisi is stomping that accelerator pedal of his right through his room floor. He'll do anything and everything in his power to get past them. He has done everything in his power, and now the two of them are coming up towards the back marker. That is the Ferrari of Andre Steenkamp.
I think by the time they get to Steenkamp, they're going to be in Conrad straight already. I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever. But, well, let's have a look from the cockpit view. Does this slow them down? They cannot afford any time whatsoever. Oh, is this going to be a game maker? He lifts off. He has to lift off. He's got to lift off lightly. That must have cost him a bit of time, and that must have brought Luke Bekisi a bit closer. 2.1. 2.1. That is from the front window of the June Familiaris, looking back at the man following him, Byron Mitchell. There is a Byron Mitchell in behind him, and just behind that there is the looming thing that they don't want to see. Their problem is called Luke Bekisi.
and Luke Lucchese cleared Andre Steenkamp very easily. And as a matter of fact, so did Mitchell as well. I thought that Steenkamp might have kept up Mitchell, but he never. And Mitchell cleared him very easily, and he would have hoped that Steenkamp would have kept Lucchese up, but that did not happen. From a Luke Lucchese perspective, now is not the time with 15 minutes to go to hit the panic button. He has done it all. He has caught him. He's soaring away there. What you see that steering wheel doing at home on your computer screen, that's exactly what Luke's hands are doing on his steering wheel in his sim rig. As we have a replay here, that was the incident that Gary said could have been a game changer when Steenkamp ran wide, and that's when Mitchell slipped through as well, and so did Luke Lucchese.
Well, what was it that he said to us? Around about 1 point, how many seconds you start to pick up the toe? Luke Lucchese 1.3. He's going to be, if he can close just a little bit more, the next time that they get into Conrad Straight, he's going to start picking up a double toe from Durant Motorsport. I hope this doesn't turn to tears.
We have got 14 minutes to go on the clock before we see checkered flag. Microfusion Business IT service provider. As Gary said before, you have chosen the right 6 hour to sponsor. You couldn't have known that when you chose this one, but it's turned out to be an absolute crackerjacker. Can you believe it? With approaching 13 minutes, you got this fight for first, second, and third on the track, and you've done 5 hours and almost 47 minutes, and you got this major war for first, second, and third overall. Never mind class, overall on circuit.
They come out from behind the trees there. You see them first, second, and third, and that 5 hours, 47 minutes of racing. He vowed he was going to go and fetch them, and so far he's managing to close up. I don't think that, 205, 205, 203 on the last lap. So Luke Lucchese now starting to make use of the slipstream and come in closer. Where will the motorsport side of it now come into play, where you run as a team or it's for individual? Well, we're about to find out.
Well, let me tell you this, the first 2 races were dominant. They drove as a team, they did the photo finish. Now it's no photo finish. Now it don't matter who comes first and who comes second here, as long as from a Durant point of view, they will be saying, we want a 1-2. We don't give a damn if it's Familiaris or Mitchell that wins it. We just want a 1-2 across the line, because if ever they knew they are under serious attack, it is from Luke Lucchese, and they also knew that if there's anybody else out there on circuit that could give them a run for their money, it would be the combination of Luke Lucchese and Francois Hubert, and Lucchese is responding. Hubert has played his role perfectly. Now look at this. This is tactics. This is tactics. Mitchell is backing up Lucchese, and he's allowing Familiaris to get away. That is brilliant. If we can't get a 1-2, at least we want to win. That is some, and I'm only speculating, but all of a sudden, Familiaris pulled the pin and Mitchell just slowed down. That is not by default, in the sense that there's something wrong with that car. This, Gary, is team tactics. I'm almost certain he was told, back up Luke Lucchese.
Well, they're in a part of the circuit where there's no ways that you can get around, and now they've got it out into the open. We will pick it up on the lap times. I don't know if you saw Microfusion, even they flashing their lights, Frankie, on screen. They're saying go, go, go from the Microfusion side of the world. Atinachel into the pits. Here we go. Luke Lucchese is now onto the back of Byron Mitchell. Can Byron hold him out? It's going to have the inside line, and then it's going to be the outside line. Who's the last of the late breakers? Nothing much in it. They give one another enough space. Luke Lucchese just nibbles the nose. He says, I'm not going to give up this one. I'm going with you. Down into the last corner they go, and trying to squeeze him out, and he does. Byron Mitchell squeezes him out. Both of them turn, and they end up literally pointing towards one another. That has opened it up for Julian Familiaris at the front end of the grid. Yeah,
well, I've got my thoughts on that one, and I'm going to say it as I saw it. Byron Mitchell turned into Luke Lucchese and forced him towards the outside of the circuit. And that is exactly the way I saw it, and I can only call it the way I saw it. Let's have a look and see. Well, that's after the initial contact was made, then that situation happened. So let's try and go back a bit further. They are side by side, and they're coming down towards us. Watch the Mercedes. Benz turns into him and touches him slightly, and that unsettles Lucchese, and then Lucchese makes contact with him. So yeah, Byron Mitchell, there was that slight move, Gary, to the right where he made the contact there initially with Lucchese.
10 minutes to go, and Luke Lucchese from Byron Mitchell from Jules Miliares. Janeman Prius a little bit further up the road. What happens if Luke Lucchese gets back to Byron Mitchell?
I don't know if he can now, because there's 2.2 seconds. Well, there's 10 minutes, let's say 9 minutes left, and there's 2 seconds between them. So it's not physically impossible. There he comes. He can still. He's within striking distance of Byron Mitchell. And but yeah, what this has done is it's blown this one apart, because you're not going to catch Julia now. There's 10.2 seconds between Mitchell and Familiaris. So I think Julian and his teammate Umpi Swart has won this one. Just a pity though that Umpi's steering wheel broke on him, and that's put him out for 2/3 of this event. And Julian had to basically do this one virtually single-handed, but he's done a stunning job, has Familiaris, that's for sure. But I told you, anything is possible in motorsport. Desperate times, desperate measures out there, I suppose. But you are looking at three of the best drivers out there, both real-time and sim racers, sitting first, second, and third. Familiaris, Mitchell, and Luke Lucchese.
I hope Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese doesn't get back to him, because I think they will end up going off the track again. So in the Masters class, Luke Lucchese from Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster's done a brilliant job, I must say. Jaco Foster and Jan Spammers presently in that second position with just 7.5 minutes to go. Third in class, still inside of the silverware, and the prize money is Willem Botha. Outside of that is that man Sway Hubert. Then in run with the top 5 in the class is Peter van der Spey. And then the next one through there is the 8x24/7 of Stephen McCarthy. And then Andre Steenkamp. It didn't work out so well for Andre Steenkamp in this one. He's been doing very well in the Masters, but the 6 hours has not worked for him. In the elite class, Jules Miliaris that had a bit of a buffer in the likes of Byron Mitchell to keep the likes of Luke Lucchese away from him. They've got 3 Masters between Byron Mitchell and the next man in the silverware. In the prize money, Corne Brett, I think, has had a pretty decent time, not been able to go one-on-one with Durant Motorsport, but in the absence of Durant Motorsport would probably have picked up a overall victory in the class as such for Corne Brett. Next one through there is then Atti Nagel. And Atti Nagel finds himself in a 4th overall, just outside of the silverware, not where he would like to be. Jean van Rensburg back up into that 5th position, so not a bad one there for Jean van Rensburg with Jeff Hancock's. Then that man Stephen Duplessis, then Janeman Prius, and then the next one behind that would have been Zach Foster, but Zach not running anymore. So is the gap closing? Luke Lucchese to Byron Mitchell, 2.83. So 5 hours 54, 6 minutes to go. That's basically 3 laps. And then if you take a cranky where they are, it's going to be touch and go whether they will have to do an extra lap or not. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one's going to work its way out. At 2:04.376 by June Familiaris, which is notably slower than that of Byron Mitchell. I think Byron Mitchell's trying to avoid chaos. He's got ahead of Luke Lucchese.
Gary, if this was real-time racing and they met each other in the pits afterwards, I think the sparks could fly out there, that's for sure.
The boys take this pretty seriously
They do,
as well. They might
do.
be sitting at home, but the kids will know what each one of them thinks about the other one right
what are you
now.
saying to me that Mitchell could expect a phone call from Lucchese?
Well, petrol's expensive. I don't know where Byron Mitchell stays, but I know Luke Lucchese's down here in Cape Town. I'm not sure where Byron Mitchell is. But we laugh about it, but I tell you what, it's very, very competitive out there on circuit. And Luke will be doing everything in his power to try and close up. But I think Byron knows he'll probably get dusted if Luke can get to him. So he's got to do it all right from here on out. He's got to do it all right for 4.5 minutes to stay ahead of that man, Luke Lucchese. Second in class, Jaco Foster. Third in class, Willem Botha. And then third in the elite class, Corne Breed. Back to your leader, Julian Familiaris.
Well, Familiaris sitting out there in P1. Then there is a back marker between himself and Byron Mitchell. Now, Mitchell was over 10 seconds at one stage behind Familiaris. It's now 8 seconds that he finds himself there behind Julian. So he is clawing his way back there onto the back end of Familiaris. He is 8 seconds. There's somebody that's just gone into the pits. That's Janeman Prius that's made his way there into the pit lane. As we stay with second place man Byron Mitchell, and right behind him there is Luke Lucchese of a Team Pantera Racing. And I'll tell you what, that guy will be spitting fire inside the cockpit of that Beamer, or actually in his sim rig, but yeah, let's say in the cockpit of the BMW. I don't think there's anybody more focused as Jaco Foster makes his way into pit lane.
Well, if Jaco Foster's into the pit lane, then where does that leave Willem Botha? Willem Botha is on his way
down Conrad Straight.
Down Conrad. Wow, that could be a turn up for the books. Can Foster get out quick enough? Because Willem Botha is third in class right now, and Jaco Foster is on his way out. Jaco Foster will make it. Jaco Foster will make it. Willem Botha. There comes Willem Botha into the straight, and Jaco Foster has completed that straight, made the left-hander, and he is on his way up the hill already. So probably a bit of a splash and dash that went in there. Let's have a look at the pit stop, the pit time. That couldn't have been a very long stop at all. 7.8. Yeah, that's splash and dash.
Yep.
You think the only people with a calculator is Durant Motorsport? That boy's got a calculator as well. Jaco Foster, 7.8 standing time, splash and dash with 3 to go, and he gets himself out holding on to that second position. Luke Lucchese any closer? No, sir. No. Still 3.3 seconds. I think the way they're on now is the way it's going to finish. And 5:57.52. I think Julian Familiaris is going to probably, there he's already on the next lap, and I think he's going to have to do this lap plus one more before the time is up.
Well, it's 2 minutes and 3 seconds for a lap, and they've got 2 minutes left. See, yeah, you might have to do another one after this.
He might be able to back off just a little bit and not have to do another lap.
Yeah, because he's got 7.4 seconds between himself and Byron Mitchell. And obviously Durant Motorsport has got their team orders all worked out for the checkered flag, but they cannot be too easy because Lucchese is right there. This man, Jaco Foster, I'll tell you what, Jaco Foster and Jan Sparmers, they've done it right in this 000 Porsche GT3. It's the only Porsche that's out there on track, and they are going to finish second in class ahead of Willem Botha, that will finish third in class. Willem and Robbie Teens pilot this Gazoo Racing BMW out there. Then there is Corne Breed. What a show by Corne Breed. He's sitting 6 overall and third in the elite for iRSA Racing Green. Is Corne Breed, and he's got 2 back markers that he must still clear there, Nagel and Hancock's. But what a show out there for that man, Corne Breed, in that lovely color scheme of that Ferrari of his, as he busy works his way around. So we have got 25 seconds to go before the checkered flag comes out. These guys are going down the Conrad Straight. They're going to go under the Armorall Bridge, which means that there might be one lap unless he stomps on the brake pedal. That's Murray's corner. That's the final corner to go. There's 2 seconds to go. Is he going to have to do another lap? I think he might have to do another lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Well, Julian's gone through already, so
Yeah, so
definitely.
he hasn't timed it to perfection. So he's got another lap to do, which means everybody that's on the lead lap, and it's only Julian, Byron, and Luke that is on the lead lap. Everybody else is at least 1 lap or more down. And there is Luke Lucchesi, and he's 3.4 seconds behind him. And I think he knows this is the last lap. There's no ways you're going to make up 3.4 seconds and get ahead of Byron Mitchell or Julian unless something goes wrong for them on the final lap. So yes, he'll win class. Yes, he will get 3rd overall, but he would feel that he would have, could have, and should have split Durant Motorsport.
Just think, if it wasn't for the contact, and no disrespect to Stephen Kearney, it could have been the opposite way around.
Yeah, he should have known that they're coming down the Conrad straight behind him, and he could have let them go through. He wanted to fight them. But you know what? Everybody to his own out there. You know, I'm not going to say anything this way or that way. This is the final corner on top of the mountain for Familiaris as he works his way down the Conrad straight with Willem Botha coming into the pits on the last lap. This is weird. But it will be checkered flag time because Familiaris is making his way down the Conrad straight towards the checkered flag. That's the Fuso Bridge you see there. Then it's the left, right, under the Armorall Bridge into Murray's corner. And then it will be victory for Familiaris and another 1-2 for Durant Motorsport. And they will make it 3 out of 3.
Not a soft day at the track whatsoever. I think the Durant Motorsport calculators are kind of tired by now already. Julian Familiaris takes the win. That's him coming across the line. There comes his teammate across the line as well, Byron Mitchell. And then I think a somewhat peeved Luke Lucchesi coming across the line. And yeah, well, you know, look, he's going to have his own vision and version of what happened out there. Either way, well done, Oudkop. Because he's part of the Oudkops. He's a lot younger than what I am, but he's still the Oudkop. So well done, Luke Lucchesi. That was good stuff. Jaco Forster, the next man coming through, and I think Jaco can be very, very happy with his day's work as well.
Yeah, look, to be in the top 3, he had to work for it. He deserves the top 3. The combination of Botha and Teens made a mistake out there, which gave that 3rd position to Jaco Forster. But Jaco Forster and Jan Sparmers have done what they had to do in the Lone Soul Porsche out there, and they will finish 4th overall and 2nd in the Masters. Well done there to Jaco and to Jan.
Yeah, in the trophies and in the pound seats, so that was pretty good. Then Willem Botha coming through, and I think Willem coming down the Conrad straight, I think he'll be happy with that 3rd overall. I mean, it's not like you've been beaten by mediocre guys. You've been beaten by some top-class competition.
Yeah, so, but they would have felt that they could have had that 2nd position. But yeah, as you say, on the podium for the Masters, and they will not be too unhappy with that. Through Murray's Bend he comes for the final time, and Willem Botha will finish 3rd overall in the Masters category.
Also finding themselves in the pound seats and on the podium, Corne Brett. Lovely day for him and Raymond Duggan.
Yeah, they will finish 3rd overall in the Elite. And as a matter of fact, it's only just those first 3 cars that is on the lead lap. Everybody else is 1 lap down or more. So, Microfusion Business IT, thanks guys for sponsoring a fantastic 6-hour Enduro here at Bathurst, Mount Panorama.
Well, just waiting for the computer to work out the results for us. And as soon as we can get that up on screen, there we go. There is the results for you. Whoa, what a day, what a race.
So it's Durant Motorsport first and second, Durant Motorsport 10 ahead of Durant Motorsport 9, and then Team Pantera Racing finishing there in that third position. That is Luc Lucchesi and Francois Hubert, and that is your podium. First and second for the elites, Durant Motorsport, and then iRSA Racing Green is third, and then the Masters podium is Team Pantera Racing from Team Heap Together Links from Gazoo Racing, and that's the two podiums, one for the elites and one for the Masters, right here at, as you see there on the building written there, Mount Panorama.
Yeah, that was brilliant stuff. Microfusion, thank you. Thank you so much. Business Information Technology Service Provider Company based in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, offering IT service, sales and support to businesses in the Greater Nelson Mandela Metropolitan area. Microfusion further offers contract support to national-based IT support companies and national businesses requiring services to their client base in the Port Elizabeth Metropolitan area. The services are exclusively committed to small and medium businesses where we believe they have been recognized for their competence and capacity to service everybody's IT needs. They're driven to provide quality technical services to public and private sector business clients alike. It's a privately held small business who pride themselves in their capability to respond quickly and effectively to their customers' requirements and their commitment that they can provide quality personnel as well. By successfully meeting our clients' requirements in the face of ever increasing technology and competition, we're proud to note that the overwhelming share of annual business comes from repeat customers, and that from the boys at Microfusion. Frankie, from the Second Gear Studios, wow, and wow.
Well, if this is the way the remaining two races, if I'm right, is going to be for the 6 hours, then I sure as heck don't want to miss it. That's for sure. Because Durant Motorsport, well done, gentlemen, Garth, De Villiers, and your entire team. 3 out of 3. It has been there. Now go into the fourth one with an even bigger bullseye on their back. And you know what, Gary? They don't mind. They don't care. They're going to say to everybody else, bring it on. Let's do this. So I'm looking forward to the next 6 hour.
The Microfusion boys flashing their lights for the last time, saying thanks for joining us. Thank you to the guys behind the scenes, Yaku, and everybody that makes it all possible. Mike, Sandro, all of these guys. A big thanks to all of you. From us in the Second Gear Studio, good night, everybody. And we really hope that you enjoyed it as much as what we did. See you back out there on circuit in the not too distant future.
Yeah, we'll see you on Wednesday evening for another round of the iRacing Master Series, where we will be racing Formula 3 Dolores at Suzuka in Japan. Until then, enjoy the week, and we'll speak to you on Wednesday. Goodbye, everyone.